Recording in progress.
We're now going on the record. Today is Monday, June 7, 2021, and the time is approximately 9:11. This is the remote video deposition of Joshua Vlasto in the matter of independent investigation on the New York State Executive Law, Section 63.8. My name is Rocco Mercurio, and the court reporter is William Visconti. Will counsel please introduce yourselves and who you represent?
Good morning. Abena Manu from the law firm of Cleary Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton, but acting as a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General for the New York State Attorney General's office.
June Kim, also from Cleary Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton, acting in my capacity as a special deputy, the first Deputy Attorney General.
Hi, Yannick Brad of the law firm Vlasto Deposition, Clark, but also acting in my capacity as a special deputy to the first Deputy State Attorney General.
Hello, Liliana Rumbar with Cleary Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton, acting as special assistant to the first Deputy Attorney General.
Jennifer Kennedy Park from Cleary Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton at Cleary Gottlieb, and acting as a special deputy as well.
And Cortina Perry of the law firm Jenner & Block for Mr. Joshua Vlasto, and my colleague participating remotely. Nika, if you want to come up and introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, Nika Arzumanian with Jenner & Block representing Mr. Josh Vlasto.
The court reporter will now swear in a witness and we can proceed.
Okay. Mr. Vlasto, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Okay, God, you can put your hand down. All set.
Good morning again, Mr. Vlasto.
Pause it for 1 second. It's very distracting.
Oh, we can't hear you. Hello?
Thank you for meeting with us today, Mr. Vlasto. Before I start asking questions, I'm going to give you some background information and some ground rules. The New York Attorney General has appointed the law firms Cleary Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton, and Vladeck, Raskin and Clark to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law, Section 63.8, into allegations of sexual harassment brought against Governor Andrew Cuomo, as well as the surrounding circumstances. You're here today pursuant to a subpoena issued in connection with this investigation. I'll note at the outset that today's proceeding is being video recorded. You are under oath. That means you must testify fully and truthfully, just as if you were in a court of law sitting before a judge and a jury. Your testimony is subject to a penalty of perjury. If you would like to make any brief sworn statement, we ask that you do so at the conclusion of our examination. Although this is a civil investigation, this office, the New York Attorney General's office, also has criminal enforcement powers. You have the right to refuse to answer a question if answering the question would incriminate you. But any failure to answer can be used against you in a court of law in a civil, non-criminal proceeding. Asserting your Fifth Amendment privilege does have evidentiary significance. If you choose to assert your Fifth Amendment privilege, that fact could be presented to a judge or jury in a civil proceeding who would be free to draw a conclusion from your assertion of that privilege. You're appearing today with your attorneys present. You may consult with your attorneys if you have any questions about the attorney-client privilege. As you can see, we have a court reporter present with us in the virtual room, and he needs to take down my questions and your answers to create a transcript. So that the reporter can create a clean record, please provide a verbal response to each question. Please do not shake or nod your head or give responses like, mm-hmm. Do you understand?
I do.
If you do not know the answer to a question, please say you don't know. Please allow me to finish my question before you begin and answer, so we do not talk over each other, and I'll try to do the same. This is important to allow the court reporter to create the transcript, especially since he's not in the same room as us.
Understood.
You will not be permitted to review a transcript of this testimony. If at any time today you want to clarify an answer you have given, please let me know. If you do not understand a question, please let me know and I will try to ask the question in a different way. I will be asking about names and dates and other specific information. Even if you don't remember a specific name or date, I would ask that you give me your best approximate answer while indicating that your answer may not be exact. If you need a break at any point, just let me know. But if there's a question pending, please answer that question first, and then we can take a break. Please confirm that you're not using any technology to create a recording of the proceeding, including the use of screen capturing tools, and I'd ask your counsel to confirm the same.
Confirmed.
Counsel?
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Please confirm that you're not allowing anyone else to listen in, including through any devices.
Confirmed.
And counsel?
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Please confirm, thank you. Please confirm that you are not.
No, just for one moment, just to clarify, other than my colleague who's participating by Zoom.
Correct. And please confirm that you are not and will not communicate in real time or during breaks with anyone else about the substance of your testimony.
Confirmed.
Counsel?
Confirmed.
Executive Law, Section 63(8), the provision under which this investigation is being conducted, prohibits you and your counsel from revealing anything about what we ask or what you say during your testimony to anyone. If anyone asks you to disclose any such information, please let us know, including any reason they provide for seeking such information, and we will discuss with you whether any such disclosures will be permitted. Please note that you are protected from retaliation for participating in today's interview and testimony. We ask that you let us know if you are concerned about any potential retaliation from anyone, including the executive chamber. Are you taking any medication or drugs that might make it difficult for you to understand my questions?
No.
Have you had any alcohol today?
No.
Is there any reason why you would not be able to answer my questions fully and truthfully?
No.
Please state your name, date of birth, and current home and business address for the record.
Joshua James Vlasto. My home address is my work address is, and if you can believe it, I don't know the zip code off the top of my head because I have rarely been there, so I apologize. But
Have you ever given testimony before, Mr. Vlasto?
no.
Did you do anything to prepare for this examination?
Yes, I worked with my attorneys.
How many times did you work with your attorneys?
Handful, 6, 7 times.
And which attorneys did you meet with?
And Seth Agata and Katya.
For how long did you meet?
We had a series of sessions, sometimes an hour, sometimes 2 or 3, but probably totaling about 6 or 7 total prep sessions, I call
Did you speak with anyone else in preparation for your testimony?
I interrupt a second, sorry, Mr. Vlasto, if you can just pause a minute while she's here, because you're answering right on top of her, so you kind of just let her finish her total question before you answer, okay? Just give her.
I'll do my best.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it, because you're right on top of her, and sometimes you're right over. But all right, go ahead, go. Sorry.
A little quicker than she is, yeah. I gotcha. Okay, I'll understood.
Mr. Vlasto, please open your binder to tab 1, and we'll mark this as an exhibit.
Okay.
Is tab 1 the document subpoena you received from our office?
It appears to be.
Did you read the subpoena? What did you do to collect documents in response to the subpoena?
I worked with my attorneys and provided anything that they felt appropriate.
All right, are you hearing the feedback? Are you hearing the feedback?
Yeah.
I'm not hearing. I was, but I'm not listening. I'm only answering.
No. Everybody on the Zoom call, everybody hearing
Yeah, I'm
feedback?
starting to hear an echo. Yeah.
Because we're sitting very close together is the problem.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So each of us have to mute and unmute every time we answer a question.
Well, all right, I hate to really interrupt, but I mean, everybody's hearing it, and when the feedback, it's not audible.
We'll try again.
All right.
Mr. Vlasto, please turn to tab 2 in your binder and we'll mark this as an exhibit. Is tab 2 the testimony subpoena you received from our office?
It appears to be.
Did you read the subpoena?
Yes.
Do you understand that your testimony today is being taken pursuant to this subpoena?
Yes.
Mr. Vlasto, please take us through your educational background, starting with college.
I went to Cornell University, the School of Industrial and Labor Relations. I graduated in 2004.
And please walk us through your employment history following college before joining the executive chamber.
I started shortly after graduating with Senator Schumer's office in Washington, D.C. For 3 years. I was a policy aide and then in the press office. For the remaining 3.5 years out of the 6, I was the press secretary in New York City. Oh, and then in April 2010, I left the senator's office and joined Cuomo 2010, the governor's campaign, the attorney general's campaign for governor, where I was the press secretary. Then after he won, I was the press secretary on the transition, and then joined the administration.
How did you come to be press secretary for Governor Cuomo's campaign?
You're on mute. We can't hear you. You're on mute.
So it was a natural job to take. I've been with Chuck for 6 years, and I wanted to start thinking about something else. I was friendly with a couple of people in the then Attorney General's office who suggested that I come on board the campaign.
Who were you friendly with from the then Attorney General's office who suggested that you come onto the campaign?
Primarily, sorry, I'm doing my best here with the mutes. Primarily, and Joe Prococo.
Was there an application process for joining the Cuomo campaign?
No.
Did you interview with anyone?
Yes.
Who did you interview with?
I interviewed, I suppose formally, if you want to call it an interview, with and then the Attorney General.
Before that interview, had you met Mr. Cuomo before?
I met him once. He had done a press conference with Senator Schumer. So I was working for Senator Schumer, and I briefly met him then.
Describe that first interaction.
It was a press conference on the street. I think it was about student loans. It was after the Puerto Rican Day Parade. And I don't even remember if I spoke to the Attorney General at all during that interaction.
And when you interviewed for the campaign, how long did you meet with Mr. Cuomo for?
I'd say about a half hour. I should clarify one point that my family has a long history and relationship with the Cuomo family. My was close friends with the former governor, Cuomo. I don't recall prior to that press conference ever meeting Andrew Cuomo in any significance. We may have been in the same room or the same event, but we didn't have a relationship at all. But I should note that there is a family connection there that dates back to the 70s.
So what did you discuss at that interview with Mr. Cuomo when you're interviewing to join the campaign?
I don't remember much about it. It was mostly about my work in Senator Schumer's office and what he was thinking for his campaign, for what the Attorney General was thinking for his campaign going forward.
What did you do as press secretary for the campaign?
I was the primary spokesperson, fielded media inquiries, attended press events, and traveled, to press events that we did across the state.
How did you come to join the administration after Mr. Cuomo was elected governor?
So he was elected in November. I was offered the job of press secretary for the transition, which was a formal role. And then at the conclusion of the transition, they offered me the deputy communications director job.
Who offered you the deputy communications director job?
The governor. I mean, the attorney general at the time, governor-elect, I suppose.
What were your responsibilities as deputy communications director in the administration?
It was similar to the campaign. I was primary spokesperson for the governor and the administration, fielding media inquiries, attending press events, traveling, writing press releases, and so on.
Who did you report to as Deputy Communications Director?
Rich Bamberger.
Did you report to Mr. Bamberger the whole time you were Deputy Communications Director?
The whole time I was Deputy Communications Director? Yes. Yeah.
Did anyone report to you when you were Deputy Communications Director?
Yeah, we had a series of staff in the press office.
And who were they?
Oh boy, I mean, there was about 6, 7 aides, who were sort of deputy press secretaries, deputy communications directors. I don't remember all the names. I mean, I can give you examples, but it evolved over the 2.5 years as well.
Whose names do you remember?
So for a period of time when he was there, those are sort of the Rich as a party when we overlapped.
And as a party reported to you when you were Deputy Communications Director?
That's it. Well, wait a minute. There wasn't an org chart, so functionally he reported up to me. I mean, if you look back at whatever his title was, maybe he reported to Rich. But it was, Rich and I ran the office essentially together. So I don't want to be too technical in terms of the reporting structure. It's not how the office operated, but I was more senior to him. Yeah.
And just to clarify, when you said maybe he reported to Rich, you were saying maybe as a party reported to Bamberger.
That's correct. That's correct.
And then later when you referred to Rich, you were talking about Bamberger.
That's correct.
Geographically, where were you based when you were Deputy Communications Director?
I lived in.
And where was your office?
I had an office in Albany in the capital, and I had an office on 41st Street and 3rd Avenue. So I had an office in both New York City and Albany.
And in New York City, that was 633 3rd Avenue?
That's correct.
And what floor were you on?
39th floor.
Where on the 39th floor did you sit?
I had a smallish office on the east side, sort of southeast corner. So there was a big office on the southeast corner, and I had the little office next to it.
Where was your office in relation to the governor's office?
I was down the hall. So he was call it northeast corner. I was in the southeast corner, but we were connected by a hallway.
How often did you interact with the governor when you were Deputy Communications Director?
Every day.
What types of interactions did you have with the governor?
It ran from discussing media requests to planning whatever events we were doing that day, as well as traveling.
How long did you serve as Deputy Communications Director?
Almost 2 years. So until the end of 2012, thereabouts.
After the end of 2012, did you continue to serve in the administration?
I did.
In what capacity?
I became Chief of Staff.
How did you become Chief of Staff from Deputy Communications Director?
Larry Schwartz, who was Secretary, promoted me to that role.
What relationship did you have with Mr. Schwartz before that?
He was my boss. He was the secretary. I worked for him.
Did you formally report to Larry Schwartz?
When I was Deputy Communications Director, I suppose I didn't. I reported to Rich. And then when I became Chief of Staff, I reported to Larry.
Who held the position of Chief of Staff before you did? And where did he go?
He became the Superintendent of the Department of Financial Services.
What were your responsibilities as Chief of Staff?
There was no quite defined responsibilities, but essentially my job was to make sure the day ran smoothly, make sure that the events were the way that people wanted, that the policy and the press came out the way that they wanted. I still primarily did a lot of media relations for any number of different reasons, but that was primarily the role, was just involved in making sure the day ran the way it was supposed to.
Did Mr. Schwartz have a discussion with you about becoming the Chief of Staff before you were promoted?
Yes.
What did he say to you during that discussion?
We had a series of discussions. The context around it was that Rich Bamberger had left the administration. I would have been the natural person to become communications director, but I had gone to Larry proactively and said, I didn't want to be communications director. I wanted to move out of the press office and take on a more operational role. So that the conversations we had over the end of 2012, I suppose, mostly centered around that discussion.
What was the reason you did not want to be communications director?
I wanted a more management operational role, not just talking to reporters.
Who reported to you when you were chief of staff?
That's sort of a tricky question. There was no org chart that I ever saw. So essentially I was, managed whatever was going on in that particular day. So I couldn't say who reported to me or didn't. I wouldn't know how to define it. But as a senior person, in terms of making sure that whoever was working with the governor on a particular day was being managed effectively. That's the best way I would describe it.
You said a couple of times that there was no org chart. Can you elaborate on that?
I guess I should be probably more specific. There was no org chart that I recall or ever saw or ever drafted. So maybe there was one somewhere, but there wasn't one that I ever saw or abided by.
Was that different from other work experiences that you've had?
No.
When you were chief of staff, how often did you interact with the governor?
Every day.
And what were your interactions with the governor?
In meetings, just listening and hearing and giving advice on what was going on and then reacting to whatever he wanted done out of that particular discussion. Primarily centering around events. What was the event that day? What was the event that we were doing the next day? And by that I mean public events.
Where were your office? Where was your office when you were chief of staff?
I had the same office in 633, so I didn't move. In Albany, I moved out of the press office and sort of down the hall. So I was still on the second floor, but in sort of another office.
Were you on the secured or unsecured side in Albany when you were chief of staff?
The secured side.
How about when you were deputy communications director?
Same, security.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, but Mr. Vlasto, can you just wait for her to finish the question? I know you can know the answer, but just wait for her to finish because you're on top of her, and I'm getting all chopped up.
I shall do my best.
Did you hold any other positions in the executive chamber other than deputy communications director and chief of staff?
No.
When did you leave the chamber?
I formally left the chamber at the end of January 2013.
I'm
sorry, January 2014. 2014.
Did you informally leave the chamber before the end of January 2014?
Yes. Well, I informed them that I was leaving the chamber in December 2013. That's probably a better way to phrase it.
Who did you inform that you were leaving the chamber?
Larry Schwartz.
What did you say to Mr. Schwartz?
At the time, I didn't say anything to Larry Schwartz. I put my identification and BlackBerry on his desk and with a short resignation letter and left.
And that was in December 2013?
That was in December 2013, yes.
What were the circumstances that led to this?
I had become frustrated with the way that the operation in the chamber had been running. I had warned Larry probably in November that if the dynamic didn't change, I wouldn't be able to continue in my role as chief of staff. The dynamic didn't change, and so I left my post as chief of staff.
What frustrations did you have about the chamber?
I had become frustrated that I wasn't being able to do my job effectively, that I was being blamed for things that weren't wrong. I was working on matters that I shouldn't have been working on in terms of my portfolio, and to be specific, sort of traveling to events constantly. And I just wasn't being put in a position to function properly, and I became very frustrated.
What did you see as the reasons for your inability to do your job effectively?
I think it was primarily, I felt that Joe Percoco, had been undermining me with the governor. I had felt that while I was in a senior role in terms of decision making for what events we were doing, what the schedule was, I was things were being foisted on me. And it's not the role that I had agreed to with them. And I didn't want to see it slip back to the old role. And I was tired of being undermined.
And what did you mean? Just now you said you did not want to see a slip back to the old role. What did you mean by that?
I mean, it sounds parochial, but it was really that I just was tired of being on the road. I was traveling with him everywhere. I was, every single event I was going to, and that prevented me from being a manager effectively. And so despite my efforts to sort of set up an actual structure where I could come off the road, I was being put in a position where I had to be on the road constantly, and it just wasn't effective. It was making me not be able to execute against what I needed to do on that particular day.
And you mentioned that you were also frustrated because you're being blamed for things. Who was blaming you for things?
It was Joe and the governor primarily. Whether it was sincere or not, I couldn't tell you, but it was frustrating. And I had been there for a long time. I'd been there for 3 years, and I was sort of just frustrated about it.
What kinds of things were you being blamed for?
A specific example was, on the day before an event was, just take 2 days back, on a Thursday, the governor decided he very much wanted to travel to Dunkirk for an event and then fly to the North Country for an event related to economic development. And these events require a lot of work, a lot of preparation. You have to build a crowd. You have to think about, putting together these political events can be time consuming. And I remember just saying to him and Joe, the governor and Joe, that, I didn't think it was a good idea to do this on such short notice. We didn't need to do it that weekend. And that also there was a big storm coming in Western New York, and that we probably wouldn't be able to make it out there anyway. And that this, and I remember that the gov then said to me, well, I know you don't like to work on weekends, which was preposterous. I had worked every weekend for 10 years. So I just remember specifically being very offended by that and realizing that the disconnect between where I was being sort of pushed to in my role and where I wanted to be was growing. So I just got very frustrated by that.
In describing your frustrations earlier, you also referred to the dynamics in the chamber. What dynamics were you referring to?
Primarily that. Another instance was there was the Sunday after Thanksgiving in 2013, so 3 weeks sort of prior to the interaction I just described. The Gov and Joe and Melissa decided they wanted to go down to the Democratic Governors Association meeting in Washington on short notice. And I said, look, that's fine by me. I don't care, but I'm not going. It's Sunday after Thanksgiving, And, oh, no, you don't have to go and so on. And then lo and behold, even though it was their idea to go, they decided they did not want to go. And I got stuck flying down. I don't remember how I got down there, but I remember being frustrated and realizing that, again, this was sort of, I was outside of the decision-making tree in terms of my own role. And I got frustrated by it.
Who did you think was part of the decision-making tree?
I think it was certainly Joe, the governor, and Melissa, who I had good relationships with. I mean, this was not a period of time where there was acrimony or anything. It was just sort of general frustration. But I realized that this was not going in the direction that I wanted it to be going, and that's why I sort of expressed that frustration to Larry.
What was Joe Percoco's role at the time?
His title was Executive Deputy Secretary or something to that effect.
Does that mean he reported to Larry Schwartz?
Yes.
And what was Melissa DeRosa's role at the time?
She was Communications Director.
How did Larry Schwartz react to your resignation letter?
I don't remember how Larry specifically reacted. No.
What did you say in your resignation letter?
I said it's been I don't remember the exact words. It was a sentence or two.
Did you tell the governor about your plans to resign? Did you ever discuss with the governor your plan to resign?
He probably called me a day or two later and tried to convince me to come back and work through it.
What did you say?
I said I didn't want to come back and go through it, that I had realized that this was the end of the road for this, and that I felt bad. I had made a commitment to him that I would continue in the role, but it was a non-functional situation.
What commitment had you made to the governor that you would continue in the role?
That I would stay through the first term.
When did you tell him that?
When he offered me chief of staff.
When who offered?
When
you
the governor offered to me chief of staff. I should say he told me with chief of staff. He said, "Look, I want to do this for you," and he said, "But you got to stay through the first term." This is now going back a little bit, and at that time, I said I would.
So let's go back. What discussions did you have with the governor about becoming chief of staff?
That was probably the only one in person. There might have been a text or a pin back and forth at the time, but I don't recall anything specific.
What did you tell him during those discussions?
Essentially what I've just said, which was that I didn't want to stay in the press office, that I felt that I had earned this role and this title, and that he said he wanted to do it for me. There was complexity. They needed to talk it through, whatever, normal sort of senior people do to avoid making a decision in the room. And then, he said, "Look, if you do it, you gotta stay through the first term." And I agree.
What were the reasons you thought you had earned the role of chief of staff?
Just being good the two previous years as deputy communications director, and had become a leader in the staff, and really wanted to take on more management, not just sort of be in the press now.
What was the tenor of your discussion with the governor when he tried to convince you to stay on as chief of staff and you told him no?
It was, I would probably describe it as tight. It was an unremarkable conversation, but it wasn't a cordial one either. It was just direct.
Did he raise his voice at any time during that discussion?
Not that I can recall. No.
What's the reason you say was not cordial?
He and I had a cordial relationship over the 3 years and talked frequently. But in that conversation, it just was brief and tight.
What's the reason for the delay between your submitting your resignation letter in December 2013 and formally leaving the chamber in January 2014?
So I agreed, given that the nature of the budget cycle, that they didn't, that it wouldn't be good for the administration, wouldn't be right for me to have a high-profile departure prior to the budget. So I said I would stay in my role until the end of January. So that allowed the state of the state to happen and then the budget to be released.
Did you continue working as chief of staff during that time?
I would describe it as limited, highly limited. I didn't attend any more of the meetings. I went to the budget address. I went to the state of the state, but I was not in what I would describe an active role, as best I can recall. It was a while ago.
Had you previously tried to leave the executive chamber before you submitted your resignation in December 2013?
No.
Had you previously looked into leaving the executive chamber before that time?
I had interviewed with people who had reached out to me, but I had never seriously considered leaving.
Did you ever tell anyone in the executive chamber that you had been interviewing?
I don't recall if I had. I also only remember one specific sort of interview that went beyond sort of just a conversation in terms of going. But no, I don't recall if I did or not.
Before December 2013, had anyone in the executive chamber tried to convince you to stay in the executive chamber?
I don't think so. I don't see what the circumstances would have been. I don't recall. Let's put it that way.
What was your next job after you left the executive chamber?
I spent 2 months as a consultant to the Cuomo campaign, what was be then Cuomo 2014. So they paid me a salary, and I went to the office to help sort of set up the campaign, but it also provided a transition for me and for them to what's the HR term of art? The term of art, like the opposite of onboard.
Offboarding.
Offboarding. So, big deal.
What did you do as a consultant to the campaign?
I met with a couple of digital consultants that they were thinking about hiring and sort of help vet them out. I remember there were a couple of media requests that had come in that I probably helped triage, but I was not very active.
And this was in February and March 2014?
That's correct.
How did you get that position as consultant on the campaign?
It was a discussion I probably had with Joe, to make sense that this would be the natural, to use the term we've now agreed actually exists, off board would be then a next step.
And did you agree when you first spoke with Joe Percoco that you would serve as a consultant for 2 months?
Yeah, I think we probably said around that amount of time. I was thinking until I found a job, I needed to find what actually would be my next job. But it was around that period of time is what we had envisioned when we discussed it.
Are you aware of anyone else who had similar arrangements when they transitioned from the executive chamber before they found their next job?
None specifically. I would say it's not uncommon, right, for someone to leave the government staff, and I'm making a generalization, to then go to a political staff for a period of time. So it may have happened, it may not have, but I don't remember anyone specific.
And when you say that's not uncommon in government, what are you saying it based on? Is it based on your experience with working with Governor Cuomo?
No, just an experience in politics.
Is that based on your experience working with Senator Schumer?
No, I would just say more generally, just being in and around politics.
And so what is it based on?
As I said, I've worked in politics and in and around politics my entire career. So I've seen a variety of different activities in politics that extend far beyond Senator Schumer and the governor's office. So seeing people move from a government role, regardless of its federal, state, or local, into a campaign role is not uncommon.
And whose idea was it for you to transition into a campaign role?
I don't remember who if it was me or Joe or whomever who first came up with it.
What did you do after you left the consultant position?
I went to work at JP Morgan.
How did you come to work at JP Morgan?
Had been the general counsel there, and a friend of mine recommended me for a role, which I got.
How did you know?
I met him through who had been in and around the administration in a variety of roles, and had been a friend of mine. And she had introduced me to he also was a nominee for something. I can't remember what it was. And I met him up in Albany, and we had a friendship.
What was your role at JP Morgan?
Don't take that down. I was a director. I don't remember the exact title, but I worked in the marketing and communications department.
And what were your responsibilities?
I had very little responsibilities. I was, managing. I worked as part of a marketing team that had done some public branding work for JP Morgan. They had asked me to help develop a program to promote savings. So sort of odd, different pieces.
How long did you do that for?
Only 3 or 4 months.
What's the reason you left JP Morgan after 3 or 4 months?
I was offered a job at McAndrews and Forbes.
When you were at JP Morgan, did you continue to do any work, paid or unpaid, for the governor?
Yes.
What work did you do for the governor when you were at JP Morgan?
So to define the term work, I was paid a nominal amount, about $500, as to help edit the first book that he wrote.
Did you do any other work for the governor? What about for the executive chamber? New York State?
Well, you're just talking about the period of time at JP Morgan, right? Yeah, no.
Can I ask a follow-up question? The $500 for the work on the book, how did you come up with that figure?
I honestly don't recall. I remember getting a call from somebody who was either at the book or a lawyer for the Gov or someone who was involved in it, saying that in order to comply with ethics guidance, I couldn't provide that work for free. And so they said they had to send me money, a compensation for it. And I got $500.
And did you have any discussions about the figure $500 with anyone? And how much work did you do on that book?
I read through the book, draft, probably 3 times. I attended 1 or 2 sort of editing and sort of media strategy sessions. That was probably it.
About how many hours do you think you spent on that first book?
I couldn't tell you. It was not a substantial amount. I don't recall specific questions. I couldn't tell you, but it was not a substantial amount of time.
Approximately how many hours?
10 tops, maybe 12. You know, I wouldn't say that I read the book tremendously carefully. You know, but you know, I'd probably say about 10 to 12 hours.
Did you do any work on the second book, the recent book?
No formal work, no.
How about informal?
I reviewed a draft of the book on one occasion.
Who asked you to do that?
I got a call from.
So just to ask, is this, I mean, this interview is about, this testimony is about the sexual harassment claims and surrounding circumstances. Just, this seems going afield from that scope.
Well, you can note your objection, and then there's a reason why we're asking it, and it is related to the surrounding circumstances.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question?
Who asked you to do that?
Stephanie Benton called me and said that, asked me if I could come up to Albany and review a draft of the book.
And when was that?
The end of July this year.
And
End of July, I'm sorry, last year.
and did you do that? Why did you travel to Albany for that?
They had asked if I would, and I did.
Did you get paid for that? Was there any discussion about getting paid for that?
No, I probably mentioned that I had been paid the previous time, and would that be necessary this time? But I don't recall the answer, and I didn't press it. You know.
I'm just going to ask you, I don't see the connection here. So we have a subpoena for testimony on one topic, and I'm happy to have a sidebar, but I don't.
We can have a sidebar, but we're not going to explain to you the reasons why we're asking. You can lodge an objection. It's fine. And it's noted. You can instruct them not to answer, and then we can litigate that if you want, but if you think it's privileged, then there's no basis for that.
I would be instructing him not to answer on the basis that it's outside the scope of the subpoena that we received.
I'm not sure there's a basis. That's the proper basis.
Okay, well, can we take a break?
Not while the question's pending.
Okay, then I'd like a break after the question.
Okay.
Can you just repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Who did you have that conversation with?
Honestly, I don't recall. It wasn't something of a big focus of mine.
We can have a sidebar now.
You want to go off? You want to go off?
Off the record?
Well, you want to go off? That's what I'm asking. We're not going off the record. The time is 9:54.
Recording stopped.
We're back. Okay, let's put it back on the record. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Now going back on, the time is 9:57.
Mr. Vlasto, who paid you the $500 for your work on Versa?
And Mr. Vlasto, I'm going to lodge an objection here that this is outside the scope of the testimony as was described in the subpoena, and I'm going to instruct you not to answer.
Okay. And then you mentioned that in connection with the second book, you went to Albany, correct?
And I'm going to lodge the same objection and instruct you not to answer.
Mr. Vlasto, who offered you the job at McAndrew and Forbes?
Steve Comm.
When did Mr. Cohen contact you about working at McAndrew and Forbes?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was the summer of 2014. June or July-ish.
And do you know how Mr. Cohen came to offer you a position at McAndrews and Forbes?
I don't know how he came about to doing it.
Do you know the reasons he offered you a job when you had just started a previous job about 4 months before that?
What he had told me was that they were creating a position at McAndrews to manage the communications at the McAndrews level and at the portfolio company level, and that the person who had been doing that job was not corporate focused, didn't have the experience, and that I would be good for that role.
And did you have this discussion with Mr. Cohen?
At that same period of time, probably July 2014. I don't remember the exact date.
What position did Mr. Cohen offer you at McAndrews and Forbes?
I don't even, it was the vice president at McAndrews and Forbes.
When did you decide to accept the position?
That August, middle of August.
What were the reasons you decided to accept the position?
Can I pause for 1 second?
I have a non-disclosure with McAndrews.
Oh, you got your,
You're on. Oh, you want me on the record? No. Oh.
Right.
Oh, is that okay? I don't need to.
We'll take a break.
Can we take a pause?
We're not going off the record. The time is 10 o'clock.
So I have.
Recording stopped.
And Bill, let us know about the feedback. We
Recording
moved
in
to a bigger
progress.
Okay. We're not going back on. The time is 10:15.
Can you hear me okay?
sounds good so far.
Bill, can you read back the last question?
Yours or Mr. Kim's?
Mine.
What was the reason why you decided to accept that position?
It was a better job. I was liked the idea of the role and seemed like a cool place to work. So
How did you submit your resignation to JP Morgan?
I called my boss at the time, asked to go see her, and told her that I was accepting a new role.
Did you speak with him before you left JP Morgan?
No, I probably told him after. He had left the company by then.
When did he leave JP Morgan?
I don't remember exactly, but I know that he had left after I got there, but before I had left.
We're still getting feedback, but we can just work through it.
Yeah, and I'll do better about muting myself.
I know that's tough for you to do because you just answer my question, but so
It also help if I do it. It also forces me to pause, which also seems to help. So
okay, then do that.
anything for you, Bill. Anything for you.
Mr. Vlasto, while you were at McAndrews and Forbes, did you do any work paid or unpaid for the governor?
It depends how you define work. We'll have to be more specific.
What interactions did you have with the governor when you worked at McAndrews and Forbes?
The governor, limited. I didn't see him that much.
Did you have any interactions with with any members of the executive chamber?
Yeah.
Who?
Primarily Melissa DeRosa. Sometimes see them around. But those were mostly phone calls. I didn't spend much time at the office or go to Albany.
And going back to my question about whether...
And I should say the press office too. I occasionally get a call from whomever was in the press office during that period of time.
And going back to my question about whether you did any work for the governor when you were at McAndrews and Forbes, is there a reason you asked me, is there a reason you said it depends on how you define work?
Yeah, because I was never hired by them. I didn't have contracts or paid with them. I was a full-time employee of McAndrews and Forbes. I was an appointee by the governor to the Cornell University Board of Trustees. So I don't know if that counts as work, right? I was not an employee at that time. I didn't get paid to be a member of the board. But for about 2.5 years, I was his appointment to the Board of Trustees.
And apart from your appointment to the Cornell Board of Trustees, were there any reasons why you paused on my question? Did you do any work for the executive chamber when you were at McAndrews and Forbes?
No.
Did you do any work for New York State when you were at McAndrews and Forbes?
No.
What's the reason you left McAndrews and Forbes?
I can't discuss it. It's undercovered by my NDA.
When did you leave McAndrews and Forbes?
July 2020.
And where did you go after you left McAndrews and Forbes?
Kivit Inc.
How did you come to work at Kivit Inc.?
I had been friends with Rich Bamberger and Maggie Moran for many years. Maggie and I had previously talked about that my next move career-wise after McAndrews would be to go to Kivit. And so I reached out to her over the summer and reached an agreement.
When did you reach out to Maggie Moran?
June or July-ish, I don't remember exactly, of 2020.
When did you formally leave McAndrews and Forbes?
July 31st was the date. I don't want to be that precise. It was the end of July. I don't remember the exact date, but it was the end of July.
Before the end of July 2020, had you stopped working at McAndrews and Forbes?
Had I stopped working at McAndrews? No.
When was the decision made for you to leave McAndrews and Forbes?
I can't get into the decision-making process, but it was the end of July was my last day there.
And I'm not asking you about the decision-making process. I'm asking when was the decision made for you to leave McAndrews and Forbes?
Probably the end of July. That week, it all was quite quick. So, call it the last 2-3 weeks of July.
Who was involved in the decision for you to leave McAndrews and Forbes?
Me and the general counsel at the time of McAndrews and Forbes.
And who was that? When did you speak with Maggie Moran about going to Kivit?
Prior to leaving McAndrews, but again, I don't remember the exact time around those conversations.
How did you know Maggie Moran?
She'd been a friend through politics.
When did you first meet Miss Moran?
Probably 2011 would probably be the first time I met her.
And under what circumstances did you meet her?
She had been working for the Committee to Save New York. I don't remember what you would call her role was, but I probably met her then. But I had been familiar with her work, mostly through Rich and what they were doing at Kivit. I'd see her around, and we were just always, cordial friends.
And when had you spoken with Maggie Moran in the past about your next career move being to join Kivit?
We had probably gone for a drink in 2017, 2018-ish, where she said, and tried to encourage me to come, but, I wasn't ready to leave McAndrews then.
What did you tell Miss Moran in June or July 2020 about leaving McAndrews and Forbes?
Again, I don't want to discuss anything related to what was going on at McAndrews and Forbes, other than what I told Maggie was I was ready to make a move and I wanted to join the firm.
And I'm asking you to tell me what you told Maggie. So what did you tell Maggie about leaving McAndrews and Forbes?
That I was ready to leave and I wanted to, Kivit seemed like the right place to go.
And you didn't tell Miss Moran anything else about McAndrews and Forbes?
No.
Did you tell her, did you mention the NDA with McAndrews and Forbes to her?
No. I mean, I probably would have said to her at some point, look, I can't talk about what's going on, or I don't want to get into what's going on, something like that.
Did you speak with anyone else at Kivit before joining?
Rich Bamberger.
Anyone else?
Anyone at Kivit? Yeah, managing partner. I had a conversation, an interview with him, such as it is.
And why do you seem such hesitant?
It was a remote conversation on the phone. It wasn't, an interview. It was just sort of a get to know you.
What position did you have when you joined Kivett?
Managing director.
And when did you join Kivett?
Formally, right after Labor Day.
Did you join informally at another time?
I had signed my contract early in August, and it primarily took effect. I received some payment up front, and then, but my employment didn't take full effect until the Tuesday after Labor Day, if I remember correctly, or thereabouts.
What are your responsibilities at Kivett?
I'm managing director, in the New York office. I service our clients, across a wide range of areas.
How do you service your clients?
Provide communications advice and strategy, political advice and strategy, financial communications, a lot of corporate work, in a range of activities.
Since you joined Kivett, have you done any work for the governor?
No.
Since you joined Kivett, have you done any work for the governor's campaign?
No.
Have you done any work for the executive chamber?
No.
New York State?
No.
Have you done any volunteer work for the governor?
Let me just clarify one second. I believe Kivett does some work for New York State. I do not work on those accounts. So I don't want to seem evasive, but me personally, I do not.
Okay, my next question. Has Kivett done any work for the governor since you joined Kivett?
Since I joined Kivett, none that I'm aware of, no.
And what about before you joined Kivett? Are you aware of any work that Kivett has done for the governor?
I'm aware that Maggie served the role of campaign manager in 2018. What function and sort of structure that took, I don't know.
Are you aware of any work that Kivett has done for the executive chamber?
No.
And what do you know about the work that Kivett does for New York State?
I want to pause there for 1 second. I don't know if I'm authorized to discuss specific clients. They're not my clients. Again, I think you got to call Kivett. It's not for me to discuss.
With respect to particular client names and Kivett Council and Kivett clients, I think that's Kivett Council's decision. We haven't been authorized to share information about Kivett clients because there are confidentiality agreements in place.
And Mr. Vlasto, are you bound by those confidentiality agreements?
I believe so. I was not prepared, to discuss Kivett business. So, I don't want to overstep any agreements that I'm not aware of. I'm not an attorney, and, I have to rely on them to give me guidance on what I can and can't discuss.
Do you know if Maggie Moran is involved in the work that Kivett does for New York State?
I don't know. I can't discuss what she does and doesn't do.
And when you say you can't discuss what she does and doesn't do, are you saying you're not authorized to, or you do not know?
Both, frankly. I don't know if I don't think I'm authorized to, and I don't know what Maggie does day to day, so I don't feel comfortable discussing it in either form or function.
And just to clarify, you don't know whether Maggie Moran is involved in the work that Kivett does for New York State?
What do you think, Dan? This is.
Well, so the question as I hear it is, do you know whether or not Maggie does work, participates in, or is part of the work that Kivett does for New York State?
So I'll answer that. I don't know what Maggie does and does not participate in.
And just to be specific, do you know whether Maggie Moran is involved in the work that Kivett does for New York State? Yes or no?
I don't.
All right, so let's move on to your time at the executive chamber. Did you receive any training on sexual harassment when you worked in the executive chamber?
I don't recall, honest. If there was, I'm sure I did it, but I don't recall if at that period of time we had to do it or not.
And you don't recall whether when you served as deputy communications director in the executive chamber, you received training on sexual harassment?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall if when you served as chief of staff in the executive chamber, you received training on sexual harassment?
I don't recall. It doesn't mean I didn't do it. It doesn't mean it wasn't required. I'm sure I complied with whatever the requirements were, but I don't recall if I did or didn't at that time.
Mr. Vlasto, what is your understanding of the definition of sexual harassment?
I'm not aware. I couldn't speak to it, you know.
Are you familiar, Mr. Vlasto, with allegations against Vito Lopez of sexual harassment?
Only in that I remember them being publicly made at the time.
And at the time, you said sexual harassment at the workplace cannot be tolerated in any shape or form,
Yes.
right?
I read that clip.
And what did you mean when you referred to sexual harassment?
I don't recall the specific reason why I gave that quote. I gave a lot of quotes during that period of time. So I, couldn't tell you what I meant or didn't mean, and it certainly probably wasn't based on any legal standard.
Even if it wasn't based on any legal standard, what understanding of sexual harassment did your statement that sexual harassment at the workplace cannot be tolerated in any shape or form reflect?
Again, I couldn't speak to my state of mind when I gave that quote.
Did you ever see an employee handbook for the executive chamber, Mr. Vlasto?
I'm sure I was presented with it at some time, but I couldn't recall what it looked like or if I read it.
And please open your binder to tab 3 and we'll mark this as an exhibit. So this document is the State of New York Executive Chamber, it's the State of New York Executive Department, Equal Employment and New York State Rights and Responsibilities, the Handbook for Employees of New York State Agencies, and it's dated December 2011. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Let's turn to page 11. And I'd like you to read the last paragraph on page 11.
Hostile environment, sexual harassment consists of words, signs, jokes, pranks, intimidation, or physical violence, which are of a sexual nature or which are directed at an individual because of that individual's sex. Sexual harassment has also been defined as any unwanted verbal or physical advances, sexually explicit derogatory statements, or sexually discriminatory remarks made by someone in the workplace which are offensive or objectionable to the recipient, which cause the recipient discomfort or humiliation, or which interfere with the recipient's job performance.
Mr. Vlasto, were you made aware of this definition of sexual harassment when you worked in the executive chamber?
As I said, I'm sure I was given this handbook. I don't recall if I read it or not.
And you don't recall whether when you served as chief of staff in the executive chamber, you read the handbook?
That's correct.
When you were in the executive chamber, did you have any understanding that employees were not supposed to be retaliated against for complaining about harassment or discrimination?
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Of course. When you were in the executive chamber, did you have any understanding that employees were not supposed to be retaliated against for complaining about harassment or discrimination?
I wouldn't say that I was formally aware, but just as a human being, obviously that is a statement that I agree with. Employees should not be retaliated against for raising issues of sexual harassment.
Or any form of harassment?
Or any form of harassment.
And when you were in the executive chamber, did you have any understanding that even former employees were protected if they spoke up about experiences they had during their employment?
Again, I would not say I was formally aware with any specific definitions, but as a human being, I agree with that.
When you say you're not sure if you were formally aware, you've used that phrase twice. What do you mean by formally aware?
Yeah, I was not briefed on or recall chapter and verse the legal standards for this. So, I don't want to say that I was not aware of it if someone had handed me a handbook and I didn't read it chapter and verse. I'm sure I was compliant with all what I needed to do in terms of certifications. But in terms of the standards that you just set out, those are standards that I would agree with. Okay.
Oops, sorry, thank you. Please read the first paragraph under adverse employment action.
Retaliation consists of an adverse action or actions taken against the employee by the employer. The action need not be...
Sorry, Mr. President.
Oh, sorry.
Bill,
Yeah.
What do you need?
Well, can you give me your, because you started answering while you were questioning, so can you just give me your question? And when you
Yes.
read it, just read it slowly, please.
Okay, so we're going back to the exhibit and we're turning to page 33. And I've asked Mr. Vlasto to read the first paragraph under adverse employment action.
Retaliation consists of an adverse action or actions taken against the employee by the employer. The action need not be job-related or occur in the workplace. Unlawful retaliation can be any action, more than trivial, that have the effect of dissuading a reasonable worker from making or supporting a charge of discrimination.
Mr. Vlasto, were you made aware of this definition of retaliation when you worked in the chamber?
It's the same category. I don't recall the specific definition. So.
But would you say that, in your words, as a human being, you understand this?
Yeah.
And you understood this when you worked in the chamber?
Yeah.
And page 33 also says actionable retaliation by an employer can occur after the individual is no longer employed by that employer. Is this something that you understand?
Seems reasonable, yes.
And is this something you would have understood dating back to your time in the chamber?
Yes.
Before December 2020, were you aware of any complaints by Lindsay Boylan about the work environment in the executive chamber?
Before December 2020, yes, because she had made tweets publicly in and around her campaign for Congress.
And what do you remember about her tweets?
Frankly, basically just what you said, which is that they had raised issues about her time in the chamber and how women were treated and so on. I don't remember what they specifically said.
Did you discuss those tweets with anyone?
I'm sure in the course of day to day, we've had a conversation here or there, but nothing specific comes to mind.
Who would you have discussed Ms. Boylan's tweets from her campaign with?
Again, I couldn't say specifically. I don't recall.
Do you recall if you discussed Ms. Boylan's tweets with anyone from the executive chamber?
No, I don't remember any specific conversations. It doesn't mean it didn't happen, but.
Did you learn about complaints by Lindsay Boylan in December 2020 about the work environment in the executive chamber?
I suppose, yeah, when she started tweeting again.
How did you learn about Ms. Boylan's complaints?
I don't remember how I specifically learned, if I saw the tweets first or I got a phone call from someone telling me, but.
What do you remember about the tweets in December 2020?
You know, I haven't looked at them recently, so I don't remember exactly what they said, but it was that it was more hostile work environment, adverse to women and so on.
Well, did you have a view on the truthfulness of Ms. Boylan's complaints?
I didn't have a view on the truthfulness of the complaints, and I don't want to get tripped up on timeline because there were a lot of different tweets and a lot of different moments. I do remember some of the things that she had said in those tweets and various posts that were inconsistent with what she had been telling me over the years. But in terms of whether they were accurate or not, I wasn't there, so.
And how were Ms. Boylan's tweets inconsistent with what she had been telling you over the years?
And again, I don't want to get tripped up on a timeline. I don't remember the order of her tweets or what came first from when, but certain items stuck out at me as being inconsistent, such as not wanting to move from ESDC to the executive chamber. That was something that she had said to me she had wanted to do. So when I read that she had tweeted that that was something she did not want to do, that was inconsistent.
Right, so let's go to tab 9 in your binder and we'll mark this as an exhibit. Do you recognize this document?
It looks like tweets from Lindsay.
Is there anything in this document that is inconsistent with what you had heard from Ms. Boylan over the years?
Give me a sec to read it. The only thing I would suggest is the tone, right? And again, I was not there in the governor's office or at ESDC, so I couldn't tell you what it was actually like. But in the times that we discussed her experience in the administration, she was never critical. So to suggest, these were critical, that is something that is somewhat inconsistent. That is inconsistent.
Do you have any view of the truthfulness of any of Ms. Boylan's complaints that are reflected in this document, this exhibit?
No, I don't have a view.
Did you see these tweets at any time before today?
I'm sure I read them when she tweeted them.
Did you do anything to try to verify if they were true or not?
No.
Do you know if anyone in the executive chamber tried to verify whether these complaints were true or not?
No. Doesn't mean that they did or didn't. It just means that I don't.
What was your reaction to the complaints Ms. Boylan made as reflected in this document?
I was surprised, given that it was inconsistent with things she had told me.
And just to clarify, when you say it was inconsistent with things she told you, based on your earlier statement, that just means that the tone was more critical than what she had suggested before?
That's correct.
Did you discuss Ms. Boylan's complaints with anyone in early December?
I'm sure I did.
Who did you discuss them with?
Melissa. I mean, again, I don't remember. There were a lot of different sort of series of complaints, so I can't identify exactly who I spoke to on which ones, but I'm sure Melissa and I talked about these.
And what's the reason you're sure you and Melissa talked about?
We talk often.
What did you and Melissa discuss?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't recall specifically around these tweets.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, you're referring to Melissa DeRosa, correct?
That's correct.
Apart from Melissa DeRosa, did you speak with anyone else about Ms. Boylan's complaints in early December?
I can't recall specifically. It doesn't mean that I didn't. It's just I couldn't recall a specific conversation here or there.
Did you discuss Ms. Boylan's complaints with Rich Bamberger in early December 2020?
Again, I'm sure we talked generally about her complaints, but whether or not we discussed these, I couldn't tell you.
Did you discuss Ms. Boylan's complaints?
I shouldn't say I couldn't tell you. I don't recall.
Did you discuss Ms. Boylan's complaints with?
I don't know if I did at this particular time, but I can't recall if I did or didn't.
All right, please turn to tab 11 and we'll mark this as an exhibit. So this is a series of chats involving you.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned earlier, who are
Friends of mine.
How do you know them?
We worked together in the governor's office.
What was his role?
He worked for the state operations director. I don't remember his exact title.
What about?
The same. He was a scheduler for a period of time. I don't remember his exact title.
You sent a text saying this is just a story that's not going to end well for anyone. If she keeps it up, her issues will come out and then no one looks good. What did you mean by that?
So it was a glib comment to start. These are friends of mine. We're talking politics, on a rolling sort of text chain. In terms of her issues will come out, there had been rumors and reports about her behavior in the chamber over the years, or not in the chamber, in sort of government. But I think it was more just abstract, that if she continues to raise her profile on these issues, it will expose other issues in general.
And she refers to Lindsay Boylan.
That's correct.
And what were the rumors and reports about Ms. Boylan from her time in government?
So it's more things that I just heard along the way, whether or not she had or whether or not, that was really it.
And when you say whether or not Ms. Boylan had What do you mean by that?
There had been rumors that she had had.
And what were the rumors?
I can't put specifically on him. I, wasn't there, and I didn't put too much credence in any of it. I just didn't. These are rolling conversations.
So her issues refer to rumors about. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
And who are the people Ms. Boylan was rumored?
There was a question about,
Did you discuss Ms. Boylan's complaints with the governor in early December?
No, I don't recall specifically if I did. I don't believe so, but I don't want to say declaratively because I don't remember every conversation I had.
Did you discuss Ms. Boylan's complaints with the governor at any point?
Not that I can recall, no. He may have participated in calls that I was on with groups of people, but I don't recall ever specifically speaking to him directly one-on-one.
Please tell me about those calls in which the governor may have participated.
I don't remember specifically. These are, these are ongoing jumping on, jumping off of calls. I seem to remember, and again, I don't know if it was at this moment, if it was this series of tweets or it was a subsequent series of tweets, him jumping on to one of, or I should say him listening or participating in one of the calls. I don't remember if he said anything. I just remember someone saying the gov's in the room.
When was that call?
I don't remember the specific call.
What month was that call?
Again, I couldn't tell you what month. It was in and around these circumstances, but I don't remember the sequence of specific calls.
Do you remember if the call was in December 2020?
No, I couldn't tell you declaratively.
Do you remember if the call was in February 2021?
I couldn't say declaratively. I mean, let's take a step back for a sec. I have a job that I had just started, and these were a series of fast-moving moments that to say I paid half attention to would be generous. I'm listening in on the other end of these calls. Sometimes I'm driving. I have all over the place, and I have a career and job and a family to feed. So on the scale of priorities, this was not particularly high. And so in terms of remembering the specific sequences of calls and this person was talking about this then, it's going to be challenging, if not impossible, just given the nature of me. I'm in my room, just sometimes I'm paying attention, sometimes I'm not, sometimes I care what they're talking about, most of the time I don't.
Given your various responsibilities with the fact that you had just started a job, you have a career, a job, and a family to feed, what is the reason that you were involved in these calls?
I was a sounding board. I had been in and around the governor's office for a long time, and they would often, Melissa or the press office, would call me and ask me for advice on moments in time. What do you think of this? Did you see that story? And so I was a sounding board for stuff. And they would call me and ask me my opinion, and I would provide.
Did you consider not serving as a sounding board to the executive chamber?
I don't think I would consider it serving as a sounding board. If the phone rang, sometimes I picked it up and sometimes I didn't.
Did you consider saying to Melissa DeRosa that you did not have the time or bandwidth to help the executive chamber?
I mean, again, it's on occasion I would say, hey, I cannot get on calls today. Hey, I am too busy. You got to stop. Leave me alone. Got to give me some space, or I'm not available today. So yeah, episodically, I would say, I can't work on this today, or I can't participate in this call today. Work, probably not being an accurate term, but I can't participate in these calls.
Did you consider saying, I can't work on this period?
And ultimately, I did later in March. So I don't know if we're sticking to timeline here or not, but ultimately, when I was asked to take on a formal role, or Kivit was asked to take on a formal role as well, I declined on my behalf. I said, I'm not participating in this.
And what was the response when episodically you would say you were not available?
Nothing. It was, I wouldn't get on a call. I wouldn't answer my phone. You know.
Okay, so let's go back to a call involving the governor. Do you remember what was discussed on the call that the governor participated in or may have participated in?
No, I mean, it was, if I remember correctly, it was around, it was not during this December 6th, you know, it's hard to remember, right? Because there were so many different accusations, there was different times going on. It was at a moment when nursing homes was rather hot, and then her tweets appeared. And so I think that is the confluence moment that I remember when he was on the phone. But to say which moment of intersection that was, I don't recall, as there were several periods of time when they crossed over.
And do you remember what was discussed on that call, setting aside when the call happened?
It was whether or not we needed to put out a statement to deny, or whether or not the governor's office would put out a statement to deny the allegations that she was making.
And what's the reason? Previously, you said whether or not we needed to put out a statement. Who is we there?
Yeah, I should have been more clear. It's whether or not the governor's office needed to put out a statement.
Did you still identify with the governor's office then?
I don't know what that means. I worked at Kivit and I'm an independent citizen. So I don't identify with the governor's office.
So what's the reason you said we, whether or not we needed to put out a statement?
Because I was on a call with a group of people. So in that moment.
And who else was on the call?
I don't remember specifically. And I also can't in these calls say declaratively because I'm not in the room. So I don't know who's in the room on the other end of the phone. Often also these are calls that are patched in by various assistants and who knows who's dialing into what. So, you know, throughout the rest of this exercise, I'm not going to know who was on each different call because who knows who would have walked in and out or who could have been patched in and dialed in.
Hi. Do you recall approximately how many calls you had of this variety when you described these sort of episodic calls?
Many. You know, there were times when there were several a day, and there were times when there were none for a period of a week. Okay. So it depends on what was going on in a particular matter, or whether the news was hot. You know, when there was a lot of news or not.
Can you give me a ballpark figure as to how many calls there were?
I really can't. It's too hard to estimate because some calls were very long, some calls were short. Sometimes there would be a quick call. You know, this is not a formal process. So I'm reluctant to put a definitive figure on it other than to say that it was a regular rolling series of calls over a period of time. But sometimes there'd be none, sometimes there'd be lots, sometimes there would be ones that I just wouldn't get on. Sometimes I would get on for 10 minutes and decide I wanted to go do something else and would hang up the phone and not tell them. So, you know, I'm very hesitant to give this a more defined structure than in reality this period of time had.
Gotcha. And I believe earlier there was some discussion about the definition of sexual harassment. And I believe in your answer, you said something along the lines of, well, noting that it was a legal standard. Did you have a colloquial understanding of what sexual harassment was while you worked in the executive chamber? Yeah, I don't want to ascribe to a specific standard that I'm not fully aware of or wasn't relevant, but as a human being, I treat people with respect and in the workplace, and I expect people to do the same. So I don't want to, I'm not an attorney and I'm not a public officer anymore. So I don't want to ascribe myself to a standard that I'm not personally familiar with, but all I can tell you is that I treat people with respect in the workplace. I've never had a complaint issued towards me or in any capacity ever. So I'm very comfortable with my sort of standard of how I set these things.
So I just don't want to provide a definition that might end up being inconsistent, 7 years after I left the executive chamber.
Gotcha. And in your roles in the executive chamber, you supervised employees, correct?
Yeah.
And do you have an understanding as to whether or not managers in the executive chamber were required to report instances of sexual harassment that they observed or that they otherwise became aware of?
So again, I don't know what the standard was then, what the rules were. I know they've changed several times over the years and decades. So all I know is that if someone came to me with a formal complaint, I would have reported it, and I would have expected my team to do the same.
You say formal complaint. What is the difference between a formal complaint and an informal complaint to you?
To me personally, and again, I don't want to speak to a handbook from 10 years ago. If it was someone saying XYZ did XYZ to me, it made me feel uncomfortable, it was sexualized, then that would be something I would feel I needed to deal with.
Gotcha. That's it.
Just now, in response to Mr. Grant's questions, you refer to a regular rolling series of calls. Mm-hmm. Over what period did that series of calls take place?
I would say loosely December through early March, 2020 to 2021. I don't want to get too specific. I just don't recall it, but that's generally the period of time as I think about it.
And what was the subject of those calls?
A very broad question, I suppose. In the ones that I would participate in, it would be related to media response, right? And what does the governor's office say to this inquiry? What should he say or the administration say if there's a press conference that day? And then also providing insight on what reporters might write. That I can only speak for myself. So, that's the calls that I would participate in.
And what were the media responses or press conferences concerning? Is the allegations of sexual harassment?
It's nothing specific, right? I mean, remember, over the period of time where to use the phrase sounding board, I would give them my view on how to answer questions or respond to issues on a wide variety of topics, on economic development, on COVID, on anything. So I don't think about this stuff in terms of siloed moments in time, because at a press conference, you can be asked anything. So,
is there a reason that you were involved in this series of calls during the period from December 2020 to early March 2021? What was going on then?
I would be asked if I could join a call, and I joined. I mean, or someone called me, I answered the phone. I mean, it's not really anything beyond that, and it was up to me to decide in a moment here or there whether I joined the calls or not. But there was no subject matter or agenda to go through beforehand. So.
Was there anything happening in the period from December 2020 to early March 2021 that involved or warranted this response?
Well, based on what was in the newspaper, there was a lot of news around the governor. There was a lot of questions that were being raised about him across a wide variety of topics. And to the extent that they asked me to participate and listen and provide advice, I would do it. But there were a number of different issues that were going on then.
And what were the issues that were going on then?
There were certainly Lindsay's allegations came to the fore. There were issues regarding nursing, the numbers of nursing homes, deaths in nursing homes. There was just general sort of COVID response and what was going on. There was, workplace culture. I suppose that was triggered under Lindsay, but there was Ron Kim and those sort of strains of news narratives that were out there.
And other than Lindsay Boylan's allegations, were there any other allegations that were discussed on this series of calls?
Over time, more allegations of sexual nature, of sexual harassment nature, came to light.
And those other sexual harassment allegations were also discussed on these calls?
As they came out.
Generally speaking, who participated in this series of calls that you referenced?
So to my knowledge, again, with the caveat that I don't know who is in the room on the other end of the phone, and I don't know who's dialed in, and all I know is who's speaking or who was on a particular email. It was generally Melissa, members of the press office, Peter Ajemian, Rich Azzopardi, Steve Cohen, Linda Lacewell, Judy Mogul, later on, Jeff Pollack and Liz Smith.
What was Steve Cohen's role?
I can't speak to what his arrangement was.
What did you understand to be his role in those discussions?
I can't speak to it. I mean, Steve has been a sounding board for them. He has been an attorney. I don't know. I don't want to speak to what his role and relationship was, other than it was not abnormal for him to participate in a call.
And what about Linda Lacewell?
She's the superintendent of financial services, but in the same vein of it, over the course of 11 years, it was not abnormal for her to be on a call regarding media response.
You also mentioned Jeff Pollack and Liz Smith.
Mm-hmm.
What was Jeff Pollack's role?
I don't know if he had a formal role or arrangement or not. So it was in the same vein of someone who I assume the governor's office called frequently as a sounding board for advice, but I don't know if he had a formal arrangement or not.
Was it unusual for Jeff Pollack to be involved in these discussions?
I don't, let me put it this way. In terms of the calls, in terms of being a sounding board in my role over 11 years, Jeff was not on many of them. But that is not to say that he wasn't on regular strategy calls over the 11 years. It just wasn't ones that I was necessarily on. He could have ended up being on more than I was, for all I know. So I don't want to artificially narrow it, but over the years, I was not on a lot of strategy calls, group calls over the period of years. That when I was, and when I wasn't, I wasn't. But I don't know what Jeffrey was or not.
Did you ever speak with Jeff Pollack about the capacity in which he was serving in connection with those calls?
No.
What was Liz Smith's role?
I put it in the same category as Jeff. I know that she had worked on the campaign in 2018. And I know she had been a friend of Melissa's and a sounding board for her as well. Whether or not she had a formal arrangement, I don't know.
Did you take any actions in relation to responding to Ms. Boylan's complaints before December 13, 2020?
I define actions.
Is there a reason you need to define actions?
Yes.
What's the reason?
Because I don't know what it refers to. There's formal actions. There's, I just have to be more specific.
Did you take any informal action in relation to responding to Ms. Boylan's complaints before December 13, 2020?
Yeah, again, you got to define what an action is. Speaking to someone asking me, what do I think? Or do you know them? Taking and responding to that question an action? Or so I think you have to be a little bit more specific.
Did you speak with anyone in relation to responding to Ms. Boylan's complaints before December 13, 2020?
I'm sure people ask me about them in the course of travels, certainly around the congressional campaign. And I would answer it essentially the same way I did here, which is, I wasn't there, but this is inconsistent with what she was telling me.
Did you speak to any reporters about Ms. Boylan's complaints before December 13, 2020?
I'm sure I did. I mean, I people would ask me about her because reporters would often ask me about things that were going on just generally with regard to the governor's office, the executive chamber, even when I was out of the administration. So it is safe to say that when she was making those allegations, people would ask her.
Did you contact any reporters about Ms. Boylan's complaints before December 13, 2020?
I couldn't say if I did or not. I don't remember.
Did you ever contact the New York Post before December 13, 2020 about Ms. Boylan's complaints?
Before December 13th? I don't know. I'd have to look.
Right, let's look at tab 13 in your binder. And we'll mark this as an exhibit. So tab 13 looks like a text from you on December 12th.
Wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Hold on, sorry.
Okay.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, you tell me, what is tab 13?
Yeah, it's a text from me to Rich. I guess it says dad owner. So I guess this is Rich's text. So yeah, to Rich. I was not texting my father.
On December 12th, 2020.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm looking at.
And what did you say to Rich?
It says I'm going to call the post and confirm the Boylan stuff.
What did you mean by that?
I don't recall.
Who at the post would you have called?
I would imagine it'd be Bernadette Hogan, but I couldn't say for sure, but it likely was.
And what's the reason you say it would likely have been Bernadette Hogan?
I didn't really talk to anybody at the post beyond her during that period of time.
And this text message refers to you reaching out to the post, correct?
I'm going to call the post. Yeah.
What was the Boylan stuff?
I don't know in this particular case. I don't remember what she was writing or not at this moment.
Did anyone ask you to contact the post about Ms. Boylan's complaints?
I don't recall if they did or not.
Did Melissa DeRosa ask you to contact the post about Ms. Boylan's complaints?
So there were instances when she did, right? But in terms of this text in this moment, I don't recall if she did or not.
So tell me about the instances when Melissa DeRosa asked you to contact the post.
So there was one instance Lindsay Boylan had sent some hostile text messages to Rob Mejica and Danny Lever, threatening text messages, and they were sort of bizarre. Melissa had been pushing us to get them to reporters to write stories about them. And again, I don't remember if this was before this text or after or the day of, so I don't have any recollection of that. And I reached out to Bernadette and told her about these text messages. She said she was not interested in them, and that was the end of it.
Did you send the text messages to Ms. Hogan?
Yes.
Did you send the text messages to any other reporters?
Mike Garland at the Daily News.
And what did you say to Mike Garland at the Daily News?
Mike, if I remember the conversation correctly, I said, I don't know if these are going to be relevant for your reporting or not. Take a look at them. And he decided they were not. And I said, okay. And I remember telling Melissa at the time, I don't think these are interesting or, going to make much news at all.
So what's the reason you still sent the text to Bernadette Hogan and Mike Garland?
Probably just because she had been pushing us to do so, and I wanted to stop get it off my plate.
And when you say Melissa DeRosa had been pushing us to get the text reporters, who is us?
It would be me and Rich and generally that group that I described earlier.
Let's just be clear. You,
Mm-hmm.
Rich Bamberger?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yep. Yes.
Who else?
And the press office as a party, Peter Jemian. But again, I don't remember specifically if she asked them on these, it's murky. And then Liz and Jeff Pollack as well.
You were not part of the press office then, correct?
I was not.
Did you ever tell Melissa DeRosa that you would not send information to reporters, that Melissa DeRosa was pushing you to send reporters?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
With regard to these text messages.
But you sent the text
Ultimately,
messages.
in that case, I decided just to do it, just to move on.
Did you ever decline a request from Melissa DeRosa to provide information to reporters regarding sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
That's tricky, right? Because in calls, in discussions over the course of all of those periods of time, there were, no, I guess I would say I don't specifically remember an instance where I said, no, that's not something I'm going to do. I never probably came to the point where I was actually asked to. But I can't think of a time where I said no.
Did the governor approve of you sending information about Lindsay Boylan to reporters?
I don't know.
Did you have any concerns about whether the governor approved of you sending information about Lindsay Boylan to reporters?
Say that one more time.
Did you have any concerns about whether the governor approved of you sending information about Lindsay Boylan to reporters?
If Melissa was asking me to do it, I was not concerned.
And what's the reason that if Melissa was asking you to do it, you were not concerned about whether the governor approved?
It would be I would assume that this was something that either was he approved, he agreed with it, or it was consistent with the strategy that they had discussed. So I would not have ever assumed that what I was doing was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that assumption?
My own experience of the administration and the governor's office.
Before December 13, 2020, were you aware of any complaints by Lindsay Boylan of sexual harassment by the governor?
Say the date one more time, I'm sorry.
December 13, 2020.
And had she already made these complaints? You know, this is the timeline gets a little tricky here.
I'll show you her tweet.
Yeah, I just want to be precise.
Let's go to tab 14 in your binder, which we'll mark as an exhibit.
Okay.
Before we go there, could I ask a couple questions?
Of course.
I believe you testified just now that in relation to sending these text messages, you initially voiced opposition or decline to Melissa and then ultimately relented. What did you say to Melissa when you declined to send the text messages originally?
That they were not newsworthy or interesting, and that reporters would probably not find them, would agree with my assessment that it was not newsworthy or interesting.
And how did Melissa react to that statement?
She, and this was over a course of several sort of back and forth, it was conversations in a variety of different groups and so on, that it was just, we kept saying that that this is not interesting, that this is not relevant. And she disagreed and kept pushing to have someone try and connect them with a reporter.
Do you recall specifically anything that she said in these conversations?
No, just sort of get them out. We need these out there. These should be out there, that kind of stuff.
During these conversations, did she ever explain her position as why these text messages needed to be out there?
I think what my, is it showed a pattern of Lindsay being threatening to administration officials. And I think probably in Melissa's view, as well as likely Danny Lever, that this was how Lindsay behaved in the chamber. So in order to provide a contrast to what she was saying about how people in the administration behave, these texts provided a contrast of how actually she treated people in she being Lindsay in this case, treated people in the executive chamber.
Did you understand that Ms. DeRosa believed that if these text messages reached the press would write stories that would be unfavorable to Ms. Boylan?
I think that is what, I think that Melissa wanted those, and I can't speak for what Melissa wanted or didn't want. What she was articulating to us was, these are texts that show a pattern of behavior by Lindsay, and that in this context of the stories, right, they would show that, Lindsay's portraying in these texts a series of harassments and threats and so on against her, that this was something that she participated in, Lindsay being in the administration and subsequently leaving. Whether or not Melissa ever articulated something that was direct about how it would impact Lindsay personally, I don't remember it, but I wouldn't rule it out.
And putting aside normative values such as like good or bad, or in terms of what the impact would be, was it your understanding that Ms. DeRosa wanted these text messages out there because the press would write stories about Ms. Boylan being threatening or harassing to government officials?
That is a fair way to that is a fair way to characterize my view of what this interaction was, and how I was approaching it. Whether or not she had motives otherwise, I can't speak to what her motives were. But that is the way you characterize it is a fair way for me to think about how I was thinking about it.
And do you recall anything?
Sorry to interrupt. But let me also add that my view was that these were not interesting, not relevant, and would ultimately not be reported. And so that's how, of course, it proved out to be.
Gotcha. Do you recall if Ms. DeRosa ever said anything specifically about what sort of stories she wanted the press to write about these text messages?
Again, it's just writing on the text messages and saying that the texts have threats in them and getting those threats in the newspaper.
Gotcha. That's it. Abida.
Okay, so we're on tab 14.
Yeah.
Have you seen this document before?
These are the tweets that she sent about sexual harassment.
And I take it from your answer that you've seen these tweets before.
Yes.
When did you see these tweets?
Well, in and around the time that she tweeted them.
And before you saw these tweets, had you ever heard about complaints by Lindsey Boylan of sexual harassment by the governor?
No.
How did you learn about the tweets?
I don't recall. Either I saw them or someone called me about them.
What was your reaction to Ms. Boylan's allegations of sexual harassment by the governor?
I suppose I was surprised factually, but not surprised from a observer standpoint that it seemed to be where her tweets were progressing to. Andy, you might grab me a glass of water. Yeah, it seemed so. I was surprised because I had never heard this discussed. I never heard it from her. I never heard it from anyone else. But I guess I would say I wasn't surprised in that it seemed that that was naturally where her tweets were headed.
Did you have any understanding about whether Ms. Boylan's allegations of sexual harassment by the governor were true or not?
No. Other than Melissa saying they were not true to me, I didn't have any understanding in either direction.
What happened before Melissa told you that Ms. Boylan's allegations of sexual harassment by the governor were not true?
What do you mean?
How did Melissa come to tell you that Ms. Boylan's allegations of sexual harassment by the governor were not true?
I don't remember the specific conversation, but I'm sure in one of these conversations she said we got to deny this. And can we? And said, yeah, it's not true. Okay.
And just so I'm clear, can you tell me?
Yeah, this is going to be a theme for today. It's on a call with a group along the lines of the people we discussed, I am sure someone said, or Melissa said, should we deny this? Should we, meaning them, meaning the governor's office, deny it? And either someone said, well, are they true or not? Or we just assumed, based on what she was saying, that they were not true, to progress along the lines of the denial.
Do you remember whether a member of the group would specifically ask whether the allegations were true?
No, there was not ever a protracted discussion that I can recall. It.
So do you remember whether Melissa DeRosa ever said anything about whether Ms. Boylan's allegations of sexual harassment by the governor were true or not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure on one of those calls she said, we can deny this, or we're going to deny it, or it's not true. I don't remember the specific words. I don't remember the specific conversation.
And are you saying that you thought a statement by Melissa DeRosa that we can deny this was synonymous with a statement by Ms. DeRosa that the allegations were not true?
No. Well, no. I would say that was going to be their position, right? That if she was saying it was not true, that either she believed it was not true or that was what they were going to say. Whether or not that is relevant to whether they were true or not was not a decision or determination that I was making in that moment. Right? I'm not an arbiter of, you know, what in that moment is true or not. They're saying it's not true. They're going to deny it. Okay. Next step.
And what I just want to be clear about is whether Melissa DeRosa or any other member of the executive chamber actually said allegations, let's start with Ms. Boylan's allegations of sexual harassment, were not true.
So, I'm saying that, I don't remember the exact words, but if she were to say, we're going to deny it, or we're going to put a flat denial out, it is synonymous, in my experience, with them saying it's not true. So I'm not using different, I'm trying to unparse. I'm not trying to parse. I'm trying to make it clear from those initial conversations that the message that me on the outside, or us on the outside, were getting was that the governor's office was saying that these accusations were not true. And so regardless of the actual phrasing, that was what they were telling us writ large.
Okay. And so, just so I'm clear, was it your understanding when someone from the governor's office said allegation? Let me start again. Was it your understanding when someone from the governor's office said, we are going to deny particular allegations, that the governor's office was saying those allegations were not true? Because there's a difference between...
There is a difference, but in my lane and the things that I focus on, there isn't a difference to me, right? I'm not evaluating, I'm on these calls for a media analysis. I'm not an investigator, I'm not a lawyer, right? So my job when I'm told something, well, I shouldn't say my job, my view is, okay, how does this fit in the media narrative? How is this going to get covered? As for the veracity of what they're telling me or not at any particular moment, it's not up to me to investigate it, other than common sense, right? Other than, is it something that is completely outside the realm of possibility?
Does it matter to you when the governor's office says that they are going to deny an allegation, whether it's actually true?
Of course it matters to me, but it's not my role to prove it in that moment. It's not my view, and that it's not how I was behaving in that moment, right? I get presented with the situation. They ask me if I advice. They say they're going to deny it. Okay.
And not to overcomplicate this, when the governor's office, if the governor's office said, we're going to deny particular allegations, would you ask whether the allegations were true or not?
Yeah, it depends. It depends. In this case, I probably just made the snap judgment that it wasn't worth pushing on or pressing on. I would imagine that over time, and I can't recall a specific moment or instance where I would say, you know, is there anything to this? Is there anything going on here? I don't recall specifically to Lindsay raising those issues. But again, it's not a place that I put myself in. Over time, and I'm sure we will get to it, you know, I ultimately said, look, I'm not going to participate in anymore. There's just a pattern and a progression here. But in that moment, they said they were denying it, and that was the moving on.
Okay, so to be clear, in connection with Lindsay Boylan's allegations of sexual harassment by the governor, you don't remember if anyone from the governor's office said Lindsay Boylan's allegations of sexual harassment were not true. What you remember is that someone from the governor's office said the governor's office would deny Ms. Boylan's allegations of sexual harassment by the governor. Is that correct?
That's fair enough. Other than she could have said the words, yeah, they're totally not true. Or in a subsequent frantic, later conversation, someone could have said, you know, is there any truth to this? Anything, you know, we should, you know, I don't want to rule it out, but if you're asking sort of what I was thinking in the moment and what was going on in the moment, the posture was that it was not true.
I'm not asking about what you were thinking. I'm asking you about what you remember the governor's office saying. And what I'm hearing is that you don't remember anyone from the governor's office saying Lindsay Boylan's allegations of sexual harassment by the governor were not true.
Correct. But I am saying that I'm not ruling it out, and I'm also not saying that they were parsing either, right? It wasn't that they were hedging with me or the people on the other end of the phone.
Did you discuss Lindsay Boylan's complaints of sexual harassment with anyone outside the executive team?
Rich Bamberger.
Anyone else?
I'm sure I probably had a conversation, no, that on the phone, but, yeah, probably just Rich, you know, and talk to many other people.
Putting aside whether or not it was someone saying we're going to deny this or saying it's untrue, do you recall if at any moment either Melissa or anyone else on the call provided a basis for making that statement? Meaning, what was their basis for denying?
No. I mean, I get the point of that question. You know, I don't remember anyone saying, well, I suppose, how would you even do that? She's making these allegations, and what could they have proved declaratively at that moment to say they weren't true, other than saying we're going to deny them or saying they weren't true?
Sure. I guess this is a good point for my follow-up question. Do you know if anyone during those calls ever said that they investigated in any way these allegations?
No, I never heard anyone say that they investigated sexual harassment allegations that Lindsay made against the governor. I don't recall anyone ever saying that.
Okay. And you said, I think in response to one of
So let's be precise for a second. So you're asking me if in any discussion someone said, we investigated her claims against the Gov Andrew, and there's nothing there. That's what you're asking.
Yes.
And the answer is no. I never heard anyone. I've never heard that there was ever an investigation. And until that moment, I had not heard that she had ever made allegations.
And putting aside the investigation, do you remember if, and I think you've already answered this, Mr. Rosa or anyone else on these calls said there was any basis for the statement that we're going to deny?
No. And just to be clear, I had never heard that she had made allegations about the governor before she did.
Gotcha.
But again, that doesn't mean she didn't. I mean, maybe she didn't. I didn't know.
And I think in response to one of the earlier questions, you said that it depends whether or not you press somebody on the truth of a statement. What are the factors that it depends on?
I mean, as a media person, I think it's in you know, again, my level of caring about this stuff is pretty low. You know, in terms of this stuff, I'm referring to the governor and, you know, how one moment in time is being handled by them. It's not something that I put a lot of time and effort and energy into. In terms of sort of just analytically thinking about it. I think my general rubric is, does it sound credible and possible? Right? Just generally, if someone says something to me, does this sound credible? Does this sound realistic? And so then I would move forward with it. If it was something that was incredible, then I would say this doesn't make any sense. Or if I knew it was patently untrue, right? So the converse is true as well. If someone were to say to me, you know, it's raining outside, it's not raining outside. So you know.
Okay, so last one for me. Is it fair to say that you didn't press on the point here because you believe Ms. DeRosa or somebody else's claim that we can deny was credible?
It was credible enough in the moment to not say that a statement that they were to put out denying it would be taken as incredible. Right? It in the moment, it was credible enough. And based on my own rubric as well, I had never heard of her making these kind of allegations before, so it was completely new. And in addition, based on my own, over the last 2-3 months and 2-3 weeks, but also going back to the Nadler campaign, which we talked about earlier, she was saying things that were inconsistent with my view or what she had been telling me about her experience in the governor's office. So for her then to tweet in this moment sexual harassment and them to deny it was not an incredible thing for them to say. I should say incredible, not incredible. Yeah.
Gotcha. That's it.
Before December 2020, had you heard about any complaints of sexual harassment by the governor?
Against the governor?
against the governor. So let's look at tab 18 in your binder. And this is a text on December 13 from Rich Bamberger to you. And Bamberger says, do you want us?
Wait a minute.
Oh, sorry, 18. I'm sorry, 18.
Yeah, hold on. I did this wrong. Okay.
Are you there?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah. This is Rich to me. Do you want to tell Melissa the rumor about the other person? So.
Correct. And we'll mark this as an exhibit. Yes. Give me the background of this text, please.
I don't remember. Do you want to tell him also tell Melissa the rumor about the other person? No, I don't recall what this refers to.
Did you ever speak with Melissa DeRosa? Does Melissa here refer to Melissa DeRosa?
I'm sure, yeah.
Did you ever speak with Melissa DeRosa about a rumor about sexual harassment allegations involving someone else?
I don't necessarily know if that's what this refers to. I don't know what this refers to. I don't know if the other person in this equation is another accuser. I don't honestly remember.
Did you ever hear rumors about another accuser accusing the governor of sexual harassment?
So after Lindsay made her accusations, Melissa had mentioned to me that there were one or potentially two other staffers that either had made accusations against him or could have, or that there were something had happened. And she sort of referenced them in the abstract. That answers that question.
When was that communication with Melissa?
Yeah, it would have been after. I don't remember the exact back and forth. It would have been after the Lindsay made the sexual harassment claims, but before more came out. So whatever that window is, that's when it would have occurred.
December 2020?
Yeah, like January, thereabouts.
Who were those staffers?
So ultimately, I think it turned out to be Charlotte Bennett and I forget the other young woman's name. But it was those two.
And the other young woman, has she publicly made allegations of sexual harassment by the governor?
Yes. Maybe. I'd have to look at the names again. I apologize.
What was the role of the second young woman whose name?
It was a briefer. But it speaks to my level of focus at this moment. I don't remember which one came first or which with contortion. But she mentioned that there were two young women who either they were concerned about with making allegations or had raised concerns about behavior before.
What was the context of that discussion with Melissa DeRosa?
It was the context of sort of her being concerned that these two young women would make additional allegations against him.
Was it prompted by any questions that you asked Melissa DeRosa?
I probably had said, I seem to remember a refrain of mine where I would say, look, these stories, because again, I only talk about press stories. I'm not going into the inner workings of the chamber. And also, I don't know any of these people. I only know Melissa and so on. If more allegations were to come out, then this is a narrative and a storyline that would obviously get worse. And so, and she at one point said, and I probably would have said to her, is there anybody else you have to worry about? Is there any more else out there? And then she said, well, at one point she said there was one more. And then subsequently down the road, there was another conversation I recall where she said, there's this one and there's another one. Melissa didn't always give me a lot of information. And since I didn't work there or know these folks, at the time, I wouldn't have processed it specifically anyway. I wasn't really paying too much attention.
What did Melissa DeRosa say about Charlotte Bennett during that discussion?
I don't recall, and again, I get my incidents sort of confused, right? Because I wasn't singularly focused on the facts and wasn't singularly focused on this entire matter, period, right? So, I can't recall specifically what she had said, but I do remember her saying, there's a young woman, Charlotte Bennett, out, who worked here, and we might have an issue with her. We referring to them.
Did you ask questions about Charlotte Bennett's allegations? What's the reason you did not?
Because I didn't want to know, right? It's not, first of all, it's not my business. And second of all, I didn't want to know more. I just didn't want to get too deep into the substance or the facts of these various situations.
Given that you are helping to respond to these allegations, what's the reason you didn't want to know more about the actual allegations?
I suppose it's because it goes to the questions we were just talking about before. I had known Lindsay, right? She had been a friend of mine. We had interacted together, and she was saying things that I knew to be inconsistent with the truth. Once this sort of moved into instances and women that I didn't know personally, never worked with, and had, to your question, no real rubric for evaluating what was going on, I, in my own demeanor, became much more reticent in terms of talking about the facts and substance of this, other than continuing to sort of listen and be a part of the team trying to help manage the response. But I didn't ask because I just didn't want to know. I didn't want to push.
What's the reason you are willing to help manage the response, even as you didn't want to know about the actual allegations?
So I think that to say that I was helping manage the response is a bit far, right? I think that my view of this is to be a sounding board and be helpful on communications matters relating to the governor's office and relating to the governor. And it's a role that, I had played off and on for a period of time. This was a dynamic and aggressive situation that when I could, I would join calls and participate in. I just, it was happening very much in real time, and was going in directions that I didn't know or didn't anticipate. Made call decisions and participated in moments when I felt appropriate or I could.
Okay, then. So since we're speaking about characterizations, does it go too far to say that Lindsay Boylan's allegations were inconsistent with the truth? Since earlier you said that the inconsistency you saw between Lindsay Boylan's tweets and what you understood was that the tone of Lindsay Boylan's tweets was more critical than anything she told you.
So again, I'd split them, right? Where I don't have a view on the truth of what she was saying or not. I just don't. I didn't. Then I had reasons for doubt because of my own interactions with her and the inconsistencies with other comments she had clearly made that were inconsistent with what she had told me. Over time, so then I sort of put that in that category. I'm trying to answer the three questions at once. I didn't make a judgment about her being true or not. But it gave me enough doubt or enough room to credibly believe what the denials that I was getting to move forward on Lindsay, and just to keep going and to keep trying to be helpful in ways that I could over time. But as it sort of, when it veered into areas, when the accusations veered into areas that I was not as familiar with people I didn't know, I didn't want to go any deeper. I didn't want to pry any further. And even if it was continuing to be supportive of putting out statements that were denying these accusations, because that was the right media strategy at the time based on what they were telling me, that was still consistent. But in terms of having doubts about the other accusations relative to Lindsay's, I did have a slightly different calibration for those subsequent allegations.
What do you mean when you say you had a slightly different calibration?
Because I didn't have the same experience with these other young women that I did with Lindsay.
Did you have any discussions with anyone from the executive chamber about Ms. Boylan's personnel information?
Yes.
Who?
So in the days after, and again, I don't remember the specific days, her some series of accusations. Would have to look. Somebody on one of these calls said, we did an investigation into her behavior in the workplace, and she had all these problems. There were accusations against them, and that's how I became aware of it.
Who said there was an investigation?
I don't recall.
Who was on the call?
I don't recall the specific call. I mean, during that period of time, it was sort of that similar group, press office, Melissa, myself, Steve Cohen, Linda, Beth Garvey at times was on those calls, Judy Mogul, and so on. But to say definitively who was on it, it's impossible.
So someone on the call said there was an investigation, and then what happened?
And that they had done this investigation, and that there was a personnel file that existed that detailed the allegations that she had made, and that ultimately there had been some sort of meeting with her that Alfonso attended. And again, I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just giving you my best recollection of what they told me happened. Where she resigned on the spot, where they confronted her with this information and she had resigned. And that the reason why the resigned was relevant was that in one of her tweets, she had said she had tried to quit or something, and that the fact that she had resigned when she was confronted with this information, and then apparently they had some sort of an email where she asked for her job back or something, showed that she was being inconsistent with those comments that she had made in the tweets. So, and I don't want to say the call because these are not linear moments. So, and I could have gotten off and had to take the somewhere and jump back on. So I don't, this is not something that is happening in a linear fashion. Then the thesis was, well, as these reporters are starting to write stories quickly, I think it was the weekend, right? Should they get the personnel file and be able to report on it? Right, and be able to report on the fact that there were harassment allegations made against Lindsay from her subordinates.
Who raised the question whether the reporter should get the personnel file?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if Melissa DeRosa was on these calls?
Yeah. And again, I don't want to say she was on every minute of every call, but yes, generally speaking, she would have been on these calls.
Do you remember if Beth Garvey would have been on these calls?
As best I can remember, she was on at least some of them in that period of time. Yeah, that's a safe answer. I can't remember exactly if she was on all of them,
But just to be clear, Melissa DeRosa and Beth Garvey would have been on calls discussing the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file.
Yes, that is safe to say. Yes.
And I just want to make sure Bill got
I didn't, so I'm not.
Okay.
I don't want to interrupt, but this is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to ask it again?
I will ask it again. Do you remember if Melissa DeRosa and Beth Garvey would have been on calls discussing the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personal file to the press? Do you remember if Peter Ajemian would have been on calls discussing the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personal file to the press?
I'm sorry, I spoke too fast there, Bill. I don't remember if he himself specifically was on.
Can you give me your question again, please, Abner?
Do you remember if Peter Ajemian would have been on calls discussing the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personal files to the press?
I don't remember if he himself was on. It is safe to assume that members of the press office were on, Rich or Peter, but to sort of blanketly say, I don't recall him on there, but I can't say for sure.
Do you remember if Rich as a party would have been on calls discussing the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personal files to the press?
It's the same answer, right? It depends. I don't remember if he was on specific calls on or off. I know I spoke to him about them, but I don't remember if he was participating in sort of the group calls or had been jumping on or off. So it's hard for me to be definitive about that.
Do you remember if Linda Lacewell would have been on calls discussing the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personal file to the press?
I believe so. Again, I don't know if she was on all of them or in the moment or wherever, but I do vaguely remember she was part of that kind of swirl.
Do you remember if Steve Cohen was part of discussions about the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personal files to the press?
I don't remember if he was on those sort of group discussions, nor do I remember if he was on a particular side conversation or not. I don't remember. It doesn't mean definitively he was or he wasn't. I just don't recall off the top of my head.
And what about Judy Mogul? Do you remember if she was part of discussions about the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personal files?
Yeah, I remember she was on at least some of them because I remember her voice, but I don't recall, generally speaking, if she was on all of them or not.
Bill, do you need me to repeat the question?
Same question, don't worry about it. I'll just put it back in.
Okay. So after the question was raised whether Ms. Boylan's personal information should be given to reporters, what happened?
So then the conversation, again, I don't remember prompted by who, is this something that is permissible? Is it permissible legally for the state or the government or the governor's office to release someone's personnel file? And, you know, whether I raised it or someone else did was we shouldn't do anything that is inconsistent with what the rules and the law is. And I remember Judy or Beth or one of the lawyers who was on the call saying, let me check or I'll get back to you. And then subsequently they did.
And was the governor part of any discussions about the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personal files to the press?
You know, I don't remember. I don't remember if he was or he wasn't. It doesn't mean he wasn't, but I don't remember his voice there, but I can't say for sure.
So you said one of the lawyers said, let me check. Who are you describing as a lawyer?
So I don't remember who said it, but it would have been a Beth Garvey or a Judy Mogul, that or Linda in that role, in that space.
So what happened next?
The word got back that it was permissible it wasn't a violation of public officers law or any sort of law for the state to put someone's personnel file in the public domain. And that was what happened next. The word came back. I think they had spoken to, one of the lawyers had spoken to the general counsel at ESDC as well.
How did word get back?
I imagine they called us back on a call and said, can everybody jump back on the phone? Or, you know, someone patched me into a call.
What happened after that?
So then I think the discussion probably moved to, you know, should the governor's office put this file out? And my view at the time was that it as long as it was okay with the lawyers, as long as it was permissible under all the rules and regs, that given that that Lindsay was making accusations of harassment, it was relevant context for the reporters to include that information in their reporting. That was my view.
What views did others express?
Most people, as best I can remember, shared that view. I don't remember it being too much debated, other than if it was, as long as it was something that was permissible.
Who shared that view?
On which?
On who shared the view that Ms. Boylan's personal information should be disclosed to the press?
Well, again, I don't think it was personnel information. I think it was the idea that there had been accusations of harassment by her of her employees that were investigated and sort of codified in a formal process, and that was relevant given that she had been making public allegations about harassment in the administration.
Who shared the view that this information should be?
I'm not trying to parse. It was not something that anyone expressed a view against that I can recall. So to the extent that the participants on the discussion were participating, that it seemed there was no dissenting view, other than, you know, the sort of consistent point of, as long as this is something that is legally consistent.
And did the participants on the call discuss what information should be provided to the press?
Yeah. So at least my view, and again, I don't remember what each person said and anything. My view was to not parse, to be sort of straightforward and factual, not discuss them, right? Not analyze them. Just since they were reporting about harassment, this was something that could be reported on based on what the lawyers had said. So not to put anything, not to have any statements around. This was my view. Again, whether or not it was accepted, I couldn't tell you, but that it should just be straightforward.
So what, in your view, did you say should be shared with the press about?
My view was that if the governor's office decided to give the personnel files to reporters, that should be the end of it, right? Just the facts.
And what did you understand was included in the personnel files that should be provided to reporters?
That there were claims by subordinates about harassment, that they had been women, that one had been African American, and that there was some issue with expenses. I don't remember exactly what they told me. Ultimately, I saw the file, so then I saw what was in it, but it was the more generic sort of berating behavior and so on.
Was the decision made to share Ms. Boylan's personnel files with reporters?
So ultimately, they decided that the personnel file should be given to reporters.
Who made that decision?
I mean, who made that decision? I don't know. Melissa ultimately told us that was something that they had decided that they were going to do. But ultimately, who made that decision? I don't know.
When did Melissa say that the governor's office was going to share Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
I don't remember. It was on discussion, so I can't say exactly when, but in the progression that I just described, that was the next piece.
Around when did these discussions happen?
Whatever day that these stories were public. So, I don't have it in front of me. So whatever days that these stories were going to be out there, it was after she made her initial allegation.
Was this in December 2020?
Yeah, let's say. Well, let's add when she tweeted. Yeah, right. It was the 14th. So in that vicinity, yeah.
And what is your understanding of whether the governor had approved the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel files to reporters?
I don't remember if she said she had discussed it with him or not. So other than her telling us that it was something that they wanted to do, I don't know if she discussed it directly with him or not.
And when you say that the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file was something they wanted to do, who is they?
The governor's office.
Did you assume that the governor had approved the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file to the reporters?
Yeah, I would safe to say in practice, yes, it wasn't implied. No one said it, and not that if I can recall anyone saying anything, but if she were to say, it's like I said before, if she were to say that this was something that they were going to do, then it was either consistent with his strategy, or she had talked to him about it. But I don't know if she had or not.
So there's a lot of pronouns there.
Yes.
So
Feel free to clear me up.
So can you restate?
So it's safe to say that if Melissa said that anything was going to happen, if they wanted to do something or she had made a decision, it is either safe to say that it is consistent with what the governor wanted, or had been discussed with him and he had approved it. In between that room, I don't know, because I'm not there. So I can't say for sure if she just discussed it directly with him or not.
As part of the discussions about disclosing Ms. Boylan's personnel file, did anyone say anything about whether the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file could be considered retaliation?
Not that I can recall, no. I mean, it doesn't mean that they said it or not, but I don't remember someone saying that.
Did you consider whether disclosing Ms. Boylan's personnel file could be considered retaliation?
I suppose I considered it based on my own rubric, right, of evaluating these situations. And I felt my view was that if Lindsay was making allegations about harassment, that if there was a codified record of her own harassment, that was relevant for the reporting. And that's sort of where I came out on.
And just back to the question of whether you considered whether disclosing Ms. Boylan's personnel file could be considered retaliation. Did you?
No, I no, I don't. Again, I don't want to speak to the legal standard, right, or the public officer standard, but in terms of my own view about whether or not it was appropriate for that information to be part of the public record. As long as the lawyer said it was permissible and something that was not going to violate whatever rules or regs govern the state personnel files, that I didn't find it inconsistent with a factual reporting. So no, I don't want to get to speak to the specific definition of retaliation, but it was something that I felt was not inconsistent with a fact pattern that should be reported on as long as it was appropriate.
You mentioned earlier that there was a discussion about whether the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file was permissible under public officers laws. Do you remember a discussion of any other laws, whether any other laws would permit or prohibit the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel files to reporters?
No, and I would also say that when I was asking, or when I was listening or asking a question about the legal standard, I was certainly referring to the broader legal standard, which was any rules or regs in any capacity. So, no, I wasn't saying, well, as long as it's this particular, I was saying this has to be 100, I don't want to say this I was saying because I don't remember my exact words, but my view was it had to be 100% consistent with any rules and applicability. And so I suppose in that sense that would cover an idea of a retaliation standard. But again, my view of how I view all of these situations is I try and apply my standard for, what's right and what's wrong. I didn't view it as retaliation.
And just to be clear, my question was more about what was discussed in connection with the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file. And I had heard you earlier to say that there was a discussion about whether the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file would violate public officers laws.
Correct. And so what I should say, what I was listening for, I don't know what discussions they had elsewhere, and I don't know if the lawyers were parsing. But what I was listening for was a declarative statement from the lawyers that this was something that was legally permissible by any legal standard. That was my rubric. Whether or not that was what they did or what they said or what they thought or if they were parsing, I would hope that they weren't. I hope they didn't parse. So I suppose that would be my answer.
Did you hear anyone on the calls about the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file to reporters talk about the public officers laws?
I don't recall any discussion that I heard where they differentiated between different laws, right? Different legal standards. So it was, is this okay by a legal standard? So I don't remember someone saying, well, it's okay by this or not, and not this section, because I wasn't listening for that. If that was the case, I would not have been supportive. Whether or not that's true or not, or their legal advice was sound, or they were parsing and I didn't pick up on it, is I don't, I can't speak to that. But that was certainly the standard that I was listening and applying to.
Did anyone on the call say anything about whether Ms. Boylan's personnel file was confidential?
Not in the sense, not beyond this legal standard. If it was confidential and then put out, that would be violating the rules of confidentiality in my sort of logic. So if they had said this is a confidential file, then I would say, well, you can't put out confidential files. It would be a violation of the rule. So I didn't hear that in those conversations. Again, I don't know if they said it or not, but I didn't hear it.
Did anyone say anything about needing to treat information in Ms. Boylan's personnel file as attorney work product?
No, not that I can recall, no.
So what happened after Melissa DeRosa communicated the decision that the governor's office would disclose Ms. Boylan's personnel file to reporters?
So then the conversation likely shifted towards sort of how. And my view at the time was that it should be the governor's press office that gives them to reporters, because in the theory of process fact-based, we don't need to do anything around it. And I believe, if I remember correctly, that was the strategy that was agreed upon, that they decided on.
Did anyone express any other views about how the Boylan personnel file should be disclosed to reporters?
No, not that I can recall. I seem to remember someone, and I don't remember who, saying, well, should we put a statement out, or should we, have a background paragraph with facts on it? And, these conversations at times go in these tangents that, frankly, I don't listen to. Not only do I not remember them, I'm sure I wasn't listening in the first place. So I can't speak to in any specificity sort of the other scenarios that were discussed, because I don't listen. I express my view, and either it goes that direction or not.
Do you recall specifically? Oh, sorry. Do you recall specifically anyone who proposed the idea of adding more commentary to the disclosure of the personnel file?
I seem to remember that was discussed. I don't remember who brought it up. I don't remember how seriously it was considered. It was not my view. And if there's documentation or wherever where I pushed back against it, I would have, because it would have been inconsistent with my view. So I seem to remember that in the ethos of the discussion, but it was not a view that I shared.
Why was it not your view?
Again, I thought it should just be fact-based, right? That these were, if there were credible, that there were factual allegations that were investigated, that the reporters should be able to report on them. And I didn't view any more being helpful from a media strategy perspective.
Do you recall whether or not you looked at these materials in the course of these conversations about them being disclosed?
Yes.
Do you recall if there was any conversation about the sufficiency of the investigation that was laid out in those materials?
Not, meaning what? Meaning the sort of credibility of the investigation itself and whether it was real, or, can you just be a little more specific?
Sure. So basically what you just said, meaning was there any conversation about this investigation, meaning you're putting out this file with this investigation into Ms. Boylan's conduct in the past. Before you're giving that to the press, something in this file, was there any conversation about the sufficiency of the investigation?
Not that I can recall, no. And I remember thinking and reading it that it was a document that had been reviewed and certified by the lawyers and existed, and so I don't remember myself doubting the credibility of it, and I don't remember any specific discussion that I was on where they discussed it, but no, I don't remember.
You were a government employee for quite a bit of time, correct?
Yes. Well, depends how you define government employee. I was employed in the executive chamber for 3 years and 1 month.
Okay, well.
And I'm 40 years old.
You worked in the executive chamber, correct?
I did.
Okay. In your experience working in the executive chamber, did you understand that it was common for parts of an employee's personnel file to be in the public domain?
Well, that's interesting. There was an incident with Howard Glazer reading an employee's personnel file on the radio, something that I, as the press person at the time, vigorously spoke out against. Again, not for the legal reasons of it, but because I thought it was a bad media move to do that. So yes, there was one incident where there was a personnel file of a state employee that was released publicly.
Do you recall?
It was a sort of silly, the reason why I'm laughing is it's sort of a silly one.
Sure. And do you recall any other time that you knew that part of an employee's personnel file, including an investigation into their supposed improper conduct, was put into the public domain?
No, not that I can specifically recall, no.
And
that doesn't mean it didn't happen. It doesn't, it doesn't mean that there were investigations or IG reports or a variety of different gore and contortions of reports that either were leaked that were either found their way to the public or were released publicly. So it's probably not safe to say that employees' personnel issues didn't never reach the public. So I think that's probably a more accurate answer. Is it's not something that was terribly inconsistent with the reality of governmental employee misconduct.
Okay. And finally, in your experience, has Melissa ever taken, and I mean Mr. Rosa, ever taken an action that had not been approved by the governor?
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know in either direction. Again, what I was speaking to is, sort of my general view of how the executive chamber and the government operate, right? Which is that she would not do something that was inconsistent with what he wanted or had been directly approved. As to whether she had never done something like that, I don't know. No.
Gotcha. That's it.
Actually,
Let's
do you
start-
mind if I just take a quick restroom break? Is that
Sure.
okay? Thank you.
Without going off the record, the time is 12:04.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Without going back on, the time is 12:13.
Thanks, Bill. Can you read back the last statement I made?
Did anyone, let's see, did anyone express any other views about how Ms. Boylan's personal files should be disclosed to reporters?
I think I moved us to a tab. So let's open your binder to tab 24. And we'll mark this as an exhibit.
Okay.
Okay, so tab 24 looks like a meeting invite for a call on December 15, 2020.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yes.
And it lists their various individuals in the distribution list. And then it looks like in the invite itself, it lists Rich Bamberger, Josh Vlasto, Danny Lever, Steve Cohen, Rich Azzopardi, Linda Lacewell, and Peter Ajemian. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember a call on December 15, 2020?
Not specifically, no.
Earlier, you had referenced calls in which a group discussed disclosing Ms. Boylan's personnel file to reporters. Do you remember if that was discussed on the call on December 15, 2020?
No, I couldn't pinpoint a specific call.
So you mentioned that after the question of whether to disclose Ms. Boylan's personnel file to reporters was discussed, the group also discussed how to do this. So what happened following the discussions?
It depends, right? Was ultimately Rich, as a party, gave the file to a series of reporters in the LCA. There was also a discussion related to reporters that either he or the governor's press office didn't have good relationships with. It was also a factor that this was the weekend and reporters just were not around. And so on one or two instances, Rich as a party or Melissa asked me or Rich Bamber to reach out to a reporter or two that we had friendships with or relationships with and just flag them to call the governor's office before they filed their stories or for additional context or whatever language we use.
So let's start with what you started with. You said Rich as a party gave Ms. Boylan's personnel file to reporters. What do you know about Rich has a party giving Ms. Boylan's personal photo reporters?
Just what I said. You know, I wasn't on the phone calls with him. I don't know what he said or what was on the emails. You know, that was what he was doing, and it occurred.
How do you know that Rich as a party gave Ms. Boylan's personal photo reporters?
Well, either in subsequent conversations he would say that he did it, or then I would read about it. You know, then it would be in their stores. So.
And how do you know that it was Rich as a party who gave the personal photo reporters?
I only know because as I recall, he would have either told the group or told Melissa or relayed to me that he had spoken to X, Y, and Z reporter and given the file, or just the general outgrowth of the initial conversation was that Rich would give the file to the reporters who called as party minutes.
Do you know if there was any discussion about Peter Edgemian giving the Boylan personal photo reporters?
I don't recall in either direction. I don't.
Which reporters did Rich as a party give Ms. Boylan's personal file to?
I don't know.
You also mentioned that there was a discussion about involving you and Rich Bamberger in connection with the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personal file. When did those discussions happen?
In and around, you know, after the lawyer side of the world had given a very clear view that this was something that was permissible and legal under any legal standard that they had discussed. It was then the next step was what's the best, how to do this, how to follow through, and that was the discussion was, though, there are reporters that Rich as a party has relationships with that he knows he can get on the phone. There are reporters that Rich in the press office don't have good relationships with, and he was worried that he was not going to be able to get them on the phone, or that they just had such a sour rapport that it wouldn't be a productive, you know, wouldn't be a good conversation or a productive conversation. So that's where they asked if Rich and I would ensure we would call a reporter or two to say, call the press office as a party, we'll talk to you.
And how was it conveyed to you? How was that information conveyed to you?
It was on one of these one of these calls, right? You know, I don't remember who, I don't remember when, but in the course of these discussions, that's how it was communicated.
And who communicated to you the request for you to contact reporters in connection with the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel?
I don't remember specifically, I'm sorry.
I think earlier you mentioned Melissa DeRosa and Rich as a party, correct?
No, what I think I probably said about Melissa and Rich as a party was that they were the communicators of, well, yeah, that they were the communicators of, this is what we're going to do, let's go do it. I don't remember who specifically said, you know, Josh, can you call this person? Rich, can you call this person? I imagine, yes, it was probably those two, but I couldn't say definitively. But happy to go back through it if you like.
Is there anyone else who you think might have asked you to contact reporters about?
No.
Let me just
I
make sure we get the question.
answered that abruptly.
Is there anyone else who you think might have asked you to contact reporters about Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
No.
Do you think Melissa DeRosa asked you to contact reporters about Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
It was either her or Rich in the course of these conversations. I would imagine. I don't remember it specifically, but that is logically the progression of events.
Was Rich Bamberger part of the discussions about Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
I suppose in hindsight he was. I mean, I don't remember, you know, him specifically on calls or wherever, but I know, you know, he ultimately and I talked about it and discussed it. You know, so yes, I imagine he was.
And what did you and Rich Bamberger discuss?
Nothing. I mean, I would imagine we just talked about following through on that next step, which was to call a reporter or two who we had a relationship with and direct them to get to speak to the governor's office.
Who were those reporters?
I don't remember. Certainly, I don't remember who Rich took or who Rich was talking to. I also don't specifically recall. I think I spoke to Jimmy Vielkind at the Wall Street Journal, Only I think that because it's someone who had a difficult relationship with the governor's office and someone who I have a good relationship with. At that moment, I think that was maybe it, but I don't remember for sure.
At any point in time, did you communicate with any other reporters about Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
So subsequently looking back, I saw that I had sent a copy of them to Mike Garland. But I don't remember the context or circumstance. I think it might have been a day or two later, actually. I don't remember. And then maybe Bernadette at Hogan at the Post as well. But I don't remember for sure who I spoke to and when and what progression.
And just so I'm clear, what was your communication with Jimmy Bielkin about Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
If I remember correctly, in that moment, it was just, call Rich, don't blow him off, don't just, go to the bar, it's Saturday or Sunday or whatever, make sure you put a call in, Rich will call you back.
And by Rich, you mean as a party?
Correct.
Did you tell Jimmy the reason to communicate with Rich as a party?
I don't think I did. I don't remember this conversation specifically. I don't remember the back and forth. And I just remember, at least in the moment, trying to be somewhat prescribed in saying, just call the governor's office. But I couldn't tell you specifically those conversations.
Did you tell Jimmy Bielkin that you were asking him to call the governor's office in relation to Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
I don't think I probably used those words. I probably would have said, just call Rich. He will have something for you. But I may have been more specific. I don't recall. I really don't.
Was there a reason you might have been more vague?
If only because the discussion that I was at least following up on was just call the governor's office. And so I if I remember correctly, I was that narrow, just saying just call the governor's office, they will call you back, press office. But I can't say for certain 100% that I stayed in that in the conversation. I think I did. I think so, but I'm not 100% sure.
And how did you communicate with Jimmy Bielkin about this?
I texted him, call me, or I called him.
You also mentioned Bernadette Hogan. What discussion did you have with Bernadette Hogan?
I don't remember specifically. I don't even know if I called her in that instance. I just imagine you asked me sort of the universe of reporters that I might have called. She probably might have been one of them, but I don't remember the specific conversation.
And to be clear, I'm asking about reporters who
a personnel file. Understood. And that's why I'm giving the most precise answer I can, which is I don't want to rule out that I spoke to Bernadette. I don't remember speaking to her specifically about the personnel file in that moment. So I can't rule it out, but I don't remember specifically saying, okay, Bernadette is a reporter that I'm going to call.
And you said you don't remember specifically speaking to Bernadette in that moment. Do you remember at any point in time speaking with Ms. Hogan about Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
I certainly spoke to Bernadette about the overall issues that we were dealing with. So to rule out that I never spoke to her about X, Y, and Z, anything, I would not be comfortable doing in this setting, right? But I don't remember a specific conversation with Bernadette about personnel file.
Okay, so let's turn to Mike Gartland.
Mm-hmm.
What interactions did you have with Mike Gartland relating to Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
I don't remember even talking to him. I don't even remember sending him the file, but subsequently looking back on these records as we were producing them, it turns out I did, in fact, send it to him at some point. So I don't remember the context around it. And so we'd have to sort of, that's the best I got.
Now, would you have on your own sent Ms. Boylan's personnel file to Mike Gartland?
No.
You would have sent Ms. Boylan's personnel file to Mike Garland because someone in the governor's office asked you to, correct?
Yeah. Well, I asked, maybe not. I mean, it would have been, can you, I guess, safe to say I would not have just sent it of my own volition, no.
Who from the governor's office asked you to send Ms. Boylan's personnel file to Mike Gartland?
It would have either been Rich or Melissa. I don't want to I'm reluctant to speculate, but it's all sort of contained in that same universe.
Now, is there a reason that whereas Rich as a party was sending Ms. Boylan's personnel files to reporters, initially the discussion was about you and Rich Bamberger contacting reporters to ask them to call the governor's office?
The reason is what I said. right? Which is that the view at the time from the collective group and approved by Melissa or directed by Melissa was to have the governor's office put out those files. The concern was raised from a pure press mechanics was that either that these reporters would not call the governor's office for comment just because the relationships had been so sour, or that they would just file and leave, and that the governor's office would not be able to make contact in an affirmative way with these reporters, and that's where Rich and I were asked to potentially help. So it has nothing to do sort of with the substance. It's just frankly press mechanics.
And in discussing the press mechanics, was there a discussion about having you or Rich Bamberger just go ahead and send a personnel file to Jimmy Bielkin?
Not specifically that I can recall. You know, I'm sure there was a discussion of, hey, here's how we, you know, how should the governor's office put these files out? And ultimately it's where it came out, but I don't remember the specific back and forth.
Was there a reason you didn't just send the personnel file to Jimmy Bielkin directly?
It's not my role, right? It's not what I'm not in the government. I'm not in the room. I'm not there. And I don't quite recall if I made an affirmative decision to say, hey, I'm not going to, I just remember thinking, okay, governor, that's the right way to do this for the governor. Right way to have the file put out is to the governor's office do it, have them handle.
So then what was the reason for you sending Ms. Boylan's personnel file directly to Mike Gartland?
I don't remember. That's the rub, right? I would imagine that after, if I remember correctly, and I don't have the text in front of me, I think it might have been a day or two later, but it maybe not. And so I don't remember the circumstances around that.
When you say a day or two later, a day or two after what?
After the initial round of coverage. But I honestly don't remember. I have to look.
And when was the initial round of discussions?
After she went public on the personnel files. Oh, I'm sorry. After she went public about sexual harassment. After those specific, let me answer it another way, which is, I'm not aware. I was never aware of the personnel file prior to Lindsey Boylan making these sexual harassment allegations. I wasn't aware of them. I didn't know about them. At best I can recall, no one ever talked to me about it. So all the subsequent discussion that at least I was part of with the personnel file was after those allegations were made. I think that's right. I have to, now I'm sort of second guessing my memory. So let's keep going.
Did you have any reservations about sending Ms. Boylan's personnel file directly to reporters?
Not that I can recall, no. I mean, I'm not in, I'm not the implement of the government. I'm not the press officer. I'm not the person who's in the LCA. My view was my view was to keep things direct in terms of the personnel file being released. And so I assumed in the time, I just thought the most direct way would be, since this is permissible under the law, have the governor's office do it.
And what is LCA?
I'm sorry, the Legislative Correspondence Association. It's the shorthand for the Albany reporters.
Would you have pushed back then on a request from Rich as a party or Melissa DeRosa to send Ms. Boylan's personnel file directly to Mike Gartland?
I can't speculate, and I don't remember the circumstances around me sending.
Was it typical for you to send reporters information on behalf of the governor's office after you left the executive chamber?
I would imagine send information atypical, but it was not atypical for me to have a conversation with a reporter based on what was going on in the news cycle with regard to the governor's office, or Melissa or Rich or Peter or anybody saying, here, can you talk to this reporter, walk them through this, walk them through that. It was not atypical.
How often did it happen that the governor's office would have you speak on their behalf with reporters?
Frequently.
And did this happen frequently ever since you left the executive chamber back in January 2014?
Yeah, I mean, there were periods of time when I was not, they would not call and ask me. But most of the time when they did, I would try and do it.
And what's the reason that you would try and do it?
No particular reason. I'm a press person and I worked in the administration. And if there was a reporter that I could be helpful to, it also was helpful to me as a person who deals with reporters all the time. So I never, it was an easy conversation or something I was familiar with. It was not that big of a deal.
And how is it helpful to you?
Well, I deal with reporters for a living, and I have good relationships with reporters, and to the extent that if they were working on a story that I could be helpful with in any direction, I would talk to them.
Did anyone pay you for communicating with reporters on behalf of the executive chamber?
No.
Is there anyone else for whom you communicate? Let me start again. Is there anyone else on whose behalf you communicate for free?
Sure. Lots of people.
Who?
I mean, I don't want to give specific names since it's way outside this, but I'm often asked by friends and former colleagues, people in politics, to speak to reporters on their behalf. It happens regularly.
Let me start again because I was muted. Please open your binder to tab 16 and we'll mark this as an exhibit.
Okay.
What is this document? Start with the first page with the numbers NYAGV 004152 on the bottom.
152.
Correct.
This looks like a text message from Rich has a party to me, Steve, Danny Leather, and Rich Bamberger.
Was Danny Lever part of the discussions about disclosing Ms. Boylan's personal file to reporters?
Sometimes, she probably was on some calls and not all of them. I don't remember in either direction.
And does seeing this text remind you whether Steve Cohen was part of discussions about disclosing Ms. Boylan's personal file to reporters?
Not differently than what I said earlier.
Which was what?
Which was that sometimes he is not uncommon for him to be on calls and off calls. So I don't remember if he was specifically on them or not, but it's perfectly logical that he would have been.
And do you remember what led to Rich as a party sending this text to you, Danny Lever, Rich Bamberger, and Steve Cohen?
Well, I've not looked at the contents of the text yet. So.
Please go for it.
This whole thing here?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like at least the last page, the 159 page, looks like the memo that Alfonso wrote regarding the allegations. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a memo summarizing them.
What led to Rich as a party sending you this text and attachments?
I don't remember.
Now, the text attaches pictures of 3 documents, correct?
Well, it looks like I got 5 pages or 6 pages here, but.
But 3 documents.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it looks, some of this it's sort of in different pieces here.
Okay, so let's look at the following 2 documents. The first has at the bottom NYAGV 004159.
59. Oh, okay.
And then the second document has at the bottom NYAGV 004153.
Okay. That's this little snippet, this little short paragraph. Okay. So you're telling me that this little snippet at the end is the second page of 159?
Is that what you think?
I don't know. I don't know what to think. I
Okay.
see a bunch of pages here that don't. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just saying it's like,
Okay, we'll look at another document that I think makes it clearer. So the next document I want to show you, before we move on.
It just looks, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. It just looks like they're a little out of order in my page here.
So the document ending 159 is from Camille Joseph Barlap, Deputy Director of State Operations.
This looks like a cover page for a memo with details about Lindsay Boylan and the accusations against her.
And it's from Camille Barlett to Alfonso David, counsel to the governor, correct? Yes?
That's what I'm looking at.
And the subject of the memorandum is confidential personnel matter, right? Yes?
Yes.
And it's dated September 20, 2018?
Yes.
And the personnel matter concerns Lindsay Boylan, correct?
That's what it appears to, yeah.
Okay. Now I want you to look at the document that has at the bottom 156
Okay.
and then 158
Okay.
and 157.
Okay.
And turning to 156, it is the first page of a memorandum from Julia Pinover-Kupiec, Assistant Counsel and Chamber Ethics Officer, to Alfonso David, Counsel to the Governor, right? Yes?
That's what it looks like, yeah.
And it's dated September 26, 2018.
Okay.
That's what you see?
Mm-hmm.
And I just need you to say yes, right?
Yes,
now.
I'm sorry. Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
And the subject is employment counseling for Lindsay Boylan, correct?
Yes.
And the two other pages I identified for you, ending 158 and 157, do those appear to be the second and third?
Yes. Thank you.
pages?
Thank you for clarifying. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. And the memorandum from Julia Pinover-Kupiec, it is labeled draft, privileged and confidential, attorney-client privileged communication, intra-agency communication, memo to file. You see that, correct?
Yeah, I do.
And then the text also attaches, and now we're turning to the documents with at the bottom 4155 and 4154.
Okay.
And this is a September 30th, 2018 email from Alfonso David to Julia Kupiec and Camille Barlett, right?
Yep.
And the subject is Lindsay Boylan follow-up.
Yep.
Okay. And that email is labeled privileged and confidential attorney-client communication attorney work product, right? Yes?
Yeah.
And are these the documents that were discussed in relation to disclosing Ms. Boylan's personnel file to the press?
Not as I recall.
What do you recall?
There, I mean, I seem to remember these, but there. No, maybe this one was this 159 business. Yeah, I don't want to say definitive. I can't say definitively, but certainly these have the details of the allegations against her, of whether or not these were the actual files that were kicking around. I suppose they are, based on the fact that as a party sent them. Yeah, so I don't quite know how to answer your question, but this appears to be the files that were sent, but I'm not 100% certain that these are the exact copies that were sent to reporters or the final drafts or, final versions or whatever.
Okay, but were these the documents that were discussed by the group regarding complaints that were allegedly made against Lindsay Boylan when she worked in the government?
These are the issues that were discussed, right? Whether or not this version or these specific documents were what we were talking about, I couldn't tell you. For example, there was, one version that I saw at one point had the names of the employees redacted, right? So I don't want to get caught in version control. But yes, generally speaking, these are the allegations in the contents of the personnel files that were being discussed.
And you just pointed to a document. Which document were you pointing to?
159.
And what were you pointing to on 159?
Ernest, I remember a conversation with, as a party, that the names of the employees should be redacted to protect their anonymity or something. But so it's all by way of saying I don't know what version these are or if there were changes. So I don't want to get caught in this is the file that I saw in this discussion. So, but generally speaking, these are files that relate to the allegations against her when she worked there.
And other than thinking that maybe information in the documents that you're looking at in this exhibit may have been redacted, is there any reason to think that different versions of the documents were sent to reporters?
I don't know. honestly, because I don't know what they were sending to people and what they had. I only know what they sent me. So I don't have any reason. I never heard about, different versions or different discussions, but I can't rule it out.
What did you send to reporters?
As I said, I didn't recall before the subpoena came sending that file to Mike Arlen. So beyond that, I don't recall sending anything.
And you said that there was a discussion with Rich as a party about redacting employees' names to protect their anonymity. Mm-hmm. Tell me about that discussion.
So I just remember at one point, as I said that as a party, are you guys going to redact the employees' names? And he said that's probably a good idea.
And what's the reason you made that suggestion?
Because they were accusers, I suppose. You probably should be protected.
And what did you think the accusers should be protected from?
Having their names out publicly if they didn't want that.
And do you know if the accusers were consulted about disclosing the complaints they made regarding Ms. Boylan?
No, I don't. I don't know in either direction.
Did you ask whether the accusers had been consulted? Bill, did you get that?
Yeah, sorry.
Do you remember who was on the call in which you asked whether the accuser's information would be redacted?
I don't remember if it was just me and Rich talking or if it was on the group. I don't recall.
Did you have one-on-one discussions with Rich as a party about the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
Probably.
How many one-on-one discussions did you have with Rich as a party?
I don't know.
Did you have one-on-one?
It was a span of this. This was not a protracted period of time, so it couldn't be more than a handful. But
did you have a discussion with Melissa?
Oh, sorry, I'm off camera apparently.
Did you have a one-on-one discussion with Mr. Rosa about the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel?
I don't remember. It's perfectly logical that we would have, but I don't remember if we specifically did.
Now, did you speak with anyone outside the executive chamber about the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file, other than the reporters?
Well, Rich Bamberger, I imagine we had a conversation. And to the extent, I don't remember any of the specific conversations, but sometimes there would be people who were outside of those, outside of those conversations who were on the calls. So, Danny Lever is outside the executive chamber, so I don't want to say no, but I don't remember specifically any discussions that particular day.
At any point in time, did you speak with any individuals outside the executive chamber about the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file?
I don't remember a specific conversation, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen. I mean, these are, all of these days are one call after another with me tuning in and tuning out. So it's very hard to be specific in recalling in the moment who I was speaking to at any particular moment.
Did you discuss with Maggie Moran the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file to reporters?
Not that I can recall, but I would put that in the category of I don't remember. I don't remember.
To this day, have you spoken with Ms. Moran about the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file to reporters?
Yeah.
What have you discussed with Ms. Moran?
I told her that essentially what I did, the progression that I just told you after these incidents that occurred, sort of as me and Maggie and Rich sort of were thinking about things relative to Kivett, I wanted her to be aware, as my managing partner, my level of engagement over the previous couple of months. And she and I had been talking about it frequently, the issues involving the governor and reacting to it, and, what she was talking to them about, what I was talking to them about. And then I just wanted to have transparency in terms of, me.
So what did you tell Ms. Moran?
I told her that, I don't remember the specific conversation. I told her, that it says I'm about to be signed out. No, okay. I don't remember the specific conversation. I just remember recounting for her that, both Rich and I had reached out to a reporter or two to get them to call, to encourage them to call the governor's office to get the personnel file.
Did you tell her that you sent the personnel file to Mike Gartland?
I didn't. I don't think I had, at that moment, I remembered that I had.
Since you remembered.
Hold on a second, I think we're
Let's take a break. It looks like his computer is restarting.
We're now going off the record. The time is 12:47.
Recording stopped.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
We're now going back on. The time is 12:50.
Since you recalled that you sent Mike Gartland Ms. Boylan's personnel file, have you told Maggie Moran this?
No.
You said you and Ms. Moran spoke about your involvement in the issues involving the governor, what she was talking about with the governor's office. What did you and Ms. Moran speak about?
I told her that. I recounted the discussion around the text message. That we discussed earlier, the 2 text messages.
Forwarding Lindsay Boylan's text messages to reporters?
Correct.
And what did Ms. Moran say about her involvement with the governor's office?
It wasn't a conversation where she was, telling me much. It was sort of me, Rich, and her as a unit, right? As a team at Pivot, trying to just understand what could be written about me and Rich and Maggie if stories were to start talking about how the governor responded to these various issues. And we just wanted to be prepared and honest with each other about, making sure we were transparent and who had been visible and privy to what.
And what were you and Ms. Moran and Mr. Bamberger concerned about with respect to Pivot?
I don't think we were concerned necessarily about anything. It was just making sure that we're communications professionals. And the best thing to do for a communication strategy is understand what could be written and, how we would respond if reporters were to write it.
Did you have any concerns about the potential impact on Pivot of any reporting about your role in responding to the allegations of sexual harassment against the governor?
I did not.
Did anyone?
No.
Did Ms. Moran have any concerns about Pivot?
Not in that conversation, no. And I can't speak for her, what she thinks.
Did she express any concerns in any other conversation?
Yeah, later on, when Rich was later mentioned in a story, the Ronan Farrow story, she expressed some concern, that this was going to be reputationally problematic.
And you said later on, so when did the initial conversation between you and Ms. Moran and Mr. Bamberger happen?
I don't remember specifically when it came about, but it was probably more around the time when the governor's office had asked me to take a formal role or was pressing to have me take a formal role. So that probably early March period. I think. I don't know for sure.
Okay, let's turn to tab 17 in your binder. And we'll mark this as an exhibit. So on the first page, Rich as a party sends a text to Rich Bamberger, Danny Lever, Josh Vlasto, Melissa DeRosa, Linda Lacewell. So you're in it. And Rich as a party says some helpful stuff in here. I know he talked to him.
Sorry, Brian, I didn't hear what you said. Can you say it again? Somewhat helpful?
Sure. Some helpful stuff in here. I know he talked to him. What do you understand by that statement?
I don't remember. I don't remember the context of it. I imagine.
Turn to the next page. It's a link to an article about Lindsay Boylan's allegations. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Mhm.
I see you say yes.
I said yes, I'm sorry, apologies.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, was Rich as a party's comment on the first page of this chat, on the number on the bottom of it ends in 224.
Okay.
Was Rich as a party talking about helpful information in an article, helpful from the perspective of the governor's office?
Yeah, I imagine, given that the next text is the Times Union story, right? I'm sure if this is in order, right, he was pointing our attention to the story that he then sends the link to.
What was the text? What was the time of Rich as a party's first text?
They're both at 4:20.
Does that suggest?
Yeah, it suggests that he was sending this story to this group to say that there was some helpful stuff in there, and that he, I imagine, is referring to the reporter, talked to him.
And then on the next page, you say, give them the docs.
Yes,
You're referring to Lindsay Boylan's personnel file,
I
correct?
imagine that I am.
Do you recall if there's a reason there's an exclamation point at the end of that statement?
I was probably expressing my view emphatically that given my view that the stories would benefit, should have the context of what was in those files, that this story, I guess in this moment when he sent it to me, did not have that context in it.
Gotcha.
So that would mean that the Times Union, I guess, Times Union posted a story without that information in it. And my view is it would be appropriate to have that information in there.
And them in your statement refers to reporters, correct?
I think in this case, it refers to that story.
So them refers to the Times Union.
Yeah.
Now let's turn to tab 21 in your binder and we'll mark this as an exhibit. And this is a text message from Rich as a party to you on December 15, 2020 with attachments, correct?
Here's that way.
And the attachments are the same two memos and email with Boylan's personnel information that as a party had previously sent on December 13, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Well, this is a text message including the copy of the personnel file.
And the first document is Camille Barlak's September 20, 2018 memo, right?
Appears that way.
And the second document is Julia Kupiek's September 26, 2018 memo, right?
That it does.
And the last document is Alfonso David's September 30, 2018 email, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just need you to say yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, yes.
And just going back to tab 16, I want you to confirm if the documents attached in tab 21 are the same as those in tab 16.
I mean, they appear to be the same, right? And so I suppose from my vantage point, it would be considered the same, but I haven't looked at them specifically, if there was something different. But yes, they appear to be the same, with the difference also there appears that in what as a party sent me in tab 21, it has the redactions that I discussed.
Now let's go to tab 22, and we'll mark this as an exhibit. What is tab 22?
It is a text message from me to Mike Garland.
Is it anything, does it include anything else?
It appears to contain that file that we just looked under the previous tab.
So the memo from Ms. Barlak, the memo from Ms. Kupiak, and the email from Mr. David?
It appears that way.
Now, the memo from Ms. Barlack, as I mentioned earlier, the subject is confidential personnel matter, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no?
Yes, sorry, it says confidential personnel matter.
And the memo from Ms. Kupiec is labeled draft privileged and confidential, attorney-client privileged communication, intra-agency communication, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sorry. I'm just looking back at one other thing just to give context.
And the email from Mr. David is labeled privileged and confidential, attorney-client communication, attorney work product.
Yes.
Correct. Did you have any reservations about sending these documents to Mr. Gartland, which were labeled, among other things, confidential?
No, the lawyers had said that it was permissible. The lawyers had said it was permissible for the governor's office and for these records to be in the public domain.
I think earlier you had indicated that if the documents were confidential, you would have had concerns about violating confidentiality rules, correct?
Well, once I was told that these confidentiality rules would not be violated by putting these out, and I didn't have that. I suppose I didn't have that concern at them.
Now, were you specifically told that confidentiality rules would not be violated?
I don't recall if it was specific or not, but as I said, my view was once I and others said, is this something that is permissible, legally okay, and they came back with the view that it was, my assumption was that that was covered both confidentiality and any other applicable laws. And I don't remember any reason for thinking otherwise.
Have you ever discussed with Rich Bamberger?
And just one thing I would point out, again, and I just, that's why I was thumbing back through. I hope that's okay. Too late now. So it says document number, so it's not new. So if you look at the documents and helpful stuff here, I know we talked to him. That's Sunday, December 13th.
Hold on a second. You're reading, but you're reading so fast that I don't understand you, and you're not even
Reading that fast? Yeah, all right, Bill, I'll go back.
And for the record, let's just make sure we're on the same page.
If you go to tab 17
Okay.
and look at the date, Sunday, December 13th.
Right.
So if my recollection is correct, that is the day that this was all happening, that she had made the accusations and that it was very public and discussed. If you look at the date of my text to Mike Gartland, it was 2 days later. It's the 15th, Tuesday the 15th. So that's, again, why I say I don't remember why I sent it to him, but the information in here was already in the public domain for 48 hours or so. So I imagine that's another reason why in the moment I didn't have a moment to pause. It was already public. And I believe it was reported on publicly. I don't remember if any specific outlets posted it or not, but this is still 3 days later.
So before Ms. Boylan's personnel file had been reported on, did you have reservations about sending her personnel file directly to reporters?
I wouldn't say, again, it's reservations. It's just not how the process was playing out. And I felt, again, for for consistency's sake, and in line with, my view that information should be presented in a straightforward, fact-based way, that the governor's office should have been the ones to give those files, to provide those files to reporters, consistent with what the lawyers had said.
Now, did you ever suggest that Rich, as a party, should send Ms. Boylan's personnel file to Mike Gartland himself?
I don't recall, but I'd have to check. But I imagine that the Daily News by Tuesday would have already reported on the allegations, and I don't know if they had those instances in there. But also, Mike Gartland's not the Albany reporter, so I don't know the circumstances about why I sent it to him.
And you sent Ms. Boylan's personnel file to Mike Gartland 4 minutes after Rich, as a party, sent you the redacted versions of Ms. Boylan's personnel file, correct?
It appears that way.
Did you speak with Rich Bamberger about your sending Ms. Boylan's personnel file directly to Mike Gartland?
I don't recall. But keeping in mind again that this information was already public at this time.
Do you recall if you've ever spoken with Rich Bamberger about your sending Ms. Boylan's personnel file directly to Mike Gartland?
No.
What is your relationship to Mike Gartland?
I've spoken to him on the phone a couple of times.
How do you know him?
I was introduced to him by Rich Bamberger, shortly after I joined Kivett. Well, introduced in the sense of connected over email and talked on the phone. I've never met him.
And in your life, you've only spoken with Mike Gartland twice?
No, I've spoken to him a couple of times on different issues. A couple, yes, several times, I should say.
About how many times?
7 or 8.
When is the first time you interacted with Mike Gartland?
Rich introduced me to him on a client matter. There was a story that we were working on that he either was covering or was interested in, and I wanted to try and reach him. Rich had known him and worked with him longer, so he introduced me to him.
And the Rich here is Bamberger.
Bamberger. Sorry.
And around when was your first interaction with Mike Gartland?
Probably shortly after joining Kivett.
So around the fall of
fall 2020.
So before you sent Ms. Boylan's personnel file to Mike Gartland in December 2020, about how many interactions had you had with Mike Gartland?
4 or 5.
Did you speak with Mike Gartland about the fact that you were sending Ms. Boylan's personnel file to him?
I don't recall. I don't recall the circumstances around sending it over there. And I did not recall it until I, went back through my stuff.
Is Mike Gartland one of the reporters who didn't have a good relationship with the governor's office?
I don't know. I don't remember his name being discussed. He is not in Albany, right? He doesn't cover Albany. He covers politics, but he's not in Albany. So I don't remember if his name was discussed at that moment.
Did you have any other discussions with Mike Gartland about the allegations of sexual harassment against the governor?
Not that I can recall. I mean, I don't remember the circumstances around sending it to him. Ask that question again. Ask that question again.
Bill, can you read that back?
Did you have any other discussion with Mike Garland about the allegations of sexual harassment against the governor?
Yes.
What discussions did you have?
So there was one other matter that I discussed with Mike.
Sorry, we might need to take that again. What discussions did you have with Mike Gartland?
I got it. It's okay.
So there was another matter that came up after Lindsay's initial tweets relating to a staff member who worked for Lindsay Boylan on her campaign, who had come forward to Charlie King about the fact that she had resigned from the campaign because Lindsay made these allegations, and that it was her view that there was no base to them. This was what was being relayed to me. What was relayed to me by Melissa after somebody had a conversation with Charlie was that this staff member resigned because her view was there was no basis to these allegations, and that Lindsay had just been tweeting them to get attention and get attention.
So then did Melissa DeRosa ask you to reach out to Mike Gartland about this?
No, I don't remember what she specifically said, but she did say, what is a way to get this information out? And I think ultimately Melissa patched in Charlie King, or I called Charlie to see if, what this was, and if it, what information, what the real circumstances were. And then it occurred to me that, Mike might be interested in that news that someone had resigned over the campaign.
How did it occur to you that Mike might be interested in news about someone resigning from Ms. Boylan's campaign?
There had been a lot of coverage about Lindsay's allegations. A lot of reporters had been interested in it. And, you know, I heard this piece of news and figured that it would be something that they would potentially report.
And after Ms. DeRosa shared with you the information about Ms. Boylan's press secretary resigning, did Ms. DeRosa ask you to convey or communicate that information to any reporters?
Yeah.
What did she say?
Well, let me be a little more precise. I don't remember the exact words she said, but it was definitely, this is a fact. This is a piece of news that could go to, would be newsworthy for reporters. I don't remember the word she used though.
Understanding that you don't remember the words that Ms. DeRosa used, did Ms. DeRosa communicate that she would like you to convey the information about the resignation of Ms. Boylan's press secretary to reporters?
Likely, yes.
You mentioned Charlie King. Who is he?
Charlie King used to work for the governor when he was Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, has been a friend and advisor to the governor for a long time, and he works at Mercury now.
You know him?
Do I know Charlie King? Yes.
What is your relationship with him?
He's a friend of mine.
And what's the name of the Boylan staff member who resigned from her campaign?
Now, at the time, the press secretary told me that she has an NDA with Lindsay.
We have text messages with her name.
Okay. I just don't want to trip. I'm comfortable with it. All right. So it's,
I'm sorry, what's the name?
that's right.
Did you have any other discussions with Mike Gartland about sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Beyond the back and forth? No, not that I can recall.
So far we have you sending Ms. Boylan's personnel file to Mike Gartland, and then you told Mike Gartland about the resignation of anything else?
Oh, and the text messages and the ones we discussed earlier.
The text messages that you...
The Rob Mahika and Danny Lever text messages, the threatening messages.
Okay.
At any point, did Ms. DeRosa say why she thought it was important that the information concerning the press secretary resigning should be in the public domain?
Certainly newsworthy. I mean, it would show that, you know, what at least was being relayed to me was that it said to Charlie that she thought that Lindsay was making this all up and that it was just done to get attention. So that was what was conveyed to me. Whether or not I was actually saying that or that's actually what happened, I don't know. But certainly from a media analysis perspective, in my view, and I can't tell you what Melissa was thinking, that would have been a relevant fact in terms of how these issues were being reported.
Did you and Ms. DeRosa ever have any discussions about how broadly she wanted this information disseminated?
I don't remember the specifics of the conversation, right? It was, you know, more, it was, we have this information, sort of, what do we do about it? That's the best I can remember. I mean, without sort of assigning specific words to it.
Sure. Okay. And you say specifically, but generally, was there ever a time that she described how broadly she wanted this information?
I don't recall. I wouldn't rule it out, right? I wouldn't rule out. And I also wouldn't rule out that she talked to other people about it as well. But in terms of my interaction on the information, it was Mike. You know, my view, you know, the outgrowth of my conversation with her was to connect with Mike.
Did anyone from the governor's office ever ask you to contact Mike Gartland specifically in connection with the allegations of sexual harassment by the governor?
I don't think so. I don't remember exactly how it came to be that I was going to talk to Mike. I don't remember if it was my suggestion or Melissa's. So I don't remember.
And setting aside whose idea it was, did there ever come a time when anyone in the governor's office asked you to reach out to Mike Gartland about stories he was writing in relation to the allegations of sexual harassment by the governor?
I don't recall. I mean, I don't recall. It doesn't, I wouldn't rule it out. You know, I wouldn't rule out people saying, could you check in with Mike? Could you check in with X? I wouldn't rule it out, but I don't remember any specific conversation about anything specifically that Mike was writing, other than the instances that we've described.
So on the occasions that you've discussed, did someone from the governor's office ask you specifically to reach out to Mike Gartland?
Other than the issues that we've discussed, I don't recall. I'm not trying to parse, I'm trying to be precise, right? Other than the moments that in interactions that we have talked about, the text message related to the 2 threatening text messages related to, and I suppose related to whenever this file went over, I don't remember other instances where they said specifically, call Mike about X or call Mike about Y. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, but I don't recall. I don't recall it.
Okay, so in connection with the Boylan text messages to Danny Lever and Rob Mujica, did someone from the governor's office ask you specifically to communicate with Mike Gartland?
Yeah, Melissa specifically said, you know, can you try, you know, it would probably have taken a verbiage of, can you try Mike, or maybe Mike on this, but not in an abnormal or specific way, at least that I could perceive.
And in connection with resignation, did anyone from the governor's office ask you specifically to communicate with Mike Gartland?
I would imagine she would have probably said, can you go to Mike on this? Can you check with Mike on this? Do you think Mike would write this?
And she being Melissa
That's
DeRosa.
correct.
And in connection with Ms. Boylan's personnel file, sending Ms. Boylan's personnel file to Mike Gartland, did anyone in the governor's office ask you specifically to send Ms. Boylan's personnel file to Mike Gartland?
I don't recall. I don't recall. Mike could have asked me for it. It had already been reported. I could have called me and said, hey, I'm following something. Can you send this to me? I mean, it's perfectly possible.
Are you saying that it's possible, or are you saying that you recall specifically Mike Garland asking for it?
No, I'm saying it's possible. I'm saying I don't recall the circumstances about why I sent Mike that personnel file. The only information that I gleaned from it, based on these and prepping, you know, when I found that text, is that 2 days after the initial disclosure of the files, either Mike wanted them or the governor's office wanted to get them to him. I don't remember what it was, and I don't remember why, but it's all possible.
Please open your binder to tab 31. And we'll mark this as an exhibit. So the first text is on December 15th at 5:06 p.m. It's from you to Mike Gartland. And you say just heard the press secretary resigned 2 last week when they had the plan.
Mm-hmm.
This is about resignation from Boylan's campaign, correct?
It appears that way. Yeah. Yes.
Now, this is the same day, less than 2 hours after you had sent Ms. Boylan's personnel file to Mike Gartland, correct?
It appears that way.
You remember providing information to Mike Gartland about resignation, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But you don't remember sending Ms. Boylan's personnel file to Mike Gartland
No.
on the same day?
Yes. No. I don't know.
Does seeing this text jog your memory about discussions you had with anyone regarding sending information to Mike Gartland about the sexual harassment allegations?
No. No. I mean, I'm not anything differently or new than we've just described.
Sorry, Ms. Atkinson.
I said not anything new or different than what we've just discussed.
Were you encouraging Mike Gartland to publish a story about resignation from the Boylan campaign?
It's safe to say that I was trying to connect him up with and get him to write a story, to, you know, have him write a story about it. Sure. But it was at the initiation of Charlie and Melissa. You know, it was not something that I divined. This was information that had been given to me, and I was making a connection, as you can see here.
If you look back at the first text in that chain, I believe you write when they hatched the plan, correct? Who is they?
In that case, it would have been referring to they, the campaign, Lindsay's campaign.
Okay, and what's the plan?
So it had been presented to me, as best I can remember. I mean, that either was in a meeting or had heard about a meeting they had had, that they, Lindsay's campaign, some guy named something, where either they had discussed that she was sending the tweets or that she had just announced that she was gonna send those tweets. So that's what I imagine I was referring to.
Okay. And
also, you know, it's a little mushy in terms of what I was being told, but that's what I imagine that I was referring to there.
And would it be fair to say that what you were conveying to Mike to write was a story about them hatching this plan?
No, I think if I remember correctly in the conversation with Mike about conversations, it was more that she had resigned and that she would be willing to talk about the circumstances around it. And I guess I used plan as a colloquial. But ultimately, I wasn't the one doing the talking to Mike. It was me connecting her with.
And the circumstances would include this plan in connection with her departure, correct?
The context of what I expected to tell him was this plan that the way that she had perceived how Lindsay came about to make these tweets.
Gotcha.
That's what I was telling Mike that she was going to talk about.
Okay. And since you were using pronouns here, had you discussed this plan beforehand, before this text?
Well, it had been communicated to me by Charlie and Melissa that this is what told them had happened in the campaign.
Okay. My question.
And then, so, you know, again, and I had also had a conversation at some point, I don't know if it was before or after these texts, with herself, right? So I'm not trying to be parsing. I don't know if this text was before or after that conversation. But I am relying on the information that Charlie and Melissa had communicated to me.
Gotcha. My question was a bit different.
Okay, yeah.
So looking back at that first text, when they hatched the plan, I'm just wondering, how would Mike have context to that if this was the first message or the first time it was conveyed to him?
I didn't say it was the first time it was conveyed to him. I don't recall the conversation with him, but I imagine I had previewed him. Sorry, the press secretary resigned. Oh no, you know what it probably is? It's probably the press secretary is not referring to. There was another person who I had heard had resigned. There was somebody else who had resigned, and that I was referring that this was a follow-up to that text. It wasn't the press secretary. She was a consultant or something.
And who was that other person that
I don't know. I don't know their name. They worked for. Now I do now work. You talk about gleaning more information. There was another person, or at least I was told there was another person. Whether or not there was, I don't recall.
And this was another person in the Boylan campaign, correct? And do you recall anything about the circumstances of why you were discussing the departure of this person from the Boylan campaign with Mike?
In the same context of resigning as well, sort of that people were leaving the campaign.
And what was your understanding of why this was relevant to the allegations that Ms. Boylan had made against Governor Cuomo?
Well, because I had said to Charlie and to Melissa that Lindsay was just going to shoot off these tweets and that there was no basis to it, and she just was doing it to get attention or something to that effect. And so that to me is relevant to the reporting of how these accusations are being covered.
And the other employee's departure, it would be in the same context as departure.
Correct. And it was and if I remember correctly, it was somebody who worked for or either had been at the firm or something like that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, just because I resigned too. That's what it was the other.
Mike did not connect with, correct?
No, he didn't.
Mike was able to connect with?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we had previously understood from your counsel that, and Mike ultimately did not connect.
They did. I was not on the call.
Okay.
When I just said I know Mike Garland, I've worked with him before. I'm happy to call. I'm going to call him, and she did. But I was not on the call.
I think Mike's article also said cannot be reached for comment.
Okay.
Was there a reason? Was there a reason you were providing this information that you heard from Melissa DeRosa and Charlie King to Mike instead of someone from the governor's press office?
No, I don't put it in a particular reason. You know, something that Melissa had suggested or asked me to do. I don't remember if it was a suggestion or an ask, and you know, it did seem like relevant reporting. And you know, I had met Bay before. I can't remember the circumstances, but I knew her by reputation. And you know,
I'm sorry, but there's so much feedback. I can't understand what you guys are saying.
What'd you say, Bill?
There's too much feedback. Someone's gonna have to put themselves on mute.
I just put myself on mute.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so I didn't think much of it, and it seemed like a relevant fact and newsworthy. And if I was going to talk to Mike, it didn't seem like an issue or a problem to connect them if she was going to do it on her own volition.
Did there come a time when you got tired of Melissa and the governor's office asking you to contact Mike about stories relating to the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
I would say that I was tired of it throughout this entire process.
What were you tired of?
It's not tired. It's my day to day. This activity was not my top priority. And I was doing my best to provide counsel and support when necessary to help in the response. And I'd give the best advice I could. And sometimes I would move the ball, move something forward. Sometimes I just wouldn't. And so my level of interest and, often, to answer your question, often.
How many hours did you devote to this effort of helping with the response to the allegations of sexual harassment by Governor Cuomo?
Hours devoted is probably a strong word. Listening to calls, it could be several hours a week. In terms of actually doing something, nominal.
So how many hours did you spend in relation to helping with the response to sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
I don't know. And I would be very hesitant to ballpark because calls could sometimes be lengthy, sometimes they could be brief. And so I'm hesitant too. But it was a busy, there were frequent calls during those 3 or 4 months.
This is a period from
December till March-ish.
How long were the lengthy calls?
Could be an hour or 2.
How long were the short calls?
Minutes. And then there would be calls that probably lasted hours that I was on for minutes.
Do you think you spent more than 10 hours a week between December and March in helping with the response to the allegations of sexual harassment against Governor Cuomo?
It's hard. Well, I don't know, right? I don't know. If it means sitting on a call, maybe there are weeks, but I would be hesitant to speculate. I don't know. And I had spoken to Maggie about sort of the guidelines that govern the rules for, how much time we can devote on something like this. And she assured me that, just by being on calls was not an issue. It was not something that would trip any sort of line.
What guidelines did you discuss with Ms. Moran?
The lobbying guidelines.
But Josh just wants to get into conversations with counsel, including counsel for Kevin,
Yeah, but
as
yeah.
discussed further.
Thank you for reminding, yes.
When did you have the discussions with Ms. Moran about the guidelines for lobbying?
Only once or twice in this particular process.
When were those discussions?
I don't remember in what's in the sequence of the months.
You remember if the discussions with Ms. Moran about lobbying guidelines were in December or March?
No.
Okay, let's turn to tab 33 in your binder and we'll mark this as an exhibit. So this is a text message between you and Rich Bamberger on Saturday, December 19th, correct?
It appears that way.
And you say 7:15 in the morning on a Saturday, they asked me to call Gartland, a lesson for the future. What were you talking about?
They were probably pushing, and Melissa probably called me at that hour suggesting that I call Mike. And I was expressing frustration to Rich that that time was early.
What was Melissa asking you to call Mike Gartland about?
I'd have to look back at the surrounding circumstances. I think this is probably around the time of the text messages, right? And if he was going to report on the text messages, I seem to remember being in the park with the but I couldn't say for sure.
Now, Mike Gartland ended up writing a story about resignation from the Boylan campaign, right?
Yes.
And
Though he
Mike
did not mention, he didn't mention anything as best I could.
Mike's story also talked about Ms. Boylan's personnel file, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I think that you're telling me that I have not read his story in months. So.
Okay, well, we'll get Mike's story later. What did you mean by a lesson for the future in your text to Rich Bamberger?
To stop answering the phone. I probably was expressing my frustration that this was, becoming annoying and that I shouldn't be, that doing something that they asked me to do was annoying me and taking up just too much focus and too much time. And I don't like getting calls at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, just like any other human being. So I was probably saying a lesson in the future, and that the next time that they ask me to do something, the answer should probably be no or more within reason in terms of a time commitment.
Who is they here?
Melissa.
How's Melissa they?
They, meaning the grand they.
Is they Melissa and the governor?
Not really. It's more they being colloquial.
Rich Bamberger says on the next page, agree on that they didn't have me give anything to Kramer. So you're referring to Marsha Kramer?
Yes.
And what did the statement mean?
That agree on that they didn't have me give anything to Kramer. The latest from him, he wrote, give to his own. Yeah, it's true. Agree on that they didn't have me give anything to Kramer. I don't remember. I don't quite get it, to be honest. Either he's saying that he was glad that he didn't give the text messages to Marsha. Yeah, it's something like that. I don't remember exactly. I can't quite divine it either. I'm trying to figure it out.
Did Mike Gartland write a story about the text messages to Danny Lever and Rob Mujica?
Not that I remember, no.
So this story that's referenced in these texts is not about the text messages from Lindsay Boylan to Danny Lever and Rob Mujica, right?
You filed already and walked me through the story. Yeah, no, I guess it's not. I guess it's about the story,
And Ms. Boylan's personnel file.
I suppose, yeah. But remember, the personnel file had already been out there, so.
But Mike Gartland still wrote about the personnel file.
Okay.
Did Melissa DeRosa, when she called you on December 19th at 7:15 in the morning, did she want Mike Gartland to publish a story?
I imagine what she was asking me was, is Mike going to write, what's he going to say?
And there was pressure for Mike to get his story out.
She wanted me to exert pressure to get the story out.
And Bamberger said in the text that Gartland he's been good to us on a Kivett level too, and you responded most importantly. What did you understand by Bamberger's statement?
That he's been a friendly reporter when we talk to him. He's a friendly guy, and we work well with him at Kivett. And that my view, and what I said by most importantly, is not to push too hard. Right? This is not a top priority issue for us at Kivett, or for me and Rich, and no need to go overboard in pushing him because he's a good guy that we work well with.
When you say things like Mike Gartland is friendly and he's a good guy who we work well with, you mean that Mike Gartland is helpful to Kivett or Kivett clients? Is that correct?
No, he's helpful just to me, and I would probably say more me and Rich in the context of part of our jobs is to work with reporters on issues related to clients. So, and Mike has always been an easy person to talk to and work with. And so I value those relationships. I value relationships with reporters, and I don't want to do anything. I don't want to push or do anything that alienates those relationships. And that was the discussion here. I'm not going to call a guy on 7:15 in the morning saying, well, where are we? So.
And what did you understand by on a Kivett level?
I'm probably more just a professional level, Kivett clients and just us as people.
And what about Kivett clients and just us as people?
Nothing. That's what I mean. That if we part of our jobs is to work with reporters on issues in Albany, in New York City, around the world, around the country. And so we like to have good relationships with reporters. And so he's been good to us in terms of being a good reporter, being easy to work with. I mean, maybe Rich is referring to something specific. I don't remember that he was, but this is sort of common parlance in the world of political, in the world of communications.
And just to be clear, so did you understand Rich Bamberger's statement? He's been good to us on a Kivett level too. To me, Mike Gartland has been good to Kivett clients and to you and Rich in your capacity as Kivett employees.
But I took it more broadly, just as that he's been good to us and been easy to work with. And I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just not it's not a direct linkage. We work with reporters all the time on any number of different issues. So I'm trying to be precise, which is he's not saying that this is someone who works for us or with us. He's a good guy. He's easy to work with and was a decent reporter.
Right, but
and alienating him or doing something that would aggravate him would just not be helpful to me, Rich, or if we have a client issue or any other issue that we need to deal with the Albany Press and with the LCA, with the Daily News.
But Mike isn't part of the Albany Press.
No, I should say the Daily News. I was being cold.
He's been good to us on a Kivett level too include Mike Gartland has been good to Kivett clients and to.
I imagine he has. I have not been at Kivett that long, so I can't remember a specific interaction other than one time I went to him with a story that I don't think he ultimately did. So I'm sure Rich was referring to him, that he had been working with with Mike, and I always worked well with him, and the conversations that I had with him, it seemed like a fine and decent before.
And the conversations you had with him, what?
He always seemed like a decent guy and a decent reporter.
Okay, let's go off the record.
Without going off the record, the time was 1:39.
Okay. Wait, hold on.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Without going back on the record, time is 2:12.
Mr. Vlasto, we've handed you what has been marked as our next exhibit, 16, I believe. And it's an article by Michael Gartland of the Daily News dated December 19, 2020. And the headline is Ex-Gov aide Lindsey Boylan loses press staffer over Cuomo sex harass allegations, source. And the article talks about the departure of the Boylan campaign communications consultant.
This is not the whole story. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't. Hold on.
Give you a chance to thumb through it.
Well, wait a minute. The page numbering's off here. Lindsey Boylan's. Oh, okay. Yeah, the way it printed is sort of odd. So, okay. All right, keep going. Sorry.
Okay. So it talks about departure. And it says, did not return a call. And it also talks about Ms. Boylan's personnel records.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
Now, this article is on the same date as the date of the text messages between you and Rich Bamberger, in which you said Mr. Rosa had called you about pressing Mr. Gartland to publish a story, correct?
Yeah, looks like it.
And does this remind you that the story that Ms. DeRosa wanted you to get Mr. Gartland to publish quickly was about the departure of Ms. Boylan's
Yes.
campaign communications consultant and Ms. Boylan's personal records?
Yes, it is. That is what this was about.
Okay. All right, so now let's go to tab 25 in your binder. And we'll mark this as the next exhibit.
Okay.
Now, this is a text message between you and Rich Bamberger. You say, what did he say? Then Rich says, did they pull back on leaking the text? And you say it appears that way. What's the background of this discussion?
I imagine it relates to the text messages.
You're talking about the Lever and Mujica text messages?
Yes.
Do you know who he refers to here? What did he say?
I do not know who the he is. It probably, based on the next text, relates to Rich as a party.
Okay.
Are we going to come back to the Gartland story? Does this come back to it?
No, unless you have anything else to say about it.
I just want to make one point just to say where it says not return a call. My understanding is they did speak. So I was not on the call, but I'm just letting you know.
Okay. How do you interpret the statement in the article, did not return a call?
Protecting a source. That the report that Mike was protecting the fact that they had spoken.
So are you saying that?
Or they gave me incorrect information that they had spoken. And I don't remember who told me they had spoken, but one of them did.
When you say one of them did?
Well, either Mike or Lou told me that they did. So I noticed you had asked me that before, and so.
Okay. Thank you for going back to that. So let's go to tab 30 in your binder. 30.
Oh, we're done with 25? All right, sorry. 30, okay.
30.
Yes.
And this is another text between you and Rich Bamberger, December 18, 2020, right?
Yes.
And you say, I think I'm going to lose the bet with the Gov.
Yes.
Folks losing interest is what it is.
Yes.
Up until December 2020, say the end of December 2020, what discussions did you have with the governor about the allegations of sexual harassment against him?
Until sort of the beginning of December 2020, or
Let's go to the end of December 2020.
well, there's a clear line of demarcation in December, so I think we need to be a little bit more precise.
Okay, you choose a line of demarcation.
So let's call it December 1 to 2020. I've never had a discussion with the governor about sexual harassment allegations against him because I wasn't aware of any. So that, I think that's a clearer line, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I hope you understand what I'm getting at. In terms of after Lindsay made her accusations, I wouldn't say that I ever had any discussions with him. He would be on these calls from time to time where the media response to the allegations was discussed. And so those would have been really the only times during this December period where we would have discussed the allegations against him.
And what did the governor say on the calls that he participated in?
Very little, very little. And it was sort of episodic as well. You know, I can't say for certain. I don't remember. Take another step back for a second. When these calls are scheduled or convened, at least on my end, they are not convened or scheduled with any purpose. It's not like we're going to talk about X or we're going to talk about Y. So when and that especially applies when I'm on a call because it's more the generic sort of media landscape and response. So when he would pop in, that would be the context of the discussion. And I think that's just important to remember only because it was never like, hey, the gov wants to talk to you about the sexual harassment allegations against him.
Did you have any
Shit's
one-on-one?
on the governor, but it's shorthand.
Did you have any one-on-one communications with the governor in which the allegations of sexual harassment against the governor were discussed?
Not the substance of them. I think there were some texts back and forth where we were doing it, going through some points in a statement or what he was going to say at a press conference. And certainly in the calls where he would have appeared, or not appeared visually, but sort of joined, that those type of issues would have been discussed, the media response to it.
And what did the governor say during the calls?
I couldn't remember specifically. You know, it was more working through what questions he might ask and tone and tenor and stuff like that. But I don't remember any specific sort of back and forth with him about the allegations specifically. I just don't recall it. Sometimes, you know, as I said, sometimes there might have been a text back and forth about a specific statement or so on, but nothing of any notability.
Did the governor ever make any?
Sorry. You may have gotten it. Can you hear me? Sorry. This is true. Did anyone ever ask him on any of these calls?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Jim. Can you give me 1 second just to get myself situated, just because it's hard. I can't hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I know you.
No. It's just as you know, I have the thing not on.
Yeah. Let me ask you just that. Abhinav was probably going to ask it, but did anyone ever ask the governor on any of these calls whether any of the allegations were true?
No, and we were discussing it earlier. I never sort of on the nose or heard anyone directly say, are these true or are they not true? The way that the media response came about was the foundational premise that was introduced on the calls from a Melissa or from a Rich, was that these were going to be accusations that were going to be denied. And so, at least in the discussions that I was on, they never dove deep into the substance or or the back and forth on it. It was here we're going to deny it, and how do we structure and deliver the denial, or how do they deliver the structure and denial?
Well, understanding that early on there was a decision that it was going to be denied. Were there ever any discussions with anyone whether the allegations were true or not?
Not in a probing sense, right? And certainly not on the specifics. And again, we're June in this one. We're very focused we've been focused on Lindsay. I think as time went on and that the pattern continued to develop, I think my posture sort of changed in terms of how I was engaging with the information that I was getting. And I don't mean to be cagey about it. It's that it was clear that there was a pattern that was emerging publicly, and that maybe there could be more substance to it, there could be less substance to it. But no, that's the long way of answering is I was never part of any in-depth discussion with anybody on whether the allegations were factually true or not, what quote unquote would really happen, etc.
Did it matter to you?
With respect to Lindsay, as I said earlier, I had enough doubt in my mind, given the inconsistencies of what she had been saying publicly with what she had said to me over our years when we were friends, as well as sort of erratic behavior that I had been seeing over the years, to doubt it and to have enough doubt in my mind. I think that sort of carried through a little bit for the next two or three accusers. But by then I was pretty much removing myself from the process and not interested in participating anymore.
So with
that's the long way of saying with Lindsay, it's not that it didn't matter, it's that I had enough doubt in my mind. And then over time, as more allegations came out, more doubt came into my mind.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
When you just said more doubt came into your mind, what did you mean when you said more doubt came into your mind?
Well, we talked about earlier, I think I knew Lindsay specifically, right? I knew her personally. I knew what she had told me about her experience in the governor's office. Other than Karen Hinton, I didn't know any of the accusers personally. I supposedly Annalise was there when I was there. I don't remember her. I don't, didn't know her. So I didn't know any of these people. I was not around in the office anymore. And so my level of ability to believe one thing for another was going on was just less. And so it didn't change necessarily my posture, because if the governor and Melissa and the others were telling me that they were denying this, it was absolutely not true. And I was, being a part of or talking through the media response, I was comfortable with those denials as they came in, but increasingly less comfortable less confident in them as time went on. But just to also be precise, I don't have a view if these accusations are true or not. I just don't. I don't know. I don't work there. I don't spend time in that office. I don't have firsthand knowledge of it. I am told what I'm told.
Did the governor ever deny any of the allegations of sexual harassment that were made against him? Yeah,
the calls and the discussions don't work that way. So no one ever asked him, are these things true? It was just not the form and the way these conversations played out. It was just assumed that they would be denied. I will say, as time went on, I participated in less and less of these calls. And even if I was on the email or the text, I wasn't jumping on these calls frequently as time went on. So I suppose the answer could be, I don't know that anyone ever asked him as time went on. I did not, and I did not hear it.
The reason I asked that question is I heard you say just now, as the governor and Melissa denied the allegations and said they were absolutely not true. So I wanted to confirm, did the governor?
Yeah, no, I don't recall him say. I should say that she denied. I never heard anyone ask him directly. It just wasn't the way that those discussions ran. But again, that might have changed as time went on.
And regardless of whether anyone asked the governor, did you hear him say the way Melissa DeRosa was saying that the governor's office was going to deny the allegations?
I've heard in the conversations that he would participate in, he'd say, yeah, I'm going to deny this and I'm going to say no, and we should, I'm going to say this and this and this. And, so yes, I think in the form and course of the discussion in terms of how he was going to respond, if, for example, he had a briefing that day, he was going to be in front of the press and would get asked questions about it. And then in addition, when he ultimately gave that statement, that public statement at the briefing that he read, the foundational premise was that he was going to deny.
And just to be clear, we're on the same page.
Yes, I'm not trying to be coarse. I'm
Which statement are you referring to?
So when he was at the briefing, I don't remember the date. It's publicly available. When he gave sort of an apology or a sort of a protracted statement at the end of the briefing about the allegations against him. Again, that the premise of that formulation of that statement, which I really wasn't particularly involved in, was that he was denying.
Going back to this exhibit, what's the bet that you said you thought you were going to lose with the governor?
I have tried to remember. I don't remember exactly the bet, but it was, I imagine it was related to the order in which questions were going to be asked in the briefing. And that if the first question was going to be related to an accusation or the economy, or it was a tongue-in-cheek.
And what was your bet?
Oh, no, I take that back. The bet was about the text messages. The bet was about whether or not they would report on the text messages. Then I told him and the group on the call that they were not newsworthy and not interesting.
So the governor was part of discussions about disclosing Ms. Boylan's text messages to Ms. Lever and Mr. Mujica to the press.
At one point, yes.
And was the governor also part of discussions about disclosing Ms. Boylan's personnel files to the press?
I don't remember if he was specifically in those conversations, in those moments.
And what discussion did you, start that again, what discussion was the governor part of regarding the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's text messages to the press?
I don't remember the specific conversation. Again, this text just jogged my memory. But I remember that my bet was that no one was going to be interested in writing them, that they were not newsworthy or interesting, and that he and Melissa probably said, no, they are, they will get reported. I said, you're wrong. And then either someone had signaled to the group that they would be interested in them, and so it looks like I was going to be wrong, and then I turned out to be right. Because it says, if you look back, it says I'm going to lose the bet. My bet was they were not interested. So I imagine that he said, yeah, I think they will be reported. And folks are losing interest. I think that's what this was. Is what it is.
Okay.
Maybe that's not right. I don't know. I'd have to look at what was going on in the press that day. So I don't know what to say.
Yeah. And what was your first guess?
It's one of two things. It was either that I made a bet about what the questions, the order of the questions were going to be. Is the first question going to be about allegations or COVID or economy? Or if it was a bet about if reporters would write about the text messages. And yeah, sorry, go ahead. And because I remember I was in a minority view about whether or not they were interesting or not. And I just thought they weren't.
And if the bet had been about the order of questions, whether the first questions would be about the sexual harassment allegations or COVID, which side of that bet would you have been on?
I don't know. But it was not uncommon for me to say, I'll bet you this, I'll bet you that. So.
And was Rich part of this discussion that the governor was part of?
I don't recall specifically the conversation. I imagine if I was sending this text to Rich, he was familiar with what I was talking about.
Did the executive chamber ever approach you about providing your services in connection with the sexual harassment allegations?
In connection with responding to in various investigations and sort of the overall issue, yes. Well, governor did.
Tell me about that discussion you had with the governor.
So this was later. This was, March. I don't remember the date. It was the weekend. And I was on a call with the governor and a couple of other sort of outside people, not this core group. And I don't quite know how I got roped into this particular side conversation that was going on. And in it was after they had launched sort of the impeachment inquiry. It was pretty far down the road. And he said to the group at some point in his initial sort of soliloquy, my good friend Josh Vlasto of 20 years is going to take over the politics and the press operation in leading the response to, the assembly and all these investigations. And he's going to work, he's going to be the lead point person on all this stuff.
Could you discuss that with the governor before?
No. I know.
Who else was on this call?
That's not even remember. Bill Mulroy was on. It's a different sort of lane. It was Bill, I think Larry, maybe Jane Rosenthal, and Ken Sunshine. I think that sort of world. But I don't that universe of it. I don't remember everybody who was on it.
How'd you end up on that call with them?
I don't remember. I had talked to Jane at some point during the week, and she had been saying to me, he needs a strategy to get back on his feet, proactive in terms of the economy and the reopening, get more out there. What do you think? And I don't know Jane Rosenthal that well. And I said, yeah, I agree. And, if that's where he wants to go, positive and proactive, I'm in for that. I'm willing to help. And she said, okay, I'll see if he wants to get on the phone with this weekend. And that's sort of how that call came to pass.
Did you tell anyone about the call before
No.
the call?
I didn't know what he was going to say.
So how did you respond to the governor's announcement that you were going to take over the politics and press strategy?
I immediately hung up the phone. At the end of after he said that, I got off the call. I did not wait for the call to end. I didn't say anything. I just hung up the phone.
What's the reason you hung up?
Because I didn't know what he was talking about. And I didn't want to be working on something that I had not agreed with. And was sort of surprised by the entire thing.
So what happened in relation to that topic after you hung up the phone?
I called Maggie Moran, who my managing partner, and said, do you know anything about this? It occurred to me in the moment, like maybe that Maggie and him had a conversation, so I wanted to make sure that I hadn't missed anything. And she said, I don't know what he's talking about. And he said, she said something like, what do you think? And I said, I'm not doing this. I don't want to do that. I have 15,000 other things to do. I said, I will do it if you ask me to. If you ask me to, I will do it. She said, absolutely not. It's, I don't know what this is. And she said, what do you want to do? I said, nothing. I said, I'm just going to I was walking. I'm just going to keep walking.
Did this call with the governor happen before or after the Ronan Farrow article came out?
Before. I'm fairly certain before. I would have to double check the dates, but yes, I'm pretty sure it was before.
Did you have any other discussions with the governor about taking over the politics and press strategy?
Yes, he called me later that afternoon and tried to encourage me to do it. And I said I was not comfortable doing it. And he offered a variety of different ways that I could work for the law firm. Kivett could be retained. I said, none of that works for me personally. And I said, if you want to work with Kivett, you have to talk to Maggie.
Was anyone else on the call?
No.
How long was the call?
5 minutes. Tops.
During this call, did you ask the governor about the truthfulness of the allegations against him? Did you say why you did not want to take on this role?
I told him, as best I can recall, that I didn't agree with the style that they were taking. They were attacking the legislature still. In some ways, the public comments towards the victims were negative, and I felt very, not only not consistent with how I would have handled it, but just also poor media strategy. And having been a spokesperson my whole career, I didn't want to be put in that spot. I didn't want to be saying things and being formally representing in this process. But primarily, it was I had just building a book of business. I have clients that I've recruited to work with, and I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. And I didn't like that he had said it without discussing it.
How did you think that the governor's office should have been approaching the women who were accusing the governor of sexual harassment?
I think denials are one thing. I think as time went on, I just found the explanations to get more convoluted, sort of accusatory. I can't put my finger on a specific thing here or there, but it was also the way he was attacking the legislature, the way he was attacking federal officials. I just felt that was nothing I wanted to really be a part of, and was ultimately accelerating the political decline that we were seeing.
What do you mean when you say the explanations got more convoluted?
I just remember that there was a couple of instances where he said things along the lines of, I don't even remember what I'm hesitant to verbalize it because I don't want to get it wrong, but it was like people have their own political axe to grind, or people have their own motivations, or it was just wrong. It was just the wrong way to handle it. It was the wrong way to think about it. It was the wrong way to handle the moment. And the momentum behind the number of accusations that were coming out, true or otherwise, was just not a situation that I felt comfortable being in the middle of, or much less in front of.
You said the governor's office was being accusatory toward the women accusing the governor of sexual harassment. Wasn't that also the case with respect to Lindsey Boylan?
Not in my view. Not in my view. And certainly not in the conversations that I participated in.
Okay. How did you think the governor's office's response to Lindsey Boylan's allegations differed from the others in a way that made you uncomfortable when it came to the other allegations?
So it goes back to what I said initially, which is based on my interactions personally with Lindsey, there were inconsistencies in what she was saying publicly. It's significant. I also found her tone, even in the tweets, was discordant with at least the Lindsey that I had known during our friendship. And the sort of surrounding political motivation, the erraticness of the comments, and the inconsistencies in what she was talking about, as I said, gave me enough comfort to be in that space. But also then B, if you look at the conduct that had been reported in the personnel file, that was, at least based on what had been presented to me and approved by the lawyers, fact-based harassment that was relevant to evaluating harassment in the administration. And so that to me is a direct link. And threatening behavior, or people who I know credibly saying I heard them sort of hatch a plan to make this up, all of that to me seemed very credible and real and direct. I think that over time, given that I didn't know the people, given that I wasn't there, given that I was just on the other end of the phone and who knows what was going on, I thought of them differently. And that was how I viewed it. I just viewed the two sort of categories differently.
You mentioned that when you spoke with Jane Rosenthal, you had told her that if the response of the governor's office was positive and proactive, basically you would be willing to help. What did you mean by that?
My point was that I'd sort of run out of energy, wheel spinning, and sort of endlessly debating the various contortions of denials and so on. That if he and Melissa wanted to have a serious pivot in terms of their public posture writ large. Now, again, this isn't specific on the allegations. It's just how to present him publicly and what are we doing? What is he doing? Then that would be something that I would be sort of okay having a conversation about. But I saw no evidence that that was the case. And the next day or two later, whenever it was, it obviously that was not where he was going to go. And then by throwing me in the middle of it without telling me, it was obvious that this was not going to go in a direction that I felt comfortable with anymore.
Did you have any other discussions with the governor about taking over the politics and press strategy?
No, just those two. With him personally? Yeah, just those two.
Do you have any conversations with anyone else?
I spoke right after I spoke to Maggie, I called Melissa and we had a tense conversation where I told her I would not be doing what he just announced I was doing and was pretty pissed that was the way that it had been presented to me and to everybody else.
How did Melissa respond?
She was, sort of, angry back at me. I think she had been basically, very tired from the whole thing and sort of was like, I can't deal with this. I mean, I don't think you have, you should be all upset about this and angry about it. Just, you want me to tell him no? I was like, yes, I want you to tell him no. And she said, why? I said, because I'm not doing it. That's why I hope.
When you spoke with did you speak with?
It was the call, the group, Maggie, Melissa.
And then the governor.
And then I had a brief conversation with Chris Cuomo.
You had a brief conversation with who?
With Chris Cuomo.
Okay.
Let's talk about your discussion with Chris Cuomo.
Similar to Melissa, he called me, and he didn't bring up this interaction I had with the governor, but I didn't think it was a coincidence that he was calling. And he said, what's going on? I told him, and he said, you don't want to do that? I said, no, I don't. And he really said, okay, I'll talk to him. It'll be all right. Don't worry about it. He didn't push me to take the role. So it was also a pretty brief conversation. But I expressed the same things that I just described, which is I don't know why he just said what he said. I'm not doing that.
So the sequence was there was this group call. Now, was Melissa DeRosa on the group call?
No.
Was Chris Cuomo on the group call?
No.
It says a group call with the governor, Bill Melrose, Larry Schwartz, Jane Rosenthal, Sunshine.
Yeah.
Anyone else you remember?
Not that I remember, but there might have been one or two. And Larry may not have been on it. I don't remember specifically.
Was Steve Cohen on the call?
I don't think so. But I'm not certain. And I said this many times, like I'm at my house, I'm walking my, so like I'm not taking notes and I'm not taking attendance on who's on these calls.
So after this call, you call Maggie Moran.
Yes.
How long did you speak with her for?
Briefly.
And then you called Melissa DeRosa?
Yes.
And then Chris Cuomo
Yes.
called you? And then when did the governor call you?
After Chris.
How long after Chris?
All in the same half-hour window-ish, as best I can recall.
And by the time the governor called you, did you know whether he had gotten your response?
No. Unclear. And yeah, I mean, that I wouldn't have remembered it. Just, you know, I don't know if Melissa had told him or not.
So did you tell me yourself?
Yeah.
Did you ever take notes on any of these, on any calls about the investigations that the governor was facing?
Notes, probably not that I can remember at all. I mean, there's one interaction that I saw where I was taking down a statement and doing some edits around one of the statements, but I never took sort of contemporary notes or anything like that. I think half the time I was driving, you know.
Do you know if the governor spoke with Maggie Moran about retaining Kivett?
She told me that he called her, and she had told him no. Subsequently, that she said she had told him that we couldn't take them on as a client. She told me that he had said if I would take a leave from Kivett to do it, she said you'd have to talk to Josh about it. He said, well, I'll call him, and he never did.
And do you know when Ms. Moran spoke with the governor?
It was later that afternoon. But he had told her he was going to call me, according to her, and then he never did.
You know if the governor spoke with Rich Bamberger about hiring Kivett?
I don't. I don't recall Rich ever mentioning that he had, but I don't have any information that suggests he did.
Did you ever speak with Rich Bamberger about the governor announcing that you're going to take?
I'm sure I relayed the specifics of that conversation at some point with Rich.
What kind of relationship did you have with the governor after you left the chamber?
I mean, we sort of episodic, different kind of relationships. I mean, in the immediate aftermath, it was distant. I left, I guess, at the end of March, when I left the time of the campaign. And then it was a couple months I didn't hear from him or them. But then later in August, Joe had reached out, and, there were conversations.
This is August 2014.
2014. So, I always had a decent relationship with him, but I wouldn't say that I talked to him frequently directly. It would actually be highly infrequently. And I was not in his physical presence that much. I didn't hang around.
Did you attend any face-to-face meetings about the investigations that the governor was facing since December 2020?
Since December 2020, face-to-face meetings? No.
Or
With him? No.
No, in-person meetings with anyone.
No, not that I'm just trying to think if I ever saw them, but no, I don't remember any moment when I saw them.
Did anyone ever ask you to go to the mansion?
Yes.
Who?
Melissa asked me one time. Steph asked me another time.
Steph Benson?
Stephanie Benson, sorry.
When did Melissa ask you to go to the mansion?
I don't remember the specific moment in the chronology, but it was in there at some point.
And what about Ms. Benson?
Same. That they, Steph had texted that they were trying to get that group to come up to the mansion. And I told her I couldn't go.
You remember if it was closer to the December time period or the March time period?
Probably closer to the March time period, but in the heat of things. But I don't remember the specifics around it.
And when you say in the heat of things, you mean in relation to the sexual harassment allegations?
No, I just remember to all of it, the noise and the news around it.
Around the sexual harassment allegations?
Around the governor's political problems.
Including sexual harassment allegations?
Sexual harassment, but not solely.
Including the nursing home issue?
Well, just in general, and Ron Kim and, impeachment and 15 other problems that were emerging.
Are you aware of a draft letter responding to Ms. Boylan's allegations?
Yes, I know what I know what you're referring to, so.
And what
I wouldn't call it a letter, but you can call it whatever you like.
What would you call it?
I could be more of an op-ed or a letter, but yes, please.
What do you know about that statement regarding Ms. Boylan's allegations?
I know that I thought it was not a good idea, and said it as much. And I also know that in the back of my mind, I was pretty sure it was never going to go much of anywhere, so I didn't pay too much attention to it.
What's the reason you thought it wasn't a good idea?
Pure media strategy. it was, if I remember the chronology together, that the story was sort of dying down a little bit, and that an op-ed or a letter, call it what you like, would continue the negative storylines, regardless of the substance and content of it.
When did you first hear this idea for the op-ed?
I remember that it had been sort of discussed in a conference, one of these endless calls, and sort of been tabled, and not really considered seriously. And then I got a call from Melissa early in the morning where she was irate that Steve had convinced the governor, or not, I should say convinced, had told the governor that he thought this was a good idea. And that it was back something that he was considering, and that Melissa was not happy that it was being considered again.
And when this op-ed was discussed in a call, was the governor part of the call?
I don't remember. I don't remember. That sort of falls into the bucket of the circular conference calls.
And do you remember how the idea of the op-ed was initially tabled?
I don't. This also falls in the category of things that I really did not care about and focus on. I knew that there would be endless amounts of discussion and drafts and edits and nothing that I cared to take any interest or time in. So, there was a lot of back and forth about it. I could tell you honestly, I probably have not even read it through even once. Even to this day.
Whose idea was this op-ed?
I don't remember whose specific idea it was. It is if you look at the history of politicians responding to these type of allegations, Joe Biden had his former aides write a sign-on letter where they talked about X, Y, and Z. So it is not an uncommon media response maneuver to encourage women that the elected official has worked with in the past to come forward and put out statements stating to their support for women and so on. So the concept is not a novel one. The question that I sort of had in mind, so again, I don't remember how it sort of entered the conversation, given that it's not that big of it's not surprising that people engaged in a political media response to these kind of issues would consider such an idea.
Do you know if Mike Bloomberg ever used this media response maneuver?
I don't know. I know he's had allegations against him, but I think so.
Do you remember Linda Lacewell discussing this media response maneuver?
Not specifically, but she was in and around these discussions during that period of time, so it's safe to assume that she expressed an opinion.
So you said you don't remember whose idea it was. Earlier you said Steve Cohen told the governor he thought it was a good idea.
Yes, because remember what I said was there was a discussion about media response. Someone, we talked about it, and I don't know who the royal we was in that case, but it got tabled and sort of as a bad idea. And the reason why I remember that the specific Melissa conversation was that it was after it had sort of been tabled. Her call to me was to express frustration that it was now back on the table because of the conversation that Steve had apparently had with the governor.
And do you know what Melissa's view was of the op-ed?
It was that it was not a smart thing to do at least communicated to me that it was not a smart thing to do for the reasons that I had outlined, which was it would only continue to amplify the story, and that the goal was to have the storyline diminish.
Do you remember when Melissa DeRosa called you?
It was early in the morning. I remember that.
What about the month?
I don't know. It would be in and around the time when that draft was kicking around in the email. So. What
else do you remember about this op-ed?
That was it, really. As I said, it was not something I paid any attention to. And I realized, that it was just going to go on and, people were going to talk about it, do a bunch of drafts. And then ultimately the storyline would fade and then they wouldn't use it. So why waste the time and energy engaging in it?
Over what period of time were you involved in discussions about the op-ed?
I can't say for certain, but if you look at the time that the drafts were going back and forth on the emails, that's when the times it was debated and discussed. What I would say is I was not active or engaged in those discussions. Just because I'm on the email didn't mean I read them, and I didn't care which way it was going in any direction.
Let's go to tab 27 in your binder. So tab 27 starts with an email from Melissa DeRosa to Steve Cohen, Linda Lacewell, you, and Judy Mogul. This is dated December 16, 2020. Do you see that?
I do.
Does this jog your memory about when discussions about this op-ed started?
No, I didn't. It's not that I don't have a recollection of it. It's that it's when these, you asked me when these conversations were going on. They were going on when these emails were going back and forth.
Do you remember?
But as I said, I was not an active part of these conversations on the letter. I couldn't have cared either way.
Do you know who drafted this statement in the email that Melissa sent you on December 16th?
I do not.
Do you know if before December 16 at 1:36 p.m. you'd seen a draft of the op-ed?
I don't.
So let's turn to the page with the numbers on the bottom ending in 07.
Okay.
This is from Steve Cohen to you, and it says there's just a subject here, and then it includes the op-ed.
Yep.
Do you remember what led to Steve Cohen sending you this email?
I'm sure he probably said, "Hey, take a look at this."
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. It was much,
I'm sure Steve had said on a discussion either in the group or individually, "Hey, I took a pass at the op-ed. Take a look at it."
Steve's email is at 2 p.m., right?
That's what it appears. Yeah.
And before Steve's email, Melissa had sent an email at 1:36, right?
Yes, I guess. Yeah.
Does that say anything to you one way or the other about whether Steve took a pass at the op-ed?
Well, it certainly shows that he took a pass at it, right? Whether or not who drafted what and who's editing what, I couldn't tell you.
And when you say Steve took a pass, do you mean Steve was commenting on the op-ed?
If I remember correct, yes. Here, if you look in the italics and all this, and this is all I've learned is subsequent to reviewing this stuff. Because as I said, I don't remember reading this in the first place. Is his edits and sort of his comments and changes on it, and he was sending me to take a look at it.
Other than discussing the op-ed with Melissa DeRosa one-on-one, did you discuss the op-ed one-on-one with anyone else?
I seem to remember Steve probably calling me at some point, saying why he thought it was a good idea, and me probably saying it wasn't a good idea, but I don't remember any specific conversations or discussions of note.
Well, Linda Lacewell and Judy Mogul are also copied on emails about this op-ed. Do you remember what their role was?
It's the same as we discussed on the previous instances. It's sort of they're on these calls. I mean, I think Linda's superintendent of financial services. Judy, I think, is special counsel or some title. So, but it was. Go ahead. No, I was just saying that their capacity in terms of my perception on these calls and these emails was the same as during the previous instances. They're just part of the group that would be included in these discussions.
In your view, does this op-ed have anything to do with financial services?
No.
So what was the relevance of Linda Lacewell's role as superintendent of financial services?
I couldn't tell you. I would only tell you that it was not uncommon for Linda over the course of the last 11 years to be part of, media response and strategy calls that I was on.
So if you go to the page with the numbers on the bottom ending in 15, this is yet another version of the op-ed, it appears. In addition to Steve Cohen, Linda Lacewell, you and Judy Mogul, Alfonso David, Danny Lever, and Richard Bamberger are also copied.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember Richard Bamberger being involved in discussions about this op-ed?
I don't remember him being specifically involved, but clearly he was on an email.
Do you remember talking to Richard Bamberger or communicating with Richard Bamberger about the op-ed?
I don't remember any specific conversations because, as I said, I remember saying that this was a bad idea. So I'm sure I communicated to Rich that I thought this was silly, but I don't remember a specific back and forth. I mean,
And if you go to a page with the numbers 018, this is an email from Cohen to Melissa DeRosa copying Linda Laiswell and you. And here it looks like Steve Cohen has some critical comments on the letter or op-ed. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember Steve Cohen not liking any aspects of the op-ed?
I don't remember it, but clearly he didn't. Clearly he had a view.
Seemed like you didn't think the op-ed was a good idea. Steve Cohen had his issues with the op-ed. Melissa told you she had her issues with the op-ed. Who thought the op-ed was a good idea?
I don't know the answer to that. And all I can tell you is that my experience, and this, as we progress through the timeline, is going to become a more relevant theme, is I didn't care. I didn't pay attention. So I don't know why they were still kicking this around. I don't remember. And, maybe Melissa was, maybe she changed her mind, or maybe someone she was talking to gave her different advice, or maybe this was just Steve pushing it along and trying to get it right. I don't recall.
And turning to the page with the numbers on the bottom ending in 072. Now this is an email
I'm
from
sorry, 072. Oh, okay. Yeah, got it.
This is an email from you reacting to the op-ed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
I just need you to say yes or no.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And you said lots to go through here, but I certainly wouldn't use the Jumani Williams piece.
Yeah.
So you read the op-ed, right?
No, I remember them talking about on one of the calls something related to Jumani Williams being behind this. There's also connectivity to the issue because one of the advisors, that guy that I mentioned earlier, had been working for Jumani Williams or something, and they had said that someone had said that it was related, that all these accusations had been juiced up because by Jumani Williams, because Jumani Williams is going to run against him in 2022. So what I would say is what I was probably reacting to here was something someone said to me, and I was reacting to it, saying, lots to go through here, meaning I'll read it, which I won't. And then, but I wouldn't talk about the Jumani Williams piece.
So now that we've seen these drafts of the op-ed / letter, does it help you remember the timeline in terms of when the op-ed was discussed and then it was tabled and then it was resuscitated?
It doesn't help me remember it because I'm remembering as much as I can, right? I think, the timeline that I laid out is the best I can remember. The details that I remember is that phone call from Melissa. But that phone call from Melissa didn't get me to tune in more or less.
Now, you said you thought the op-ed was not a good idea because the story had already basically moved.
Or I thought it was going to, right? It was, or either it was already or it was going to, but either way that this would cause greater attention onto these issues rather than less.
Now, these drafts of the op-ed are from December 16, 2020, right?
Appears that way.
That's 3 days after Lindsay Boylan tweeted her sexual harassment allegations.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
I suppose, yeah.
I mean, we can go back and look.
Yeah, no, I take you at your word.
Okay. And that's 1 day after you sent Mike Gartland, Ms. Boylan's personnel file, right?
That's correct.
So what was it about the op-ed that a day later you thought the story had already moved when the day before you'd sent Mike Gartland Ms. Boylan's personnel file, and 3 days later you were pressing Mr. Gartland to write a story about Ms. Boylan's allegations?
Well, also, so let's go through the timeline a little bit, because here, this just was not a good idea, right? And part of the reason the story was fading was because Lindsay was not talking to reporters. She was not speaking to them. And so proactively putting out an op-ed or letter with all of this in here, or whatever they were talking about, to me made no sense. As I heard about that she had resigned, that seemed like a fact that was relevant. if a reporter found it relevant. So to me, those are two different from a media strategy, which is the only thing I'm really doing here. Those are two different types of responses, right? One is a piece of news or a concrete action that a reporter can decide is newsworthy or not. Another one is just plopping something out there to tell a story or tell a narrative. So I don't equate those two, and even hearing it now, you connecting them, it still to me doesn't make sense.
Why would it be important to get the information about out there if the story was already dying down?
So I wouldn't say important, right? What I would say is it was news, right? And that something had happened that would show and cast some doubt or give a context to the accusations. And, you know, frankly, I got a call from Charlie King and Melissa to say this happened. You know, we want to get it out there. It should get out. And I made we went through the ways to get it to a reporter. Same with the text messages. Those are substantive items and news that happen. So I do think they are different.
Do you think that providing context to a story that may be dying down would amplify that story that otherwise is dying?
I don't necessarily think it would amplify it. I think it would give it context and facts, right? A senior political person and a press secretary resigning from the campaign after she heard or believed was that Lindsey Boylan had been making up these accusations and had tweeted them for her own intention is different than a proactive public statement with all sorts of different gobbledygook in here. So I do think they're different. I also think that a one-off story with a fact about the aftermath is also different than a letter or op-ed coming from, directly related to the government. I do think those are two different things.
It sounds like your issue with the op-ed is really one about the format, because the op-ed includes the same information that you provided to reporters, right? On the first page.
No, it does not.
The first page, the one ending in 72, the last paragraph talks about the personnel issues. You see that? Unfortunately, we are also aware that during Ms. Boylan's relatively brief tenure, no less than 6 complaints were raised about her conduct. Then on the second page, ending in 73, it also talks about departure, right? You see that? We understand from credible sources that female members on Ms. Boylan's campaign team were offended and actually quit when they heard she and her campaign planned to make such claims for purely political advantage.
Okay.
And then on the next page, ending in 74, it includes the text that you earlier described as a threatening text to Danny Lever and Rob Mujica.
Okay.
Right? So this op-ed letter includes information that you were sending to reporters around the same time. So why did you think the op-ed was not a good idea?
Because it was not a good idea. It was something that would amplify the story and would be seen as something coming directly from the administration and directly from allies of the governor, and would amplify and make a bigger story. And you can tell me I'm wrong and my media analysis is incorrect, and that's all I'm providing you is my view of it. So you can tell me I'm wrong or try and parse the difference of it, but that was at least my view at the time.
And in contrast with the op-ed, the information that you were providing the reporters was coming indirectly and was not attributed to the governor's office.
That's also
right?
not true, right? I was speaking to Mike Gartland directly, and that was up to her if she was going to talk about it, right? I wasn't saying, hey, I heard you got to write it on my end. I connected with Mike, who she also had a relationship with, and she felt comfortable saying what she was saying, what had happened. So it was not indirect. It was direct.
The personnel files and the text messages?
Well, the personnel files in terms of Mike had already been out there, and those are facts related to it, and it had been cleared by the lawyers in terms of going out there. And the text messages, as I said, I did not think were newsworthy. And, they were facts, they were obvious, they were direct threats to administration officials. But in terms of their newsworthiness, I would agree with your colleague's assessment of that there is a difference there, which is why I didn't think that they were newsworthy.
Let's go to tab 26, and it looks like a call invite for the same date, December 16, 2020, as the date of the various drafts of the op-ed. Do you see that?
I did.
Was there a call on December 16th about the op-ed?
I don't remember. Who knows? You know, and also, if 16th is a weekday, you know, so, you know, that's, I'm not, I not only do I not remember, but, you know, I have stuff to do that is not related to their particular activities.
Sorry to interrupt, a couple of questions. If you, not sure you answered this already, but what exactly did you think would be a good idea, including the stuff about Jamani Williams?
Look, they mentioned it. I thought, it didn't sound right. Right? I'm a political observer, and it just didn't sound credible. And if the stated goal of this letter was to demonstrate, you know, former female colleagues' support for the Gov or something, putting this didn't make any sense. It just it was an unnecessary tangent. But as I said, I didn't give it too much thought.
Gotcha. And then also, if you go to page 18.
I'm sorry, page 18 in which tab?
This is tab 27.
27, okay.
And I think it's in the fourth paragraph from the top of the page where it starts Alfonso. Counseling the Gov is actually legal advice. What counseling are you referring to there?
I didn't write this in.
Oh, sorry. I withdraw that question.
Did you provide any other comments on this letter?
Not that I can recall, no.
Did you send a letter to anyone?
At that time, no.
At any other time?
I subsequently, later down the road, no, I did not send a letter to anyone. No. I withdraw that. I realized that I didn't actually do it.
Were you confusing the letter with something else?
No, I was confusing a conversation that I had.
What conversation were you confusing this with?
Down the road, when the existence of the letter ultimately leaked, Bernadette Hogan had obtained a copy of it, Bernadette Hogan from the New York Post, and she asked me to confirm if the draft she had was authentic. And ultimately, I did confirm for her as a source the authenticity of it, but I didn't do it by sending her the letter. I just took a phrase or two and did a find and replace to make sure it was the same one. So I don't recall I didn't ultimately send it to her.
Was there a reason you didn't send the letter to Ms. Hogan?
I just didn't feel like sending things around, willy-nilly. I didn't, she obtained the letter on her own, and not for me to go send it around, but I wanted to be helpful.
Do you know how Ms. Hogan found out about the letter?
I do not.
Did you ever participate in discussions involving the governor about the letter or op-ed?
Not that ones I can recall specifically. He may have been on a call, he may not have been on one of these calls. I don't remember any comments he made specifically on it. But doesn't mean he wasn't.
So let's go to tab 29 in your binder. And we'll mark it as an exhibit. Now this is the next day, December 17, after the drafts of the letter have been sent around. And Rich Bamberger says, what about RBC, and see if there are complaints there. You say, I think you and me offer less, not more. This letter is nuts. What's reflected in this exchange?
Well, the consistency of my view of the letter, but the RBC reference is related to Lindsay used to work at Royal Bank of Canada, RBC. Rich at then M Public Affairs, which is now Kivett, had RBC as a client. And I don't remember exactly what Rich said to me, but he said something along the lines of either he had heard from or spoken to a former employee at RBC, or I should say, I don't know if the employee was a former or whatever, but they're not a client anymore. So the person's, I don't know who it was, but someone who was at RBC when Lindsay was there, who had either contacted Rich or Rich spoken to them, and that person relayed all to Lindsay while she was at RBC. Erratic behavior and so on and so forth. And Rich said, you know, what should we tell the governor's office this? Should we provide this information? And, you know, this was him following up on a verbal conversation we had where he said, you know, what about the RBC thing? And I said, I think we offer less, not more. You know, in terms of no need to do more here, just leave them alone, you know. And then this letter is nuts, I think speaks for itself.
And this letter is nuts refers to the op-ed letter that we were talking
given
about.
the timeline, I imagine that
Can
is.
can you just do that again, please? You guys just talk at the same time.
Sorry. Your statement, this letter is nuts, refers to the draft op-ed letter about Lindsay Boylan's allegations that we've been discussing.
I imagine that it does, given the timeline.
And do you know when Rich spoke with this individual who talked about Ms. Boylan's issues at RBC?
I don't. I remember I was in my car when he called me to tell me about it, and with some combination of, but I don't remember the circumstances of it, nor do I remember the details.
Was it in December 2020?
I imagine it was in and of this around this time, based on this text. So.
And do you know if Rich ever spoke with anyone about the information or allegations he learned concerning Ms. Boylan's time at RBC?
I do not. I don't know if he did or not.
Do you know if anyone in the executive chamber asked Rich to look into connections between Ms. Boylan and RBC?
I don't remember him ever saying that. So, you know, I don't recall him ever saying that.
Did he ever explain to you why he decided to speak with this person at RBC about Ms. Boylan?
I don't, again, I said I don't remember how that conversation between Rich and this RBC person was initiated, other than it happened. So I don't remember.
And the rest of the text is redacted.
Yeah, it was a client matter.
And we previously asked for an unredacted version of it. Will we get it?
My understanding is from Kivett Council, they're not revealing Kivett client information.
We'll need to discuss this stuff.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to tab 35 in your binder. And this is a text message between, well, what is it?
It appears to be a text message from me to the governor.
What's the background of this?
I'm just reading this again. It looks like it's several, 2 months later. Relates a little bit, to nursing homes and Ron Kim and all sorts of other activities, other noise that was going on. And this was me trying to give him a way to talk about it, and reflects a refrain of mine during that period of time, which was, to take the temperature down, and that these issues had been sort of spiraling publicly out of control, and that the temperature needed to come down. People needed to focus on doing the job, passing the budget, blah, blah, blah.
What led to you sending this draft statement to the governor?
I imagine it was, you have to put myself in my shoes, right? That these calls are sort of off and on continuing, and, sometimes they're productive, sometimes they're not. But the political and media situation for him was deteriorating rapidly, on multiple fronts. And I imagine this was the type of advice I was giving him. And I thought, you know what, I'm just going to send it to him directly, just send him a note and try and give him some advice right to him.
Did he respond?
I don't remember if he responded to this. He doesn't always respond anyway. So I don't remember what quite came of this.
Did you discuss the draft statement with him?
I don't recall. I probably did.
When you say you probably did, what's the reason for saying that?
I probably did. If I drafted this and sent this to him, it wouldn't have been in the abstract, right? I wouldn't have just shot it cold up to him. It either means we had talked earlier that day, or Melissa or the press office had said, look, he's not listening to us right now. Can you just send it to him directly and see if he'll listen? Something like that.
Did he use this statement?
Not that I can recall.
What did you know about what did you know about the truthfulness of the information in this statement?
I only knew it was what we had been saying, right? So I was working with the information that they had said publicly, and told us in our discussions. So, I was trying to put what had been said publicly in a cogent way to try and take the temperature down.
Let's turn to tab 36. And it's a text message between you and Rich Bamberger. It's the next day after your text message to the governor.
Okay.
And you say, haven't heard from them this morning, which leads me to believe that he is off the reservation again. And Bamberger responds, agreed. I spoke with Danny this morning, and today is not going to be good, and it's not going to get better until he figures it out. Until then, there's nothing we can do except deal with our full-time, daytime paying job.
Yeah.
And you say haven't heard from them this morning. Are you referring to the governor's office?
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
And then when you say, which leads me to believe that he is off the reservation again, he is the governor?
Yeah.
What did you mean by which leads me to believe that he is off the reservation again?
That my advice or views to take the temperature down were not working, and that he was talking to other people or taking a different course, and I probably was relieved to not be included in those conversations that day. Sorry, Andy, you might grab me this one. Oh, sorry, I can get it myself. I just didn't allow to go. I didn't mean to say. Thanks.
What did you understand by Bamberger's statement about until he figures it out, there's nothing we can do except deal with our full-time, daytime paying job?
I don't remember the specific context, right? It's Friday, it's 10 o'clock in the morning, we're working, but other than just the general exasperation that he and I have been feeling and tired, and, that we had our day jobs. We have a company that we are committed to and clients, and we want to work,
At that time, what role did you have with respect to the issues that the governor was facing?
Nothing had changed other than, just being on a call from time to time and, sounding nothing different. I mean, again, I have to look back at the specific chronology, where this was in the moment of the allegations and sort of what was going on, but nothing materially had changed, as best I could do.
Did you feel pulled between your full-time paying job and your work for the governor?
No, I mean, yes. I felt pulled between what was going on in the governor's situation and just everything else in my life, right? Not necessarily specifically to work, but just, it was the middle of COVID winter, and I have and friends and a job, and, there are other things in life. So, yes, to say that there was a pull and strain on the 24 hours in any given day is is a fair statement.
It's good to just have 38 in your binder. It starts with Rich as a party sending a draft statement. This is now February 21.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 days after the text with Bamberger that we just looked at. And then later, Rich as a party says he read it to me. And then at the top of the chain, you say, please don't send this, please, please, please.
Yes.
What do you understand by Rich as a party's statement earlier in the chain, he read it to me?
I don't know, right? So as a party, oh, I see. So if you go down, as a party sends this to Steve, Melissa, and Peter. And then Steve edits it. So he read it to me means that Rich is saying that the governor read it to him.
And that's referring to the statement
I would imagine it's the first statement, the bottom of the page.
describing Ms. Boylan as a disgruntled former employee
Yes.
who quit after being counseled on multiple harassment complaints.
So who quit?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the progression of the chain. So it's 517 as a party sends this to Rich, to Melissa, Steve, and Peter, not me, not anybody else. And then, so that means he got the call, right? As a party got called. Steve then edits it, and then as a party writes back. He did not, but I don't know what he did not was referring to. He read it to me. I would assume that he's referring that the governor read it to him, but I don't know. Given that I was not on this email chain until Melissa added it.
Bill, sorry, do you need us to repeat anything?
No, don't worry, I got it.
Okay, thanks. And just to be clear, the use of pronouns, you're assuming that as a party got a call from the governor.
Yeah, I mean, I was not on this email, and it looks like Rich was just sending a statement around. And so I assume that's what he's saying, but I don't know for sure.
And what's the reason you said you begged them not to send this?
Because this is not an appropriate statement to send.
What's the reason it's not an appropriate statement to send?
To use this phrasing and these kind of words to characterize, frankly, anybody is not something that I'd be comfortable with in any circumstance.
What is it about this phrasing that makes you uncomfortable?
Talking about being counseled, disgruntled, this is not spurious allegations and so on. It's not something that I would support putting out with regard to anything. So.
Did you become aware of the more detailed complaints Ms. Boylan made about the governor in February 2021?
I'm sorry?
Did you become aware of the more detailed complaints Ms. Boylan made about the governor?
The Medium post?
Yes.
I became aware of them in the Medium post.
And when did you become aware of the Medium post?
When it posted. I don't remember. I get sort of in that same category, but I don't remember if I saw it and then someone called me or if I was on a call and someone brought it up. But the contents of it, I only became aware of once it became public.
Did you discuss the Medium post with anyone?
Yeah, I'm sure we had conversations about how to react to it.
And when you say we had conversations about how to react to it, you're talking about the governor's office?
Governor's office, that same group. I imagine that Jeffrey and Liz and Steve and so on, the same sort of contingent.
And Linda,
yeah.
Melissa,
yeah,
the governor.
I don't remember. I don't know if he was on these calls specifically on the Medium post, but it's possible. But I don't remember specifically.
And after the more detailed allegations came out, did you have a view about whether they were true?
To be honest, I don't really remember what was in the Medium post, so I'd have to review it again. I don't think that my view really changed, though, in terms of continuing to do to continue to the posture that the governor had in terms of Lindsay's allegations. I don't remember it changing much in terms of my view.
And in terms of continuing the posture, you mean denying the allegations? Tab 40 includes the Medium Post if you understand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just don't. Oh, yeah, this is all this stuff. Yeah.
Did you ask anyone if Ms. Boylan's detailed allegations were true?
No.
Was there ever any discussion about Roberta Kaplan conducting an investigation into allegations of sexual harassment against the governor?
I remember that her name was talked about, and also sort of, I can't remember the specific moment in the sequence, but sort of in the same bucket of common responses to when allegations like these are made is you bring in somebody from the outside to do a review and do an investigation. And I imagine that's where her name sort of came up. I don't know Robbie Kaplan, so I've never spoken to her, I don't think, so I just know her by reputation.
In what context did the idea of Robbie Kaplan doing an investigation come
I don't recall. I don't even remember specifically. You know, it's certainly possible that at any point we were discussing, does the Gov bring in an outside person to take a look and so on? And this all, you know, obviously we're getting to the other pieces of this. So I'm sure that's where her name sort of came about. Whether it was in this moment or not, I don't remember. And as I said, I don't know Robbie Kaplan. I don't deal with the outside lawyers, so it wasn't really my bailiwick either. Like that.
And did Robbie Kaplan, start that again, did the idea of Robbie Kaplan doing an investigation come up in the same context as these other discussions involving Linda Lacewell and Steve Cohen and Melissa DeRosa and others?
I imagine it came up in that group. The moment in time that it was pegged to, I don't recall.
Let's go to tab 41 in your binder.
I also don't recall and would have no way of knowing how far those conversations progressed, right? So, you know, just because I might have heard about it, I don't have any visibility into whether or not any steps were taken to do it.
Were there any discussions related to what the purpose of that investigation would have been?
In terms of my visibility, and again, I'm sort of answering these questions more in the abstract about what an outside review would have looked like, because I don't remember the specific Robbie Kaplan, but your colleague asked, did I ever hear her name? And the answer is yes, I heard her name, but I don't remember the specific contact. No, it would be, an independent review would be to look at the allegations, right? And I, again, sort of saw it as a media response tool to show that these allegations would be looked at by an independent, credible authority. But again, I don't remember the sort of moment in time when it was pegged to.
Okay. For 1 second, before you mentioned tab 40, but we didn't say mark it. Am I marking that?
No, we don't need to mark tab 40.
All right, okay.
Is it your understanding that this investigation was part of discussion about, withdraw that. Is it your understanding that this investigation was part of larger discussion about press strategy?
So I just want to be precise.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember a specific conversation about this investigation or a Robbie Kaplan investigation. I am sure in the course of ongoing discussions, someone probably said, well, let's get someone from the outside to come in and review. And that probably is where see if Robbie Kaplan would do it. But in terms of that specific concept, I don't remember anything more specific or further or substantive than that. So to call it sort of that investigation, at least from my vantage point, I'm not saying they didn't have discussions that I wasn't a part of or, you know, something. In terms of my vantage point, I don't remember any other depth to it. But that certainly doesn't mean anything, frankly.
Actually, let's go to tab 43 instead of 41, like I initially suggested. and we'll mark that as an exhibit.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is February 24, 2021, from you to Jeff Pollock.
Yep.
617 number. You know who that is?
I'd have to look up my phone.
Okay. We'll go back to that later. Maggie Moran. A 646 number. Beth Garvey, Stephanie Benson, Melissa DeRosa, a couple other numbers, Liz Smith, Danny Lever, and another number. So council will want to know who these people are later. And you say Robbie Kaplan is the best play right now. Get it out and refer everything to that. Facts are facts. Does this jog your memory about discussions about Robbie Kaplan?
No, I imagine that this was just live text tracking what I just said.
And just to make sure the record is clear, you imagine these are texts talking about announcing that Robbie Kaplan was going to do an investigation into the allegations of sexual harassment?
Yeah, as I said, I'm sure someone said, why don't we get Robbie Kaplan? So, and this was me saying, oh, that makes a lot, that's a good idea. But I don't remember the specific context of the call. Also, if you look at the dates here, it looks like it's a couple of days after the Medium post. I mean, who knows what's going on at that particular moment? Pardon for being glib.
You're expressing here the view that Robbie Kaplan is the best play. What did you mean by that?
Again, from just a pure media strategy, Robbie Kaplan is eminently respected on not only women's workplace and sexual harassment issues, but is just generally seen total honesty and integrity, and is someone who could take a look at what was going on and give a review of it. But my view in terms of the rubric of how do you sort of manage this from a media perspective, not from a depth and severity of the specifics of any allegation, and not whether or not she would do it or not.
Let's go to tab 41, which is on the same day, February 24th. And you're saying, so Maggie, we are back down the rabbit hole of having fits on the radio. Yeah. Maggie says, start asking him questions. Why didn't you say it at the time you were being extorted? She says, you say this never ends. And then you talk about how Lindsay asked you to push her name for the job in the chamber.
Where do you see that?
This is
yeah, I got it. Sorry, I lost the page.
And then at 482, you say Governor Melissa want us on Boylan. Looks like Maggie Moran couldn't talk and sounded like you were planning to join a call. Is that a fair summary of what's going on in that exchange?
Seems that way.
What did you mean by Gov having fits on the radio?
I imagine he was on the radio having a fit and speaking in, I'd have to look, but I would take it literally.
Having a fit about what?
I should be serious. I think, I don't remember the specific interview, what was going on that day. I'd have to listen to it. But in terms of, that was a period of time, I imagine, when he was attacking legislature, Ron Kim, federal officials, the press, right? And that this probably was an interview where he was doing more of the same and lashing out.
Do you remember joining a call to discuss Lindsay Boylan's allegations?
I don't.
Did you talk to any reporters after Lindsay Boylan's Medium post came out on behalf of the governor's office?
I don't recall if I had specific conversations or not.
Do you speak with Josh Dawsey of the Washington Post?
I spoke to Josh regularly and speak to Josh regularly, so I don't remember if I had a specific conversation with him at this time.
Let's go to tab 46. This is from you. This is the next day, February 25th. And you say, Rich or Peter, one of you should reach out. Waco just to connect formally. I'm talking to Josh again at 4. Do you remember a conversation you had with Josh from the Washington Post?
I'm sure I talked to him at 4 or thereabouts, but I don't remember the content of the conversation.
Do you remember ever talking to?
Is this Marcus as an exhibit?
Yes, please. Thank you. Do you remember ever talking to Josh Dossie about Ms. Boylan's allegations?
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember if it was at this specific moment, but certainly Josh, over the course of these months, asked me what I thought.
What'd you tell him?
Essentially what I've been telling you here, which is, the things that she had been saying publicly that were I believe to be not true based on my interactions with her related to her time working there. As for the sexual harassment stuff, I wasn't there, so I'm not going to say either way what it is, but all I can speak to is what I saw and I heard. So.
Now, did you doubt the truthfulness of Ms. Boylan's allegations about the workplace in the executive chamber?
Yeah. Yes.
Based on your experience in the executive chamber?
Well, let's back up a sec. Define experiences in the workplace, right? Because there's a little overlap there.
Ms. Boylan described the work environment in the executive chamber as toxic.
Mm-hmm.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with that? I don't know. I was not there. I did not in that workplace when she was there.
Based on your time working in the executive chamber, would you disagree with the description of the environment there as toxic?
I think you'd have to better define toxic, and which aspects of it, right? And I'm not trying to be cagey, just want to be precise. I mean,
how would you describe the work environment at the executive chamber based on your experience working there?
It was a difficult place to work. It was hard charging. We worked constantly. At times, things were difficult and tense. But I also loved my job. I was proud of the work that I did. I had always wanted to work in New York State government as a career goal. And I was proud of my time there and, developed great relationships and long-lasting friends. So, I don't look back on it negatively.
And I'm not asking about your assessment of your time in the executive chamber. Would you describe the work environment at the executive chamber based on your experience there as abusive?
Well, I can only give you my assessment of my experience there, right? So I can't, I can speak for myself, I can speak for my colleagues, and, speak for my interactions with my colleagues afterwards and subsequent. So we have to just be more specific in terms of what we're talking about. Using broad generalizations in terms of how the place works or operates is not something that I think will give my accurate view on my time there.
And just to ask my question again, would you describe the work environment as abusive in the executive chamber?
Broad speaking, no. Were there times when it could be abusive? Sure. There were times when there would be difficult moments and yelling and, aggressiveness, but to say that is a broad characterization of what went on day to day, that during my time there, again, I left 7.5 years ago. No, I left 7 years ago. To say that was pervasive was not accurate.
So in what ways do you disagree with Ms. Boylan's allegations about the work environment in the executive chamber?
I don't disagree with her allegations about the workplace. And can we say, when we talk about workplace, are we talking about the sexual harassment or are we just talking about workplace culture? Because those are two different categories. Okay, so I would say that all I can offer is based on how she described to me her experiences there. And never did she ever say to me or talk about specific instances, not only of abuse or hostile work environment, but never was critical of her time and experience there. Now, that doesn't mean that is accurately representing what went on and that she told me everything that went on. And over time, as her tone and sort of behavior changed from my view, maybe things changed with regard to what was going on in the executive chamber. But all I can base it on is what she told me, and she never mentioned any of this.
So it sounds like when you say Ms. Boylan's allegations are inconsistent, what it boils down to is Ms. Boylan's allegations about her experience in the executive chamber are different from what Ms. Boylan told you about her experience in the executive chamber. Is that fair?
it is fair. I mean, again, I want to be very precise on this. It's certainly the sexualized side of it, because that we never talked about. Like, she never not mentioned it to me, and she never mentioned it either. So I do want to make sure we're staying outside of that lane, because it's a different issue. But in terms of her wanting to work there, enjoying working there, excited about possible promotions, and sort of being proud of the work there, I never heard her speak differently.
Do you recall ever asking Ms. Boylan if she considered the work environment abusive in any way?
No.
Do you recall ever asking Ms. Boylan whether or not she observed or experienced any sort of sexual harassment in the office?
If I proactively asked them,
Okay.
All right, please open your binder to tab 95 and we will mark it as an exhibit.
progress.
So tab 95 is a text message exchange between you and Ms. Maggie Moran, dated March 18, 2021. She said she wanted to talk to you.
No, I said I wanted to talk to her.
You're right. You said you wanted to talk to her. You wanted to give her an update. And it looks like it's about the Ronan Farrow story about Ms. Boylan, right? Okay. I just need you to give a version.
Yes.
Okay. And you say fact checker calling him shortly to close the loop. There, are you referring to Rich Bamberger?
Yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Moran says his instincts are bad right now. We need to protect him from himself and for the firm. If you want me to explain, give me a call. What do you understand by Ms. Moran's statement?
His is referring to Rich Bamberger. And, you know, I imagine that she had a conversation with Rich where Rich was telling her ideas about what he needed to do to react to a potential mention in the Ronan Farrow story, which she thought would be problematic. And that if I wanted to hear more, I should give her a call.
Did you give Ms. Moran a call?
I don't remember if I gave her a call specifically off this. I'm sure I did. You know, she was my boss, so I'm sure we had a conversation. But we had several conversations in and around this period of time, you know, as things were developing. So I don't remember a specific phone call off of this text, but I'm sure I did call.
What conversations did you have?
Well, this was during the period of Ronan, so it was mostly, you know, trying to manage what was going to be written in the Ronan Farrow story about Rich.
And what were you trying to manage about what would be written in the Ronan Farrow story about Rich?
So I had heard, and I don't remember exactly how I sort of got this information, that Ronan was going to mention that Rich had been giving out the personnel file to reporters, and that would be problematic for him. He didn't want to be mentioned in the story. And so I at least attempted to try and get him out of the story.
How did you attempt to try to get Rich Bamberger out of the story?
I reached out to Ronan Farrow to try and talk to him.
What did you say to Ronan Farrow?
I said, look, I tried to explain to him off the record, you know, that was not what Rich did. I think there was some confusion in terms of the reporting between the letter and the personnel file, and who had been giving what to whom. I even think at times people got the two Riches confused in terms of the press. So I was trying to clear up for him that his reporting in terms of Rich giving the personnel file out was inaccurate, and that he should not put it in the story.
What did you say to Ronan Farrow about Rich Bamberger's role in relation to the personnel file?
I said exactly what I said here, which is that all Rich did was call the reporters and direct them to call the governor's office. That ultimately it was the governor's office that gave out the personnel file. And so the information that he had was inaccurate, A, and B, that that's not a news item. I said, I don't know what you're writing, Ronan, and it's none of my business. But in terms of the relevance of this one line it doesn't seem important and fact-based to me. Is there a way to take it out?
And you didn't say to Ronan that you had sent Ms. Boylan's personal files to a reporter, right?
I didn't.
Now, how is it that Rich was the focus of attention in connection with the personnel file?
So the answer is I don't know. I have my suspicions. I think actually part of it is, in fact, there was a confusion in the way that the story had been reported between Rich Azzopardi and Rich Bamberger, as silly as this sounds. But I don't know that for sure. I'm speculating. But it was thinly sourced, and, I don't know.
Did you have any concerns that your role in the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's personnel file would be publicized?
I mean, I had not heard that it would be.
And if you had heard that, would you have been concerned?
I mean, I don't want to speculate. I think the thing to remember is both with Rich's conversations with reporters and mine, they were conversations with reporters. So they knew who they were talking to on the other side of the phone. So none of the Albany reporters or Mike Gartland would have found it interesting or newsworthy that they had had a conversation with us directing them to call the governor's office. Ronan was an outside of Albany reporter, as everybody knows. So I think that the concern was that he was not going to understand the context or put it in the proper context with respect to Rich. I can't speculate to what I would have thought if it had been me, because it wasn't, but that was part of the reason that this was getting tense and nervous, because Ronan was a bigger stage and a different reporter who wasn't around at all during these incidents.
Did you have concerns that similarly Ronan would find it interesting that you sent Ms. Boylan's personnel file to Mike Gartland?
No.
Is there a reason that there would have been less reputational risk for Kivett if your role in sending Ms. Boylan's personnel files to reporters had been publicized versus Rich Bamberger's role?
I don't think there would have been any difference in reputational risk. Rich and I are friends and partners and colleagues. We've been associated with each other for 11 years. So him being mentioned versus me being mentioned versus both of us being mentioned, I don't think would have had any differentiating impact on the reputational risk to Kivett. What happens to Rich happens to me, and vice versa.
And there was concern about reputational risk to Kivett of disclosures, whether they were true or not, about Rich Bamberger's sending Ms. Boylan's personnel file to reporters, right?
I would say that Maggie was concerned, and Rich was concerned. Me personally, I was not as concerned, but I was reacting to their level of concern.
So let's go to tab 96, unless Yannick, you have anything else before. So what's reflected in this exchange? We're marking it as an exhibit.
Yeah, so this was me. Ultimately, my effort to get Rich out of the story was not successful. And so Ronan gave me a sense of what the mention of Rich in the story was going to be. So this was relaying it to Maggie and Rich.
On the page ending in 49, you say, the Gareth Rhodes Gambit, let's discuss.
Yes.
What does that refer to?
So,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
Sorry. You say on the page ending 49, the Gareth Rhodes Gambit, let's discuss.
Oh, that's sort of cut off on mine, but oh yeah, no, there it is. So what that's referring to is, it was a tongue-in-cheek comment. So Gareth, at one point, when there were a confluence of stories being written about Gareth, both the incident that happened at his wedding, as well as him resigning from the COVID task force, had been talking to both me and Rich on sort of how he should handle it media-wise. He's an old friend of ours. He used to work for us. And at one point, he was contemplating putting out a statement, disavowing his relationship with the governor, or whatever contortion it was. And Rich, I think in the previous one, had sent a statement of similar lines, so I was referring back to that in a tongue-in-cheek manner.
Did you ever consider signing on to the op-ed or a letter that was being drafted about Lindsay Boylan?
I was never asked, and no.
Did you ever ask anyone to sign on to that letter or op-ed?
No.
Okay. So before December 2020, were you aware of any complaints by Charlotte Bennett relating to the governor? When did you first become aware of complaints by Ms.
Sorry, I didn't
Bennett?
get an answer. I'm sorry, I didn't get an answer.
I said no.
Okay.
When did you first become aware of complaints by Ms. Bennett relating to the governor?
I can't pinpoint the specific time that a conversation matched a name with an allegation. It started to come up in the ongoing conversations after Lindsay made her allegations.
And you heard about it from Melissa DeRosa, I think you said earlier.
Yeah.
Did you know whether Ms. Bennett's allegations were true?
No.
And you didn't ask anyone, right? Let's go to tab 56 in your binder, and we'll mark it as an exhibit.
Rats was referring to moving backwards in the binder, not the subject matter at hand. I'm sorry, which tab was it? I apologize.
56.
56.
So this is you and right?
Yeah.
Before this text message on February 28th, 2021, had you and discussed Ms. Bennett?
Had we discussed Ms. Bennett? No, I can't imagine that we did. I can't say for certain, but I can't imagine that we did.
Says this ain't a knockout, but you know there's a lot more like this, and you say one day at a
Time. I imagine I meant to write time.
Okay. How did you interpret statement? You know there's a lot more like this.
I imagine what he was saying is that he had probably heard about others who were going to be making similar accusations.
Did you have an understanding that there were more allegations to come?
I can't tell. I can't be certain based on this particular moment in time. What I can say is more a cosmic view is after Lindsay made her allegations, it was sort of a rolling disclosure, both internally, where either Melissa or somebody else on the calls would say, okay, well, this another one, there's this person we have an issue with, or this person said X, Y, and Z, or I would become aware of them because there would be a media request that came into the governor's office that they would flag for this group. So that then, in that case, I would know about it before it was public, but only for a short period of time.
Did you ever discuss Ms. Bennett's allegations with the governor?
I can't remember a specific conversation if I did or not.
So let's go to tab 74 in your binder, and we'll mark it as an exhibit. So this is a text message between you and Melissa DeRosa on March 4, 2021. And on the page ending 408, Ms. DeRosa says, and I think she's referring to a CBS reporter, her new part is there are more women. You respond, everyone knows that and thinks that. What did you mean by your response?
I was referring to the reporters, I imagine. Again, I can't remember specifically, but I imagine that comment is that at that point, we're in early March, all the reporters assumed that more would be coming. There were several allegations that were already out there. Rumors had been swirling all over Albany in the conversation. And so my point there was the fact that Charlotte, I suppose, had said that there are more women out there during her interview with Nora O'Donnell would not be seen as remarkably newsworthy given the perception of the reporters at that moment.
But you're not referring to reporters, you're saying everyone, and you don't say assume, you say everyone knows that and thinks that. Did you know and or think that there would be more allegations of sexual harassment against the governor?
No, in fact, it's exactly what I said, is this is my way of saying everyone, meaning everyone in the political world or anyone who's following this knows that in their mind, that there's more coming. Again, I don't want to be totally specific because I don't remember the exact moment, but I can't think of a moment where there was a prolonged period of time where there was a specific allegation that existed privately that was not public, at least from my vantage point, right? So if we're talking about my conversations with Melissa, I can't think of a moment where I was had a piece of information for a very long period of time about a specific allegation before it was public. So I wouldn't have said everyone knows X, Y, and Z on anything specific because I never had that kind of information. I just know that at these moments, I mean, in early March, everyone was talking about there's going to be more. And everyone in that case, in the way I speak to people, would have been referring to the media, the reporters, the legislature, that sort of, the political world.
Earlier, you said there was a pattern and progression of sexual harassment allegations against the governor. What did you mean by that?
I think it's in line with what I just said, which is that we've now reached sort of, if I remember my chronology correctly, this is sort of the apex of the momentum and the number of allegations that were coming out. So I think that this comment is reflective of the statement that I made previously.
As of March 4th, 2021, how many allegations of sexual harassment have been made?
I don't know. I'm referring to the general atmospherics at that point. I don't remember the specific moment. But if this is around the Nora O'Donnell, we're already at a period where several are already out there. Do you mind if I take a quick bathroom break? Is that okay while you're gathering?
We'll go off the record.
Without going off the record, the time is 4:04.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Without going back on, the time is 4:12.
Mr. Vlasto, did you ever communicate with Senator Schumer or anyone on Senator Schumer's staff about the sexual harassment allegations against Governor Cuomo?
Yes.
Who?
I had one phone call with who is the senator's New York chief of staff.
When did you have that phone call?
I believe it was in and around the time of the second or third allegation.
What led to your giving this gentleman a phone call?
Melissa had asked me to reach out to see what the senator would say at an upcoming press conference with regard to the allegations.
And this is Melissa DeRosa?
Yes.
And what did you do in response to Ms. DeRosa's request?
I called and said, just a heads up, there's likely another story coming. If you have any questions or you need anything, feel free to call Melissa. And let me know if what Chuck is going to say if he gets any questions. It was a brief, non-substantive conversation.
And what story were you referring to?
I don't remember the specific which one in the progression it was, but it was an upcoming bigger story about allegations. I'm not parsing. I just don't remember which one in that sort of cascade triggered Melissa to ask me to call.
When did you call?
Sorry.
When did you call Martin?
As I said, after Melissa had asked me to, I did, shortly thereafter. but I don't remember exactly in the sequence of allegations, but it was in a moment where we knew another story was coming. And they wanted me to call Chuck, and everyone sort of called a different elected official just to let them know that another story was coming, and if they had any questions or anything, they could call.
Who else made calls to elected officials?
I believe Jeff Pollock called Senator Gillibrand and Scott Stringer. I don't remember anybody else. It was sort of nothing of any great moment.
Let's go to tab 57 in your binder, and we'll mark it as an exhibit. Now, when you called, did you say anything else to him other than to give him a heads up that another story was coming?
No, I mean, I said what I said, which was, if you need anything, you can call Melissa DeRosa. They had a relationship and friendship, and that was really it, just to let him know it was coming.
Did you ask for Senator Schumer to take any position?
Nope.
So tab 57 is an email from you to Beth Garvey, Stephanie Benson, Maggie Moran, Danny Lever, Melissa DeRosa, Jeff Pollock, Liz Smith, Matthew Moran, and some unknown numbers, and we'll also ask for you to identify those people.
Mm-hmm.
And you pasted in this text message a statement from a Schumer spokesperson. What's the reason you sent this text?
Just to report back to this particular group what Chuck's spokesperson had said.
And how did the statement tie to what Chuck's spokesperson had said?
What do you mean?
When he spoke to me, what did he say?
I said, okay, buddy, how you holding up? You doing okay? And I said, I'm doing fine. Moving along. But as I said, we didn't discuss the specific allegations. And despite what the next text says, I didn't encourage him to take a position, or, I would never assume to tell the senator's office what they should or should not say, particularly on this issue or frankly on any other issues.
You said you sent this text message. This is on the Bates number, the number ending 575, to convey what Chuck's spokesperson had said.
Mm-hmm.
But this message says, Schumer spokesperson Allison Biasotti on the second Cuomo accusation. Senator Schumer has said many times that sexual harassment is never acceptable and must not be tolerated, and that any credible allegation should be thoroughly investigated.
Yes.
So how does the statement that you passed on?
I think it was a copy of a tweet. I think I copied the text of a tweet from a reporter to relay that to the group, that's what Ali Biasotti had put out on behalf of Chuck.
What I'm asking is, what did Ali Biasotti's statement have to do with what told you when you called?
Nothing. I don't quite understand the question. I called just to give him a heads up that another story was coming. And then in response to the story, X number of hours later, I guess Ali put out this statement. I then copied the words from the tweet and sent it around to the group to let the group know that's what Chuck's office had said after the story had come.
Got it. I had misunderstood your earlier statement to relate to whom you had spoken.
Yeah. So
you spoke to right on the phone.
Yes.
Separately, you sent a copy and paste of a tweet that Allison Biasotti had put out.
Yeah, or it was a tweet of a reporter with her statement. I don't know if it was her tweet or not, but this was after I spoke to her and after the story had come out.
And the text message that you sent to the group, you're saying, does not reflect what you discussed with me.
No.
But Melissa DeRosa responds to your text message to say, good work, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Did you speak with Melissa DeRosa about the Schumer statement that you had sent over?
Not that I can recall.
How do you interpret Melissa DeRosa's good work, Josh statement?
I imagine at this point it was that Chuck didn't call on him to resign or didn't call for an inquiry or something. So I think that this was the state. I imagine that the ongoing discourse at this moment would have shown that this was an acceptable outcome in terms of the momentum for investigations and resignations and so on. But I did not discuss what Chuck or Chuck's office should or should not say.
When you were asked to contact the Senator Schumer staff, were you asked by anyone in the governor's office to say what position Senator Schumer should take with respect to the allegations of sexual harassment?
I don't remember the specific instruction. I'm sure there was probably along the way saying, look, could he say this? Would it be better if he said this? But regardless, I would not have relayed a suggestion at the time about what Chuck should or shouldn't say.
Who asked you to call Senator Schumer's staff?
Melissa.
Did Melissa identify a specific person who you should call?
No.
And to be clear, what did Melissa want you to say to the Schumer staff?
I don't remember the specific instruction. You know, if it was tell them, see if they'll say this, see if they'll say that. I don't remember if she was that direct. But it was, and again, sort of in the common parlance of political crisis response, to reach out to your governing partners before they read about something bad in the paper, at times will soften the blow in terms of the news. And so that was why she had asked this group to reach out to the senior elected officials from across the state, not just Chuck. But given my history with Chuck, I was asked to call Chuck. I called and had the conversation that we just described.
Did you ever speak with any member of Senator Schumer's staff or Senator Schumer about the allegations against Governor Cuomo at any other time?
No. I believe I had a subsequent back and forth after this one with who's Chuck's press secretary. Just again, sort of a similar, any sense of what Chuck is going to say at this press conference this morning, and I don't even think he wrote me back.
And when you reached out to it was about Charlotte Bennett's allegations, is that correct?
I don't know. I have to look at the timeline. It was, as I said, it was after the group knew that another story was coming and before it actually published. Which story it was, I don't know. And I'd have to look. I'm sure it would become clear as we went through it, but you know.
Was part of the concern there that Governor Schumer or another politician may be asked to comment before you or somebody else had an opportunity to discuss it with them?
Yeah, I imagine, right? It's more sort of, as I said, process where it's always better to give your partners, governing partners, a heads up. But also, as I said, I would not presume that anything I would say to anybody in Chuck's office would influence what he would say. So I didn't try to. I called to give him a heads up. He and I have been friends for 15 years now, and that was it.
Ms. Biasotti's statement, as reflected in this exhibit, was about the second Cuomo accusation. Do you see that?
Yeah, so I guess that's right.
You guess what's right?
I guess then it was about Charlotte Bennett. I assume that that's what the case is.
And you assume that you called about Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
I called about whatever story was about to come out. This timing is 2:35 a.m. So I imagine I woke up with and texted around. So I imagine she had put the statement out the previous day. Right? I don't remember the exact progression. So, but whatever story popped prior to this text was the story that she and I were referring to. Second Cuomo accusation, so then I suppose that's Charlotte, but without looking at the clips, I don't.
Let's look at tab 53 in your binder. Does this jog your memory about which complainant you discussed with me?
What tab was the Biasotti thing? It was 2057, so 228. Yeah, that would make sense because this says published February 27th, right? And I sent this around on February 28th at 2:30 in the morning. So that would make sense.
Are you aware of a draft statement responding to Ms. Bennett's allegations?
I'm sure there was one kicking around. I don't remember it specifically, but I'm sure it's in here.
Let's go to tab 49 in your binder and we'll mark it as an exhibit.
Am I marking the last one too? You didn't say
No.
it? Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, 49, you said, yeah.
Right. So 49 is a series of emails on February 27 with draft statements. And you weigh in at 10:49 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the background of this exchange?
So without looking in detail, I imagine this is just an email chain going around about what the statement should be, responding to what then I just saw is Jesse McKinley's story relating to Charlotte Bennett.
And is it fair to say that your email on February 27 at 10:49 a.m. reflects your comments on the draft statement responding to Ms. Bennett's allegations?
I think that's probably fair to say. Sort of if this was going around while we were on the phone or just on email. But yes, if I sent this around, this would have reflected my comments on the style and structure of the statement.
Earlier, you referred to being on a call and commenting on a statement. Were you talking about this statement or something else?
I think it was this. I mean, this is what I was in my mind thinking of.
Who was on that call?
Some combination of this group, I would imagine. I don't remember the specific call.
Was Melissa DeRosa on the call?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Was Rich Azzopardi on the call?
Again, I don't know, and I don't know if they're on or off, but it is safe to assume that it was this group or some combination of it was reflected on.
Was the governor on the call?
Which call? Which specific call are you talking?
You were just talking about commenting on this statement during.
Oh, I see what you mean. So let me be more precise. I don't know if this was contemporaneous with the call. I would imagine it was, because I was probably just doing like a little edit on it. But as to the specific nature and moment, I don't remember anything remarkable about or specific about the call.
Do you remember if the governor was on the call?
I do.
The statement that you sent around, it starts, recent claims that I made sexual advances toward women in the workplace are untrue. What did you know at the time about the accuracy of this statement?
What did I know about the time? It's what I had been told and was consistent with what had been told to me during these conversations.
And here you're just referring back to the general strategy of denial or something more specific?
I imagine both, really, right? Which was that that the governor and Melissa's posture was that they were denying these pieces. When the accusations came in through Jesse, in this case, I suppose, they immediately went into denial that we're denying this. And as you can see, if you scroll back, and again, I haven't read this in depth, there's a number of different sort of combinations and various ways that they approach it. But in terms of my view, they told me they were denying it, and this was reflective of that denial.
Now, did you add this statement, recent claims that I made sexual advances toward women in the workplace are untrue?
I mean, it looks like I added it based on the fact that it wasn't, verbatim in here. But I imagine I would not have divined that phrasing out of nowhere, right? It would have either been, mentioned on a call previously or was something that had been verbally discussed. But I don't remember the specific chronology of how this came together. It's a Saturday morning. Who knows?
You didn't do anything to verify the statement, recent claims that I made sexual advances toward women in the workplace are untrue, correct?
Other than what it was told to me, right? It's not, you know, again, I'm the media person and not an investigator. And if Melissa and the governor told me that it was untrue and that was the public posture, then that was what I was working with.
And I think earlier, I tried to be specific about this. Did the governor ever tell you that allegations of sexual harassment were untrue?
And I don't recall him ever saying those words, but that was the posture they were taking in all of these calls. But I also don't take them as parsing either. I never thought to myself, boy, he's not denying these, or, you know, I never sort of got to that level. Their posture always was that these allegations are untrue and publicly we're going to deny them. And I'm not an investigator, I'm not a lawyer, and I was reflecting the information that I was getting.
You're saying their posture was that these allegations are untrue. Did anyone ever say these allegations were untrue? Or again, are you saying because the governor and Melissa DeRosa were denying the allegations, that meant their posture was that the allegations were untrue?
We're at the same, we're saying the same thing, right? Which is there was never a specific, are these true? You tell, you know, talk to us about your interactions with X, Y, and Z, and that's not the level of detail that my conversations on any of these matters got to, right? So did those conversations happen somewhere with some people? Who knows? I don't. All I know is that when anything got to my phone call, it was about what was being said publicly. And the facts, in my view, had already been sort of arbitrated.
Do you have any concern about conveying facts publicly that are different from what is known privately?
I do as a human being, right? I'm an honest person, and that's who I am, right? At the same time, I'm not the arbiter of the facts in this particular discussion. And so if the governor and Melissa tell me that they're going to say something that is not true publicly, then that's the posture we're going to take and that they're going to take in this moment. And I'm choosing to participate or not to participate. And in this moment, I chose to participate. So, but yes, I tend not to say things that are not true, right? I tend to tell the truth.
Do you think there's any risk from a publicity level to make a public denial that later is proven to be an untrue denial?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
So we'll go to the next tab, which is 50, and we'll mark it as an exhibit.
Sorry. Yeah, okay.
And this document includes another version of the statement that you had sent, this time at 12:37 p.m., same date, February 27, 2021. And it looks like the statement, recent claims that I made sexual advances toward women in the workplace are untrue, had evolved to, let me be clear, I have never made sexual advances toward women in the workplace. Can you explain how this statement evolved?
So I can't remember the specific evolution of the conversations. What I can, sort of recall is I sort of simply had the pen in this particular case and was reflecting whatever discourse was going on the phone and just resending back to the group whatever the agreed upon verbiage is. I don't recall what triggered the change in language, but it was not, as I can recall, me changing my view. It was me reflecting the collective view and typing up whatever statement they were contemplating.
Would the governor have been part of these discussions?
I don't recall. It is possible, but I don't recall specifically.
So you're saying that there was a call going on about the statement that the governor would issue. Revisions were made to what the governor would say to make the statement stronger and talk about what he has never done. And you can't remember if the governor was part of that discussion?
I don't know about the word stronger or weaker. That's objective, but yes, it is common for people involved in media and press response to not have the principal on every discussion about what that statement would be.
Were you comfortable, going back to the question Mr. Grant asked earlier, making these revisions to the statement without confirming if the principal will be comfortable with those statements?
It wasn't my job to confirm the comfortability with that, right? My job was not my job. In this moment, I was acting as the pen reflecting the group's collective thoughts. And so, whether or not he was comfortable with these changes or whatever was not relevant for me in this particular moment of just reflecting what people were saying.
But did you assume that the governor would be comfortable with the changes you were making?
No, I didn't have any idea. As I said, I was simply sort of writing down and editing in real time as best I can remember what people were saying.
Did you get any input about what you could or could not say on behalf of the governor?
Well, first of all, this is not a statement coming from me, right? So let's take that step back, right? I'm not saying any of this to anyone. This is writing down what people are saying for their internal review and, frankly, convenience. So in the way that that this stuff operates, I would have never contemplated in the moment that A, I would be the one sort of verifying this, and B, much less the one putting it out. So that wasn't much less in my mindset what was going on.
And would anyone convey to you if you needed to change the statement?
I don't know, right? I don't know if your question presumes that there are people on these calls that know more than I do. And I assume that that is always the case. And whether they're going to edit it or change it or provide me accurate or inaccurate information, that is not up to me in the moment to decide. And so, again, going back to what prompted this change, I don't remember, and I couldn't speculate.
Let's go to tab 51 in your binder, and we'll mark it as an exhibit. Same day, this time it's at 3:02 p.m. From you say, spoke to MDR, this clause has to come out. Nor did I ever think that I was acting in any way that was inappropriate. What's the background with that?
I don't remember specifically. I think, again, this was just sort of me acting in this role of sort of trying to get everybody's collective feedback into one piece of paper. I don't remember specifically.
Do you think you were still on a call with the group?
Probably not. If I had said spoke to Melissa DeRosa, then it probably means that I had a one-on-one conversation with her afterwards. So keeping also in mind that this now day has gone on for hours and hours and hours over the same, so like, I'm not referring to this day, I'm referring to this day. So I don't, this is the moment where I start to stop paying attention and sort of just keep it moving.
And this day, the day that you're referring to, this is February 27, 2021, right?
Yes.
This is a Saturday.
Yes.
And you had previously sent a draft statement at 12:21 p.m. that day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's what this says, yeah.
And 3 hours later, you were sending another email about the draft statement, right?
That's correct.
And your email said, based on a discussion you had with Melissa DeRosa, language in the draft statement needed to come out. Is that the correct interpretation?
Yeah.
And that language was, nor did I ever think that I was acting in any way that was inappropriate. What conversation did you have with Melissa DeRosa that prompted you to send the email saying that language needed to come out of the draft statement?
So I don't remember the specific conversation, right? I don't remember why. I don't remember if it was because she had a factual objection or she didn't like the context of it. So I don't recall the specific reason why, other than clearly she called me or I called her and we talked about this line and other edits to the statement. But also, as you can see, the edits kept going, right? It's not like that was the end of the conversation. And, you know, the wheel kept on turning.
So let's go to tab 50. Go to tab 52 in the binder. And we'll mark it as an exhibit. This is a statement from the governor, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. And just tying it back to the emails that we've been looking at, what do you understand this statement to be?
What day is it? So this is the outgrowth of the statement that we had been editing in the previous emails. Or the ultimate, I should say, the ultimate statement that went out.
And the statement includes a line that I never made advances toward Miss Bennett, nor did I ever intend to act in any way that was inappropriate. Do you see that?
Yes.
So it seems like, nor did I ever think that I was acting in any way that was inappropriate, which Mr. Rosa told you had to come out, was changed into, nor did I ever intend to act in any way that was inappropriate. Yes?
That appears to be the progression of what happened, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember any discussion between your discussion with Mr. Rosa and the issuance of the final statement about that language?
And it would not have been out of the ordinary for things to change after this particular group was reviewing something.
Why would that not be out of the ordinary?
Because I don't work there, right? And so coming from sort of a group that's wrangling over a statement to, you know, going through a statement to ultimately what gets put out by the governor's press office, there's a gap in time there that don't have any visibility into, or a process I'm not participating in. So who knows what conversations they had between the last email on that chain and ultimately the statement going out.
The group in which you are included, though, do include people who work in his press office, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And the language, nor did I ever think that I was acting in any way that was inappropriate. Was that your language?
Oh, I don't remember.
Is it in any of the drafts that you sent?
I don't remember. I'd have to read it all through.
Please go ahead.
Wait a minute. Which tab?
Right, and by your language, are you asking if it's language that he came up with or that's included in emails that he circulated? Because I think those are two different questions.
In emails that he circulated.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. Look, there's 20 pages in here. You want me to read through all of it? I don't. There's 15 different versions of the same statement.
I'm just asking you to look at the versions of the statement that you emailed around.
Well, those are not the only ones that are on here. So I'm looking at the one from 1049. Deeply regrets she felt anything otherwise. Okay. Then there's this version. I never intended to act in any way that was inappropriate. Was not in this one. He says in this one on 1251, the last thing I would ever have wanted was for her to feel any of the things that are being reported. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like those exact words. It says never intended to act in any way that was inappropriate. Looks like it had previously been written, never intended to do anything but supportive and helpful. And the last thing I ever wanted was her to feel any of the things that are being reported. So to put it broadly, it does look like that thesis is in there. But in terms of the specific words, it's hard to tell.
Let's look at tab 51 again.
Mm-hmm.
the email from Melissa DeRosa at 2:56 on February 27th.
Okay.
Are the specific words, nor did I ever think that I was acting in any way that was inappropriate, included in the version that Ms. DeRosa sent?
Yes. It appears that it is.
But then Ms. DeRosa spoke with you later and told you that that clause had to come out, correct?
Yes. But based on this email progression, yeah.
Let's go to tab 58 in your binder, and that's an exhibit. We'll mark it as an exhibit.
Appears that way.
It's a Sunday. It's a text message between you and Rich Bamberger. And this is the day after all the emails about the statement. And you say it's over. Bamberger says, what you hearing? You say on with them. Bamberger asks, when is the next story coming out? You say unclear. He says, call when can. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he says what?
Call when can. When you said it's over, what were you saying?
I imagine I had gotten a piece of news on one of these calls that said there was going to be another bad story or something problematic would lead me to conclude that his political future was in jeopardy.
This is Governor Cuomo.
That would be, yes, Governor Cuomo.
And you were on another call with the group that you mentioned before?
Well, it says there's a text message here that says on with them. So I imagine that's what I was referring to.
Do you remember the call you had on February 28th?
I do not.
Do you remember what news you thought was coming out that would jeopardize Governor Cuomo's political future?
I do not.
Do you remember if the governor was on that call?
I do not.
Did you have any discussions with anyone about the governor's political future being in jeopardy, other than this February 28th call that you just referenced and your text with Rich Bamberger?
Over the course of this 3-4 months, yes, several conversations.
What conversations did you have?
It's hard to sort of break them out, but it is only logical. Even separating the fact that I was either on these text chains or participating in occasional calls, that anyone I interact with on a daily basis would ask me about what was going on with the governor, in frankly good times and bad. Right, during the previous year, during COVID, everyone always asked me what was going on with the governor. So it is certainly safe to say that during this period of time, I was getting calls from a variety of different sectors asking about his political future.
During the calls with Melissa DeRosa and the other members of the group that you've identified previously, were there ever any discussions about the governor resigning?
There were discussions in terms of would this get to a point where he would resign? So none of us that I can recall, and certainly not me, ever recommended resigning. He never said, I think I'm going to have to resign. But certainly, and again, I don't want to link it directly to this moment because I don't know what was happening there. You know, as the political problems continued to mount, there was a discussion about resignation, and that only escalated as time went on. A discussion publicly, and a discussion externally.
What was the internal discussion about resignation?
In at least the conversations I was on, it was not something that we put into as part of the strategy necessarily. I don't know the conversations that he was having. You know, at one point he asked me, and I don't remember the specific trigger. He said, and there were a couple of people on the call. He said, you know, do I have to resign after that? And then it was probably either Carl Hasty or Andrea calling on him to resign publicly. And I said, you know, that's a decision only you can make. I said, that's up to you. And ultimately, it didn't come to that moment. Carl did not call, the speaker, I should say, Speaker Hasty, did not call on him to resign. So it never got to that progression. But that is as close as ever I had a conversation about resignation.
So the conversation about Carl Hasty, was it framed as a hypothetical?
Yes, it was if Carl and Andrea both call on me to resign. Sort of then what? When do I then have to, what happens next? And I remember at least my answer with the group was, that's a decision only you can make.
Who else was on the call?
The same group, more or less. I don't remember specifically if there was anybody different or distinct.
When was that discussion?
It was in and around the times when Carl and Andrea ultimately put out those, Speaker Hasty and Majority Leader Stewart Cousins put out their statements. Andrea, the leader of it, did call on him to resign. The speaker was one step short of that. So whenever that was occurring, either the day before or the day
of. I recall in discussion about this text exchange beginning when it's over, you said it was in relation to a potential new allegation. What was that new allegation?
It was relative to bad news, I imagine. And so whether it was a specific allegation or not, I'd have to look at the surrounding clips. But if Charlotte Bennett came out on the 27th or thereabouts, this was, to continue our analogy of sort of the rise and cascade, this was the beginning of that rise and cascade. So I imagine that some media inquiry had come in regarding some more bad news.
And is it fair to say you believe this allegation was worse than the allegations that Ms. Bennett had put forward?
No, I don't remember what the specific thing I was talking to Rich about then was. So okay. I don't know what it was.
Also, beyond, members of these calls becoming aware because of a press inquiry or something, did anyone in this group ever take any active steps to look into whether or not there had been prior allegations against the governor?
Can I just pause for 1 sec and ask Anne a question?
Is it about?
Yeah. It's a question about privilege. So you want to step outside for 1 second? Or do it here? It's up to you.
We'll go off the record.
We'll go off the record. Yeah, just give me 2 seconds.
Without going off the record, time was 4:52.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Without going back on, the time was 4:54.
Sure. Could the court reporter please read back the last question? Okay. So besides, I believe this is what I asked the last time. Besides, having discussions after an allegation percolated to you through like a press inquiry or through some other means, did anyone in this group ever discuss or tell you about efforts there were to investigate prior allegations against the governor to see whether they may come out?
Excuse me 1 sec. I think the court reporter might have dropped off.
Should I answer, or I didn't hear what he said? Okay.
Is the court reporter on, or I think he went off?
Okay, let's go off the record again.
Without going off the record, the time was 4:55.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Without going back on, the time is 5 o'clock.
Okay, I'm going to ask the court reporter to read back the last question that had been asked.
Okay. Okay, also beyond, members of these calls becoming aware because of a pressing query or something, did anyone in the group take active steps to look into whether or not there had been prior allegations against the government?
So the answer to that question is not that I'm aware of. No. In terms of in those moments, in those 3 months, 4 months, did anyone say, any of the lawyers, anybody say, I went back and looked at this, or I went back and talked to them? I didn't hear of that occur.
Did you hear about that happening at any other time?
I did hear that, I believe it was Charlotte Bennett's, that Judy Mogul had done an investigation in and around the time that she had raised an issue. And they had done sort of a review or investigation into it. But that was, as best I understood, at the time of those allegations. Did that answer, was that the answer, did that address your question?
I believe so. I guess just to be absolutely clear, at any time, did you become aware of members of this group taking active steps to look into whether or not there were prior allegations against the governor besides Charlotte Bennett?
No. Members of that group?
How did you hear about this investigation regarding Ms. Bennett's allegations?
It came up in probably one of these discussions about the response and so on, and Judy or Melissa had asked Judy to talk through what they had found in this investigation or the comments that she had made and so on.
What did Judy say?
I don't recall the specifics. She walked us through her notes and investigation that she did.
And what did she say when she walked you through the notes and investigation that she did?
I mean, it's tricky. I don't remember the specifics of what was in the notes, of how the investigation played out or who she talked to. I know that she had interviewed Charlotte, taken sort of her statement or whatever, and they had taken, or at least was explained to me, a corrective action in line with what Charlotte had wanted. So that's what they had said was the conclusion of that review that Judy had done. But to answer your question, that was not retrospective. That was told to us as already having been done previously.
And what did you understand Judy's investigation consisted of? That Judy spoke with Charlotte Bennett?
Yeah.
Did Judy describe any other investigative steps that had been taken as part of this investigation?
Not that I recall. I believe that she and Melissa ultimately did have a conversation with the governor. She said that they ultimately had a conversation with the governor, but I don't recall the specifics of what they said they discussed. And I'm sure, I don't remember if Judy said if she had talked to Charlotte's supervisor or colleagues, but there was a sense that was relayed to us that Charlotte wanted to go to another department or something like that. And that Judy became aware of that, or it was in the conversation. But I don't remember the specifics of it.
And what corrective action did Judy Mogul say had been taken as a result of this investigation?
I don't remember if Judy specifically said it or just someone who works there currently said that Charlotte had gotten a job now. I think it was the Department of Health. That was where she had ultimately wanted to work anyway as a next step as being a briefer. Again, I don't know if that matches the fact pattern in reality. I'm not saying that it does. I'm just only recounting to the best of my recollection what I was told.
And what's the reason that this investigation was summarized and presented to the group?
Because Melissa was trying to inform us as a group on Reactive of what Charlotte might say publicly in terms of, what could be in an article or what could be in an interview or so on.
So this discussion about Judy's investigation came before the press report about Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
I probably it's better to say concurrently. It was, if I remember correctly, and again, Charlotte did one story, just looking at jogging my recollection now based on what I'm seeing, there was a Time story and then there was another interview X number of days later. So in terms of that chronology, I don't really remember where it was, but it was an effort because Charlotte had made these specific allegations that Melissa was sort of letting the group know what Charlotte had claimed previously privately to Judy in part of that review.
You mentioned earlier that Melissa DeRosa had told you about Charlotte Bennett's allegations and allegations by a second person. Was your conversation with Melissa about Charlotte Bennett and the second person before or after you heard about this investigation?
Before. It would have been before.
Was Judy Mogul part of the discussion about the investigation?
Well, she recounted, well, let me be precise. Melissa had told me about those two people in that previous conversation. She didn't tell me in that moment, as best I can recall, that they had done an investigation. The investigation that Judy did came up in the context of responding to Charlotte Bennett's accusation. So I wasn't aware previously that they had investigated. To the best I can recall. Again, if she mentioned it in passing, she may have, but I don't remember that she did.
And Judy Mogul is a person who told the group about the investigation that she did?
I think it likely was prompted by Melissa telling Judy to tell the group about this, but it also could have been Judy telling the group, look, I looked at this, here's what I found. I don't remember that exact progression, but that's sort of the nexus of it.
And did Judy Mogul tell the group what she had found?
Yes.
What did she say to the group about what she had found?
Again, and this is what I was saying exactly before. I don't recall the specifics of who said what she said was in her notes, but she recounted her notes to us.
And what did you understand the notes to be notes of?
An interview that she had done with Charlotte, or interviews. I believe there may have been 2 separate times they spoke. I just remember sort of being 2 categories of notes, but I don't remember the specifics of it.
But you remember that Judy Mogul read the notes of her interviews with Charlotte Bennett to the group?
Yes.
And do you know if Judy Mogul told the group about any legal conclusions that she had reached?
She had said something along the lines of, based on her or their interpretation, their view was that the behavior had not crossed the line of harassment in their interpretation.
And who is they here?
Her and Beth or whomever made the legal determination at the time.
And did Judy Mogul explain the basis for the legal determination?
No, I don't remember her getting into too much detail about it.
Did Judy Mogul discuss the handbook that we discussed with you earlier?
No.
Did Judy Mogul talk about the definition of sexual harassment?
Probably in the abstract, right? And sort of saying that this was her view, didn't violate harassment. I don't remember if she recounted it or not. I really don't.
And if Judy Mogul's view was that there was no sexual harassment, what was the reason for corrective action?
You have to ask her.
Did you have an understanding? No. Based on what you heard, what was your reaction to what Ms. Mogul described in terms of what happened between Charlotte Bennett and the governor?
I mean, honestly, I didn't really have a reaction. I just sort of half listened. They were denying X, Y, and they were denying parts of it or saying that she got this wrong. Or it was just sort of nothing specific in my view, right? And in terms of my overall reaction is, I don't know these people. I don't know what goes on up there. So I didn't have sort of a strong view in either direction. Certainly, she had presented a claim and they looked at it, right? So this was a different level of engagement than at least had been presented to me with regard to Lindsey Boylan's behavior.
How did they look at it?
Well, based on what had been presented to me, they had not interviewed and Lindsay Boylan had not raised an issue regarding sexual harassment in the workplace, and they had not interviewed her about it based on what they had told me. This now became a case where they had, that Charlotte had raised an issue at some point along the way, and Judy and whomever looked at it and discussed it with the governor and took this corrective action to have her at the Department of Health. So that was different. That had a bit of a different feel.
And in the way that Judy Mogul presented the chronology to you, did she say Charlotte Bennett raised allegations, Judy Mogul interviewed Charlotte Bennett, and then the governor's office took corrective action in the form of moving Charlotte Bennett?
That was at least my takeaway. I wouldn't, these months later, that is how I remember the conversation, the progression of the conversation. Whether that's the actual fact pattern, I couldn't tell you, but that's at least how I sort of remember it.
Did Judy Mogul share why she came to be investigating Charlotte Bennett's complaint?
No.
Has Judy Mogul ever told you that it's part of her job duties to investigate discrimination complaints?
No, but then again, I don't know what her job duties are.
So do you have any understanding that it's part of Judy's job duties to investigate discrimination complaints?
No, as I said, I don't know what her job duties are. So I've never met Judy. I talked to her on the phone. I mean, maybe I met her once or twice in passing, so I should say I never met her. I don't call me. And I don't know what her assignment is in the chamber. So,
were there discussion of any records besides Judy's notes?
Not that I can recall, no.
Before we had talked about the investigation that took place with respect to allegations about Miss Boylan and an investigation there. Was there ever any discussion here about releasing whatever records there were because they were facts pertinent to a story in the public?
So I think part of what generated the discussion about the notes was the media response to Charlotte. And at times, I think you'd see that there's sort of individual questions and allegations came through in the media request, and that they had contemplated specifically refuting each one or some sort of contortion about that. I think ultimately that plan was abandoned. The answer, I guess, suppose to your question is yes, there was at times a discussion about putting out facts, but that plan was that idea was barren, ended up being abandoned.
And when you say facts, would that have included the actual contemporaneous records that were made or just explanations based on?
I don't recall any specific discussion about putting out notes, right? I think they probably talked about, well, she said this at this moment, now she's saying that. And I remember at one point thinking, those two are not equal, right? Just because she's saying something different than what she said to Judy Mogul doesn't make one true and one untrue, right? She can say what she wants to say, and the facts will be the facts. So I remember thinking in that sort of bizarre moment where they were debating whether or not to sort of specifically refute her accusations. Like, these are not facts refuting these allegations, right? It's not matching up right.
Were there ever any conversation about releasing the facts where there was corroboration between what she had previously said and what she said at this time?
I don't remember the substance well enough, right? I don't remember the specific points and allegations in the Times articles or in the media request versus what was in Judy's notes. I don't remember how things matched up. I remember thinking to myself, none of this sort of matches up and it should not be debated or discussed. And ultimately, there wasn't.
What facts were members of the executive chamber talking about using to try to refute Ms. Bennett's allegations?
I don't remember the specific facts, right? If I remember correctly, Charlotte Bennett made a series of accusations to the New York, in an interview with the New York Times, that Jesse or whomever was writing it sort of delineated in advance those specific accusations. And again, I'm only remembering this sort of because I have seen this in the discovery process. And that what it did was there a, Melissa or whomever at the time was suggesting, do they go point by point to refute them or not? So that's the sort of progression of it. I don't remember though, frankly, I don't remember off the top of my head what the allegations were to begin. So
Based on what you heard from Ms. Mogul about Ms. Bennett's allegations, what did you think about the appropriateness of the conduct that Ms. Bennett described between her and the governor?
I think I didn't really come to a substantive and factual judgment, right? Where I said, oh, I know she's telling the truth, or I know she's not telling the truth. That's not how I operate, how I operated. I do think that with regard, if you wanted to compare it, say, to Lindsay, I didn't have reason for doubt other than what the governor and Melissa, the governor's office and Melissa and people were saying to me, which is that it was not true. And so that was what we kept continuing off of. But I didn't sort of come to a conclusion in either direction.
Was anyone saying that the conduct described in Ms. Mogul's notes, based on her interview with Ms. Bennett, was not true?
I don't remember. I don't remember a debate and discussion about the substance and what was in Judy's notes. A, because I wasn't there anyway, so I wasn't paying too close of attention. B, since I wasn't there, I wouldn't have been able to sort of opine on it anyway. Like, I don't even know, I never met her. I don't know what she was doing one day. So I don't remember if there was a point by point on Judy's notes in terms of the factualness and veracity of it. I don't recall.
Based on the conduct as described in Judy Mogul's notes, did you think that the governor's conduct toward Ms. Bennett was appropriate?
Here's what I would say. I would say that I didn't come to a ruling or an opinion on the conduct, right, in my head, because again, they had denied it. That was what they were going with from a media strategy perspective, and that's where I put myself. If it turns out that these allegations are verified, it would be inappropriate. It's not, she's a young, 30 years is younger, and, whatever they said happened and wherever, it would not be something that I thought was inappropriate if it was true.
Well, let's just go back. When you said Judy Mogul described her investigation, right? You said Judy Mogul concluded that the conduct did not rise to the level of harassment, correct? Judy Mogul did not say that what Ms. Bennett told Judy Mogul happened between Ms. Bennett and the governor was not true.
She never said it was not true. Is that what you're asking? If Judy said, oh, we looked at this, I'm just giving a hypothetical. You're asking me if Judy said, I talked to Charlotte, I investigated it, the stuff she told me is not true. She never said, no, not that I can recall, no.
She said, I spoke to Charlotte, the stuff she told me doesn't rise to the level of harassment.
Right.
So Judy...
She also didn't say the opposite. She also didn't say, and I corroborated it these 5 different ways. So she didn't say it either way.
Did she say she had done anything to corroborate or refute what she'd heard from Ms. Bennett?
No, I can recall.
So what did her investigation consist of other than talking to Ms. Bennett?
What I just said previously, which was that she spoke to Charlotte Bennett. I think she may have spoken to her supervisor and then had a subsequent conversation with Melissa and the governor. So whether or not that was, in fact, the actual scope of her investigation, I don't know. But that's what I recall from how she described her conversations with Charlotte and the notes that she was going through.
In this conversation, did Ms. Mogul ever describe what expertise she has in employment law?
No, not that I can recall. No.
Did she ever describe what sort of legal standard she was applying? Meaning, is it Title VII? Is it the New York State human rights law? The New York City human rights law? Anything like that?
No, as I said previously, she sort of said, and it doesn't, I remember her saying, look, and this doesn't rise to the legal definition of sexual harassment. She didn't say specific title if it was public officers law or X, Y, and Z. As best I can recall. And again, there could have been subsequent conversations where she did opine on it more specifically or so on, but not in anything that I was privy to.
Okay.
You said Ms. Mogul talked about a discussion that she and Ms. DeRosa had with the governor. Did Ms. Mogul say she interviewed the governor?
I wouldn't call what she said as described as an interview. It was more of a follow-up discussion. Sort of the way she described it was that she and Melissa talked to the governor, that Charlotte had made these claims, and that this was the recommend, and I'm being precise because I don't remember exactly how they said it, and that she would go to get a job at Department of Health, which is where she wanted to go anyway. It's mushy only because I don't remember the specific phrasing, and obviously I wasn't there, so that was the basic progression. But I wouldn't say that she said that she interviewed the gov. I think it was more that she sort of followed up with it.
Can you reference the discussion that Ms. Mogul said she had with Ms. Bennett's supervisor?
I didn't say that specifically. I said I seem to remember that she referenced that she may have talked to the supervisor or the person who now I'm getting confused because there was another accuser who worked at or some, so yes, either way, there was around Charlotte, there was a conversation about where she talked to a colleague or a supervisor or something.
So let's talk about another accuser who worked at, what do you know about that?
That there was another accuser who had been in the chamber.
How did you hear about that accuser?
She was the other one that Melissa had referenced in that initial conversation.
So in the initial conversation, before you ever heard about this investigation that Ms. Mogul said she did, you heard from Melissa DeRosa about two accusers. One was Charlotte Bennett, and the second was a woman who worked at.
Correct.
What did Melissa?
Well, and at the time, it was not that she actually worked at, that had gone to worked at the chamber. I'm trying to be precise.
A former chamber employee who was.
Correct. That was my understanding.
And what did Ms. DeRosa say about the woman?
I really don't remember the specifics of it. I really don't.
You know the name of that woman?
I'm not off the top of my head, no, sorry.
Was there ever any other discussion about this woman who used to work at the chamber and had moved to?
Not that I can recall specifically. I think she had tweeted something at some point in this progression, and that had them concerned. But I don't remember. I don't remember how it matches up.
How did you hear about it? A tweet by the woman?
I'm sure somebody sent it to me or flagged it on a call or something.
And what discussion was there on the tweet?
This is getting into the real short straws of conversations that I just don't recall.
Did anyone talk about any investigation that they said they did regarding the woman?
Not specifically that I can remember now.
Did Ms. Mogul say anything about the woman? Not
that I can remember, no. And again, I apologize if I'm getting some of this timelines confused. It was, this was a moment when I was not at high focus with them.
But I think you said earlier, and this is how we started talking about this, that someone referenced a conversation with the supervisor.
Yeah, now that's right. So I know that Judy had talked to other people. I know that Judy had said she talked to other people around her, around Charlotte Bennett and the notes. But when I said supervisor, that jogged my memory about a conversation that someone had had with a supervisor around the person who had been in.
And what was the conversation that someone had with the supervisor of the woman who had moved to? So going back to Ms. Mogul and the investigation she said she did of Ms. Bennett, the investigation was she interviewed Ms. Bennett. She and Ms. DeRosa talked to the governor about a recommendation to move Ms. Bennett, and Ms. Bennett was moved, correct?
That's at least how I recall Judy telling me that.
Did Ms. Mogul say at the time that she had spoken to any other witnesses?
Not that I can recall, no. I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't.
Was there ever any discussion about disclosing Ms. Mogul's notes of her conversations with Ms. Bennett?
No, not that I can recall, no.
Was there ever any discussion about disclosing information about prior allegations of sexual harassment that Ms. Bennett made?
No, not that I can recall, no.
Did you ever have any discussions involving Chris Cuomo regarding Ms. Bennett's allegations?
I don't recall. I certainly had conversations with Chris during this period of time. Whether we specifically talked about Charlotte Bennett, I imagine we probably did in the course of these conversations that were sort of ongoing. I don't remember anything specific he said about her.
Was this a one-on-one discussion with Chris Cuomo?
I'm not referring to any specific conversation. Sometimes Chris and I would talk directly. Sometimes Chris would be on the calls with the staff. So,
How do you know Chris Cuomo?
how do I know Chris Cuomo? I know him primarily through the fact that he's the governor's brother. He also has a friendship with my.
What did you and Chris Cuomo start again? What have you and Chris Cuomo discussed regarding the sexual harassment allegations against the governor since December 2020?
I think it's sort of a broad question, and I think we have to be more specific about it. So let's try and, if you can.
Sure. Let's start with December 2020.
Yeah.
Did you have any discussions with Chris Cuomo in December 2020 about sexual harassment allegations against Governor Cuomo?
I don't think so. I'd have to look back at my phone log. I don't really recall talking to Chris that much in the initial period of time. So I couldn't tell you specifically when we started discussing, but generally speaking, I don't remember spending too much time on the phone with him in the initial Sturm and Drang.
In the initial what?
In the initial phase.
Okay.
When did you have more discussions with Chris Cuomo about the sexual harassment allegations against Governor Cuomo?
As the situation with the governor sort of deteriorated publicly, media-wise, and Chris had made sort of his public declaration that he was not going to be involved in CNN's coverage of the issues involving the governor. Then I would say I talked to him more frequently. He was on some of these calls. He was on some of these emails. And he would call me directly on occasion, given our sort of separate relationship.
And what did he say during these discussions?
Often on the side conversations, it was more me giving him a perspective of what was going on in Albany, right? He doesn't work in Albany. He's a national media person. So, at times he would call me after a call and say, hey, what does this mean? Or, how do you think that this is going to be in Albany and so on? So our conversations tended to be more narrow in terms of Albany politics. Tended to be, I don't want to be too limiting.
And what role did Chris Cuomo play in these discussions about sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
He was on, and it was not, I wouldn't say it was specific even to the allegations. It was more just the situation that the governor was in, that as this sort of grew into a major situation for the governor personally, I think Chris felt he needed to be involved. It was his brother. So I think it was just more general. He would offer general advice and perspective.
Are you aware of complaints by Anna Rush relating to the governor?
I'm sorry.
How do you spell it?
Anna Rush, R-U-C-H.
I know the name. I can't match the allegations to the person off the top of my head, but I've heard the name around.
So please go to tab 63 in your binder.
Oh, she was at the wedding. Okay. Yes. So the answer to that question is yes.
You were at the wedding, right?
I was.
Have you met Ms. Roosh before?
No.
Did you see the governor holding anyone's face at Gareth Rhodes' wedding?
No, I don't recall. I don't.
Is that something you would recall?
I didn't see the gov much at the wedding. I saw him at the end of the way out.
Have you seen the governor holding anyone's face in the way that's depicted in this picture?
Yes.
Who?
I saw Rich Bamberger send me a picture of him holding his face at one point. This, again, this particular pose, I couldn't say I've seen it instantly replicated. But, I based on Rich showing me the picture of him holding his face, I guess the answer to that question is yes, I have seen him do it.
Have you heard the governor ask anyone, "Can I kiss you?"
No. But it wouldn't be something I would necessarily hear him say that.
When did you first become aware of Ms. Roosh's complaints relating to the governor?
Well, complaints is tricky. She put something on Instagram. I think she put this picture in Instagram with a link to Jesse McKinley's Instagram. And Gareth sent me a screenshot of it. And so while it didn't specifically include a complaint at that time, I think that was how I sort of first became aware that something may have happened at the wedding.
Let's mark this document as an exhibit. And Mr. Vlasto, you're referring to the picture that's on the first page in the article.
That's correct. And and again, I'd have to look at the Instagram feed and all of that, but that was the first time I had heard that something may have happened at the wedding.
Did you have any discussions with anyone after you saw the Instagram feed?
I don't remember. I mean, Gareth might have texted me something or not. I don't remember. I don't.
What did you think when you saw the Instagram photo?
I remember probably thinking that it was not great in terms of the media moment that she had put Jesse McKinley on there, the New York Times reporter. But it is what it is. It was not something that I reacted to in any way, up or down. That's all I can remember.
Did you discuss the situation involving Ms. Roosh with anyone?
Not at that moment, not until eventually then Jesse wrote this story, until it actually became a formal sort of media inquiry from the Times.
And what did you discuss at that point?
It was just, the sort of wheel of response, right? Where the questions came in and they debated what they were going to say or not.
Did you have any view of whether the governor's conduct, as Ms. Roosh described it, was appropriate?
I don't remember. I don't think it was on the conduct. I remember thinking that this photo was uncomfortable and awkward and not the way a 60-year-old man should be greeting a young female stranger. And it felt sort of odd and awkward. At the same time, I didn't see what actually happened in the moment. It was a big wedding. So, I didn't sort of have a big reaction to it. And frankly, became more focused, less on the governor and more Gareth, and sort of what this meant for him. And, this stunk, right? You don't want your wedding on the front page of the New York Times, involved in this. And so I don't remember having a strong reaction other than this picture. It was pretty awful.
When you say the picture was uncomfortable, what do you mean by that?
Exactly what I said, right? Which is that this is not a way a 60-year-old man should be greeting a stranger who's a woman who's in her 20s or 30s. And that this was not this is an uncomfortable hold and an uncomfortable picture from a media perspective as well.
Did you think Ms. Rouge looked uncomfortable in the photo?
She does, in my view, she does look uncomfortable in this photo.
And what was the concern you had for Mr. Rhodes?
More personal, as a friend, that, you know, this was something that was going to bring his name and his wedding into this media maelstrom that we were in. And that's not fun. We had a good time at his wedding. We're friends, and, you know, that's not a fun thing to be a part of.
Other than this publicity around Gareth Rhodes' wedding, was there any concern about potential fallout for Gareth Rhodes based on his relationship with the governor and his time in the executive chamber?
Well, not related to the wedding itself, but concurrently, and based on my vantage point, coincidentally, this wedding disclosure started in and around the time that he had resigned from the COVID task force. And so I believe, if I remember correctly, it was a Thursday, Friday, Saturday where he had resigned, and then there was it was sort of happening simultaneously. And that his concern, as well as mine for him as a friend, was that this was going to drag him into an unfortunate news cycle. Not that he had done anything wrong or inappropriate. I was supportive both of his resignation from the task force, counseled him on how to handle it, and certainly not dismissive or concerned that Anna had come forward. But I was concerned for him as a friend that, you know, he was going to be dragged into this media cycle through no fault of his own.
Okay, well, let's go to tab 65 in your binder, and we'll mark that as an exhibit. So this is a text message between you and Gareth Rhodes on March 1st, right?
Yes.
And you are talking about the Times' article about Ms. Rouge's experience with the governor at Gareth Rhodes' wedding. You say to Mr. Rhodes, we'll call you, don't get involved, don't talk to her, let her do what she needs to do.
Mm-hmm.
What were you saying there?
Exactly what it says, which is she's got to do what she's got to do. And if she needs to speak out publicly about what happened, she should do it. And that the worst thing he could do as a person, but also from a media control perspective, would be to call her and encourage her or discourage her from doing whatever she felt she needed to do with regard to the government.
She refers to Anna Rouge, right?
Yes.
And was there a reason why you thought Mr. Rhodes might get involved or talk to Ms. Rouge or discourage her from speaking out about the governor?
So I'd have to look at the progression around other text messages, right, which I'm sure we will talk about shortly. So I don't quite remember the moment in time. But if he said Peter had called him, Peter meaning Peter Jemian, that I would imagine I was thinking that they were going to ask Gareth to do something or say something, or I had heard, Times doing the woman from your wedding meant that I had seen in the chain that this media inquiry come in. I was tipping him off even if he hadn't known it. So the fact that he had called Peter probably elicited me this response of saying, or Peter had called him, just don't get involved. Don't do anything. Let it go. She's got to do what she's got to do.
And to be fair, you were thinking that Peter Ejemian was calling from the governor's office to ask Gareth Rhodes to.
I didn't know, right? I didn't know what Peter was calling him about. I don't recall a specific conversation where someone said Peter was calling him. However, I wanted to be very clear with Gareth, not that he needed reminding, he is a good person and has a good compass, that the worst thing he could do would be to engage with her in any way. And that would be a mistake. And I never got a sense he disagreed with me with that assessment, or there was any reason that I thought he would have behaved otherwise, but I was just emphatic about it with him as a friend.
But again, the issue that you were flagging for Gareth Rhodes was that if Peter Ejemian was calling Gareth Rhodes to ask Gareth to discourage Ms. Rouge from speaking out, that Gareth should not get involved.
Yeah, I don't remember if that was specific, if I knew at that moment that specifically Peter was calling him about that. But it is safe to say that my reaction to that text suggested that they were reaching out to Gareth. And I just wanted to, in essence, buck him up to make sure that if they did ask something like that, that he would have the confidence and support of an old friend not to do it.
Oh, excuse me. I think we lost the court reporter again. We're going off the record. The time is 5:41.
Thanks.
Recording stopped.
We're now going back
Recording
on.
in
The time
progress.
is 5:43.
Mr. Vlasto, do you need us to repeat the question?
Probably a good idea.
Okay. Bill, can you read the question back?
I'll read what I got. Well, it says, was there a reason why you thought Mr. Rose might get involved or talk to Miss Rouge? And then,
Yeah, so the answer to that question is there's no specific reason other than it based on this text. If the governor's office was calling him, I wanted to buck him up to make sure that he knew not to do that, and I just did it. I just said that just to buck him up.
And I think what you said earlier was that based on the text that Peter Ajamian had called Mr. Rhodes, you thought there was a possibility that the governor's office was calling Mr. Rhodes to discourage Ms. Rouge from speaking out against the governor.
Yeah, and as I said, I don't remember specifically hearing that. I think though it is. I just wanted to make sure that he knew not to do anything like that. That his friends would support him no matter what, and don't do that. Don't call her. Don't let her do what she needs to do.
Is there a reason you thought that might be why Peter Ajamian was calling Mr. Rhodes?
I don't remember specifically. I don't, this is 4:24 on Monday. And again, I have to look at the other text messages and other side conversations that were going on to see who was saying what to whom at that time. But, I just wanted to make sure that he knew, don't do what if they ask you, if you get asked to do something, don't do it.
And would it have been consistent with the governor's office's strategy in response to the allegations for Mr. Ajamian to call Gareth Rhodes, to ask Gareth Rhodes to discourage Ms. Rouge from speaking out against the governor?
I would not say it was consistent with the strategy. I never heard of them doing that. However, certainly in the moment, I thought, just make sure he knows, don't do it. It's certainly possible. But I wouldn't say it was consistent. It's just certainly possible.
Did the governor's office deny Ms. Rouge's allegations?
I don't remember what they ultimately said.
So far, of the allegations we've been discussing, you said the governor's office denied those allegations, right?
At least to me, yes. I don't remember. Oh, so you're asking publicly? I don't think there was ever a specific discussion of true or not in this case, right? It was such an isolated moment. I don't remember getting too in the weeds. And in this particular context, I was much more focused on Gareth and sort of helping him manage this very complex moment.
Do you remember the governor's office's reaction to Ms. Rouge's allegations?
Not specifically, no.
I hate to do this. Can we take a quick break? Because I just have to use the men's room. I know I've been breaking, because of the internet problem, but I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay.
We're not going off the record. The time is 5:47.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We're now going back on. The time is 5:52.
Okay.
So sticking with tab 65, actually, let's go to the second page, the one with the number 042 on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And you say, but I basically told them I can't help anymore, take me off the emails, calls, etc. Gareth says, she called me this morning. You said, me too. He says, I'll tell you about it later, and you stay safe. What are you talking about when you say, but I basically told them I can't help anymore?
So Melissa, in one conversation and around this time, had sort of expressed frustration about Gareth leaving, a sense that, you know, Gareth's wife had tweeted something supportive of Anna, and Melissa was sort of pissed about that. And also that Gareth had left the task force. And I essentially told her, I was like, look, that crosses a line with me. You know, Gareth is my close friend. He has been nothing but supportive to you and the governor. And so let's just not even go there. And if we do, you know, if we do talk more about Gareth, I'm not going to participate. You know, like this is not something I'm going to participate in. You know, and I, you know, whether I actually told her I'm not going to participate and take me off emails, I don't remember specifically saying that, but it was reflective of a tense conversation I had with her.
When you said take me off the emails, calls, etc., which emails, calls, etc., are you referring to?
I was referring to sort of the text chain and the email chain. As I said, I don't remember if I specifically said that to her, and ultimately it didn't happen. But you know, it was the result of a frustrating conversation, and I wanted to communicate to Gareth that I had become very frustrated by.
And did you tell Gareth about this?
Say again?
Did you tell Gareth about your conversation with Mr. Rosa?
I'm sure I did, yeah.
And did Gareth tell you about his conversation with Mr. Rosa that's referenced in this chat?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said something along the lines, and I don't remember the exact words, that she had said to him, you know, we are not mad at you. You know, it's going to be okay. You know, something like that. And he sort of said, look, I'm just taking time off. You know, I'm off the task force, you know, just don't want to bother. So the way I remember him saying was sort of a brief conversation, but I don't remember specific.
What did you understand by Mr. Rosa's statement? We are not mad at you. Who is we?
About him and her and the governor, but that was more specific to the residing of the task force. But the surrounding circumstances were both of these things were going on at the same time. And I remember his reaction to it was, why in the world would I be worried if they were mad at me? You know, it's the other way around. So it was sort of a nothing moment other than just to keep friends and focus and not, you know, sort of get into the game playing back and forth.
Why would it be the other way around?
Well, I think that he, you know, was upset that he had been dragged into all of this. And, you know, what possible reason would I have to be worried about them? I have resigned from this task force. So, you know, been and done.
Let's go to the next tab, which is 66. And this is an exchange between you and says on the page with 3301 on the bottom, going to make this statement harder to justify with that photo. And the next page shows the statement. To be clear, I never inappropriately touched anybody, and I never propositioned anybody, and I never intended to make anyone feel uncomfortable, but these are allegations that New Yorkers deserve answers to. That's a statement by the governor, right?
I imagine it is based on what said previously.
And then in response, you said, I told Jeff that was a big mistake, right?
I don't think this is right, because I remember having a conversation with Jeff Pollock about a quote that Jeff had given on the record regarding sort of the governor's political standing or something more generic, and that I had told Jeff to stop doing that. Right? You're way too far out in terms of your name being associated with all of this and so on. So I don't think these two relate to each other. I can't say for certain, but I do remember a specific conversation that I had with Jeff where I told him an action that he had taken was a big mistake and it was not this.
And on the next page, you said, and to stop going on the record.
Correct.
I certainly have.
Correct. So that confirms what I just said, which is I think the sequencing of these two documents is not quite right, or maybe if it was one on top of the other, texted me this and I just didn't respond to it. You know, I don't know, but I am pretty certain that this I told Jeff it was a big mistake doesn't refer to this statement.
What did you think of the statement that is reflected on the page with 3302 on the bottom? Did you think that?
Sorry.
3302.
3302. What do you mean? What do I think of it?
Did you think that it was a mistake for the governor to make that statement?
I don't know, right? I mean, I certainly seems to think it was a mistake. I don't remember what I was thinking at the time. I also don't remember I don't know what the context was of this statement, right? So this statement came out prior, I imagine, to the Anna Rauch item. And so the point I was making is the governor had said this previously. Now with the Anna Rauch photo, that would now be an inconsistent statement. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it or not, but I don't remember reacting to it in a big way.
Okay, let's go back to tab 65, which is your text message with Gareth on March 1st.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Same day as the one we were just looking at, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this exchange with Gareth Rhodes also includes the same statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to your question, whether the statement, to your question about the chronology of the text and Ms. Rucha's story, seems like at least news of Ms. Rucha's story had come out before texted about the governor's statement. Do you agree?
Yes, but that doesn't mean, that means the statement though was prior to it. Yeah, that's what I'm essentially saying. That the news of Anna comes out, sends me this text with this and saying what he had said previously now is going to be inconsistent with what's in that photo. That's what I think he's saying.
And you're saying that your statement, I told Jeff that was a big mistake, what does not relate to this earlier statement by the governor?
Yeah, that's based on the next texts. And to stop going on the record, I certainly have. I had a conversation with Jeff Pollack about him not going on the record anymore in his own capacity about politics. He had given a quote to the AP. So that's what this comment is referring to. So I don't know how this got jarbled, but it does seem a bit jarbled.
Okay. Doesn't it reads to me as if you're talking about two things. I told Jeff that was a big mistake and to stop going on the record.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm right, but I'd have to look deeper.
Did you have reason to think as of March 1st, 2021, that the governor had inappropriately touched anyone?
I didn't have any specific reason to think in either direction. I would say that, you know, as the number of accusations continued to increase, my level of sort of concern about what was going on increased, just sort of instinctually. I wouldn't say that I had any facts because, as I said, the way that the days were evolving is I was getting facts or getting new details essentially from the media, right? So there was no sort of disconnect between what the media was reporting and what I was hearing at this point. And so to say that, you know, I had new facts that changed my view, no, I had the same thing that the public was getting, which was sort of more and more accusations. that were, if true, inappropriate, and the progression in and of itself became concerning.
You're on mute. You're on mute.
Thanks. Were you involved in helping with the executive chamber's response to Ms. Ruch's statements about the governor?
I don't recall specifically. As I said, at this moment, I was much more focused on Gareth and sort of the issues that he was going through. And as I said, I sort of had that tough conversation with Melissa. I was just like, let's get through Gareth and be done with it. So, I would say I observed it. I saw just based on texts and emails and the occasional phone, but I don't recall being tremendously involved. I don't remember being involved in any greater or similar scale to the previous ones. I mean, I feel that at this point I sort of was taking much greater myself out of the process.
Did you hear about allegations of sexual harassment against the governor made by anyone else other than Ms. Boylan, Ms. Bennett, the woman, Ms. Ruch?
Well, over time, more have come out. So I suppose the way I'd answer it is I have not heard of any specific allegations that have not become public.
Have you heard any allegations involving?
I've not heard any specific allegations. I heard that in a call that there was a discussion that she might come forward and make accusations. But not only did they not say any specifics on that call, but ultimately she has not come out.
And is this a call with the group involved,
Sort of
including
yes.
Melissa and others?
Correct.
And what was said on that call?
Judy Mogul at one point said, I hear is going to make a claim against the governor. Does anyone know her? Did anyone work with her? That's how it came up.
And what was said in response to Ms. Mogul's question?
I said I had known her and worked with her. She was there when I was there. She had been a friend of mine and remained a friend for a period of time after I had left the governor's office and she had left the governor's office.
Did you say anything about your knowledge of any allegations that might make?
Yeah, I told him I had never heard her make an allegation against the governor. Didn't make it not true, right? I wasn't saying it's absolutely not true, blah, blah, blah. I was simply saying that she had never come to me, both during the time in the administration or after, with a complaint.
Did anyone else say anything in response to Ms. Mogul's statement about?
Not specifically towards her. There was a subsequent minor discussion if it was getting confused and it was going to be somebody else. It was rapid fire and it came and went in 2 seconds.
When was this discussion about?
In this sort of progression, I mean, I remember I was in the car with driving back from skiing, so I don't remember the day. It would have been the weekend. That's sort of the best I got. But it was in and around this time. And I think there was a text message where I relay that to, so whatever date I relayed that to was the date that conversation occurred.
Did you observe any interactions between her and the governor when you were in the chamber?
None remarkable. I remember her sitting outside in sort of the reception desk outside the governor's office in New York City for a period of time. But then ultimately I left before she did. So I don't remember much interaction with her and him at all while I was there. But she was there longer than I was. So I couldn't rule out that there was interaction.
So where sat in the New York City office, would that have been in front of Ms. Benton's office?
Yeah, and so there was a desk on the other side of the wall from Stephanie and the other side of the wall from the governor, sort of right in that corner. So it was in my line of sight from my desk, but it was outside of Steph's desk and the Gov's desk. And I remember I have an image in my head of her sitting there at some period of time.
And what was her role?
She was part of the briefing sort of assistant group of people at that time.
Were there any men in that group of briefers?
Not that I can recall at that moment. No.
During your time in the executive chamber, were there any men in the group of briefers?
Not that I can recall, no, sorry.
Let's Let's go to tab 67 in your binder, and we'll mark this as an exhibit. Who's involved in this exchange?
So the WhatsApp, not to say it with a bit of snark, is my friends from college. They are not politically engaged. They're lawyers and bankers. They are just my friends from college, and sort of have a rolling text chain with them about kids and knucklehead stuff throughout the day. So, you know, that's who's on these. I don't know which numbers match to whom, but it's no one in the governor's office, no one who works in state politics, no one who has ever had any interaction other than at times in college with Melissa, because she went to the same college as me, but none professional capacity and none in the last 20 years. So just to be clear, that's what this group is.
So that's the group. So what's this exchange about?
I don't know. This is the silly rolling conversation that all of us have with our college friends. I imagine they were asking me what was going on with the governor, and I gave a glib response of, "Oh, there's going to be another one that's going to pop." I cannot imagine that it was anything specific or anything like that. Just a moment in time, and we'd have if we matched the date and the time with what was going on the text chain, I'm sure we can identify what I was referring to. I was not passing along anything sensitive or nuanced to this particular group.
Sure, it's separating out whatever you may have been passing along. What I'm interested in is the text on
I'm sorry?
document 1063,
Mm-hmm.
where you say after your statement, there's another one out there like Peter Pop. You say, if it reads like I think it's curtains. Were you talking about a specific allegation that at the time you thought was coming?
I'm sure I was. I don't know. I'd have to look at the March 1st, what was going on March 1st. But I would put this in the category of the "it's over" text that I sent to somebody, which is just my general reflection that things were getting worse, not better, and that these negative press and negative stories. So
What did this allegation concern?
I don't know. I don't. What it was, whatever what was going on in that particular moment.
Do you know whether the allegation that was referenced in this exchange
I don't.
has since been made public?
Oh, I would imagine it has. As I said, I don't, to the best of my recollection, have not heard about any allegations that have not become public. So I cannot imagine, and I don't see any scenario where I was referencing something, even at that point in time, that has not since become public. And again, I was getting my information, as I said previously, primarily from the media inquiries that were coming in. So logic would dictate that the next one, whatever I was referring to, was already with the media to begin with.
Earlier, you referenced allegations by supposedly, which have not been made public, right?
Well, no, I heard from Judy Mogul that she heard that might be making allegations. I didn't hear from Judy Mogul that what had made allegations or was making allegations. I heard that Judy said that she had heard that she might be.
Are there any other potential allegations that you've heard about from any source that have not been made public yet?
No.
So allegations are the only potential allegations you've heard about that have not yet been made public.
Again, I don't know that she has allegations.
That's why I said potential.
Right, but that's my point, right? Judy Mogul could have heard it wrong, might not have anything to say about the governor. So again, I don't want it to be seen as an inconsistency between allegations or not. I had heard in this call that Judy was saying that might come forward. But other than what's become public, I'm not aware of any other allegations that have been made with the governor privately or publicly.
And I'm not interested in identifying an inconsistency here. What I want to know about is the universe of what you've heard about. So you mentioned potential allegations. Are there any other potential allegations that you've heard about but that have not been made public?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, no. I can't think of any one in the swirl of conversations over these 3-4 months that has not subsequently come out. Even in the category of a who we, someone heard might come forward. I can't think of anyone else in that category off the top of my head now.
Let's go to tab 80 in your binder.
Is that okay? Was that precise enough? Go to 80 what?
80, 80. Why did you chuckle?
The phrasing.
What does that mean?
Flirty and handsy, but will likely force Andrea to do something.
So we'll mark this as an exhibit, and this is a March 6, 2021 text from you to Rich Bamberger and Maggie Moran. What were you talking about there?
I imagine I was recounting what was likely to be in the upcoming story, right? So if their surrounding text chain was available, my guess would be that one of them had asked me, what's the next story going to say? And I was saying this, but I can't say for certain. I don't know.
And Andrea here, who is that?
Andrea Stewart Cousins.
So will likely force Andrea to do something. Does that refer to Ms. Stewart Cousins calling for the governor's resignation?
I don't know where we were in the progression here. If this was after the AG's office had been given the referral or not. And so I'd have to look back in sort of the sequencing of things. So do something could have referred to support, get the AG's office involved, or do something, meaning resign, calling him to resign. It could have it depends where we were in this moment.
So let's go to tab 82. And we'll also mark this as an exhibit.
Okay.
It's another text between you, Maggie Moran, and Rich Bamberger. Maggie's asking about a new allegation, and you say from a briefer. You're saying you don't know the name, but it's not good, physical, etc.
Mm-hmm.
What allegation was the subject of this discussion?
And I'd have to look at the coverage and see what was going on, right? And so I believe subsequently there has been an allegation that's come out from another briefer about an incident that happened in the mansion. It was reported and wherever. So I imagine that this is what I was referring to.
Let's go to tab 83.
Yep.
Is that what you're referring to?
I imagine based on the timeline it was, right? So this is the day before, and then the story pops the next day.
What's the basis for your statement in tab 82 that you thought the accuser was a briefer?
They probably had said it on the call and referred to her as a briefer.
So how did you hear about this allegation? Was it from the group, including Melissa Droz and others?
Yeah. Same way that the others would have come up.
And what was said about this allegation?
All I really heard was a recounting from what the media, all I remember is the media inquiry coming in, but I don't remember specifically sort of when this one came up and when, whom and where.
So let's go to tab 89. I think it's with the WhatsApp group again. Is this a college buddy chat?
It appears to be.
And you say the problem is there are just more stories to come and he's in denial. What did you mean there?
Same thing as before, that this is a moment when it was an media inquiry into the governor's office sort of every twice, 3 times a day. And the stories just kept coming and coming. So I was just reflecting what was going on in that moment.
Were you referring specifically to sexual harassment allegations, or was it more general?
Probably mostly specific to the sexual harassment allegations. At that point, that was, I imagine, what was driving the conversation.
And you're saying the governor was in denial?
Yes. That's who I would have been referring to.
In denial of what?
I think it was a pretty low moment at that point, and I was probably of the mind that this was all going to be over soon, that he would probably have to resign if the progression continued. And so that's probably the view that I was reflecting then.
Do you remember if your calls with the governor, Bill Mulrow, and that other group that you mentioned before, do you remember if it had happened by this point on March 13?
I don't remember if it happened by then, but this was the general vicinity, right? I remember sort of it was in and around March, mid-March.
And earlier you referred to Anna Liss. What do you know about Anna Liss's allegations?
Nothing other than what I've read in the paper.
Were Anna Liss's allegations discussed among the group, including Melissa DeRosa and others?
Yes. I mean, at this point, really, though, I was not engaging, and not listening. And, I just wasn't. And so even though I'm on these texts and these emails, my level of comprehension and what I was listening to was very limited.
Let's go to tab 79 and we'll mark it as an exhibit. This is a text message between you and March 6, 2021. Asks, is the Anna Liss one real? You say medium. What did you mean by medium?
I imagine I was just listening to a call then and reflecting my sense of what they were saying and what I was reading, and what the top media request came in. But I don't remember what I was specifically referring to.
What do you understand by question whether Ms. Liss's allegations were real?
I think it's safe to say that I was referring to that in this moment that there had been some doubt in sort of the depth of these accusations that was cast publicly, the severity of them, and also a political analysis that was being made were the allegations getting worse, or were they sort of consistent with this pattern of behavior? And I assume that this was my assessment that the Anna Liss accusations, they were being recounted to me from what the media had heard, were not of a gradation or a severity of behavior that was worse than what we had already heard, right? That it wasn't necessarily going to be a trajectory changing moment other than it was another accusation that came out. But it was a glib response, not based on much thought or substance, as best I can tell. And I'm also sort of merely just parroting what I'm hearing. I'm just listening. I'm not really giving it much analysis.
We'll go back to tab 88 in the binder. That's a WhatsApp chat. Someone asks, is the groping stuff all BS? You say, depends how you define BS. Someone else says, under the shirt is legit. What did you mean by depends how you define BS?
Depends how you define BS, meaning if they were telling the truth or not. Is it more severe or less severe? It's just being glib on a text. Not putting too much effort on a Saturday at 4 p.m. and what I'm saying to folks.
What did you understand by the statement, under the shirt is legit?
I don't know which one of my friends said that, but I think he was probably just suggesting that if the Gov were to do that would be a serious problem.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Is it your understanding it would be any less severe if it was over the shirt?
No, I don't. I'm not really opining on the specifics in a silly WhatsApp chat with my college friends. So, again, I'm not giving it much sort of analytical and emotional thought. I think any type of behavior alone, as I said, talking about the wedding, we're talking about Charlotte Bennett, any type of behavior where you have someone in senior position with a younger woman is not appropriate behavior in that regard. And that's what I felt. Whether I reflected that in a WhatsApp text with my college friends on a Saturday, I couldn't tell you.
You're on mute.
At any point, did you come to think that the governor should resign?
I don't know. I don't think so. That's a tough question, right? It's sort of it's bigger than just the accusations. I think that certainly much of the collateral damage that we are seeing to the staff, former staff, and some of the heartache and tumult that these accusers have gone through and the bravery, some of it could have probably been avoided if he had resigned. At the same time, I believe in process, and there should be a process. We're going through the process right now. And so I never really got to that point other than a level of frustration at one point where I said, well, at least this could all go away, if he were to resign and we could just move on. But not on any specific fact point or anything like that.
Did you ever say that you were in favor of the governor resigning?
No. Well, not beyond, not in those conversations with the executive chamber, and certainly not with him. I may have once or twice with friends out of exasperation reflected, frankly, what I just said, which is, a feeling that this cycle would end, and that the ancillary continued damage to reputations of friends of mine, of associates, to other women who had come forward, in terms of the bravery that they show and so on, would have ended. But, in terms of the political process, I didn't think so.
And did you ever say to Rich Bamberger and Maggie Moran, I'm certainly in favor of resignation at this point?
I'm sure I did, but that, as I recall, was more a personal preference to, end the sort of cycle that we were going through. That was not reflective of any political analysis or substantive judgment. That was more me expressing that I wanted to move on personally from these issues that had been swirling.
In what way did you want to move on personally from the swirling issues?
I like my work. I like my weekends, and I don't like talking about the Cuomo administration in a formal or informal capacity for extended periods of time. So, I was eager to not have these issues continue to be the focal point of the news cycle or of my conversations, and focus on my business and the family.
Did you ever consider saying to Melissa DeRosa or the governor that just what you just said?
Well, I did, if you recall. I said when they asked me to take on a bigger role, I said, I'm not going to take on any role. And often I would say, look, I can't get on these calls. I can't be on this call. I can't do this. I'm tied up on this particular day. I drew the lines where I could from a logistics schedule. But so the answer to your question is I did.
But you never just flat out said you would not play a role, right?
No, because, it's not my role or place, right? I don't have a formal role. When they asked me to take a formal role, I said no. And ultimately, I choose when to pick up the phone and when not to pick up the phone, what texts and emails to respond to. And over time, I stopped responding to the texts and I stopped responding to the emails. I continued to try and give advice where I could and where it was appropriate. But, that was became a long experience that I was eager to have finished.
When's the last time you spoke with the governor?
That conversation, that conversation about when I told him I couldn't take a formal role. I don't recall speaking to him since.
When's the last time you communicated with the governor?
Probably then as well. I don't text with him then. I don't recall any specific conversations after that moment.
When's the last time you communicated with Melissa DeRosa?
So she texted me over the weekend, sending a picture.
This past weekend?
Yes. She sent a screenshot of her and but I did not respond. She sent me a text a couple of weeks ago, April, saying, you know, I miss you. I flagged it for counsel. And I responded, you know, same here, old friend. You know, we'll talk soon or something like that. It's sort of just brushed it off.
Do you have an understanding as to why Mr. Rosa texted you a picture of you and
So in
of her and her?
in my old photo, the answer is I don't. In the text, she said that had just popped up in her feed. I don't know what feed she was referring to, but so that was at least the reason in the text.
And you said before that Mr. Rosa had texted you that she missed you, and that was, you said, a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, it was April, end of April, sort of out of nowhere.
How far back did you and Mr. Rosa go?
We went to college together.
Did you know her in college?
Yes.
How'd you meet?
We both went to Cornell University, but we were in the same college within Cornell University, the School of Industrial Labor Relations, and we're the same year. So it was a smaller college within the bigger university, and so, you know, you knew people in your grade.
Did you meet freshman year?
Oh, I don't know. You know, somewhere in the course of it.
And have you maintained a relationship ever since you met in college?
Not really. I mean, I think that she and I became friends in college. Then I went to Washington. I don't know what she did. We reconnected when I went up to Albany, when I went to work for the governor, mostly because I didn't know many people up there and I was going to end up spending a lot of time. So I'd see her every so often, have a drink or whatever. And then when, you know, so she would work for Scheiderman. She worked for the then Attorney General. And so there was then a discussion of when Rich left, you know, and not necessarily time with Rich, it was probably more time with leaving or whatever was going on. You know, could Melissa come over and work for us? And I was certainly part of the group that was trying to recruit her to come to the governor's office, which ultimately was successful later down the road.
You know if Mr. Rosa knew that you were speaking with us this week?
I don't know if she was.
Did anyone know that you were speaking with us this week?
No, just. Oh, well, I don't want to talk privileged counsel discussions, but. Yeah.
Have you told anyone that you're speaking with us other than
counsel and.
Let's go to tab 37 in your binder. So it starts with a text from you to the governor saying, "Hi Gov, Melissa asked me to call you on this quote for the Times. It's a dumb story that's been written 1,000 times."
I didn't hear what you said, sorry, Anna.
"Hi Gov, Melissa asked me to call you on this quote for the Times. It's a dumb story that's been written 1,000 times."
Mm-hmm.
And you went back and forth with the governor about a statement. What's the background of this exchange?
I don't remember the specific story. It was a Sunday night. I remember that Melissa was particularly sort of fried and tired, and, you know, she just asked if I could talk to the Gov directly to get this quote to the Times.
Did the governor ever end up using the quote that you provided?
I don't remember what ended up happening. I gave it to Rich as a party, as a reflection of the conversation I had had with the governor, and then I think he gave some version of this. This was more also just reading the quote now. I think this was more related to Ron Kim and sort of the Gov's interactions with staff and the Albany culture.
And there's a reference to Karen Hinson's allegations, right?
Yeah, I guess this was in and around that time as well. I haven't gotten to that page yet. Yeah.
Since you left the executive chamber, has Melissa DeRosa frequently asked you to call the governor?
No. No.
You mentioned interactions that you've had with the governor since leaving the executive chamber. Did you have those interactions directly, or did Melissa or anyone else mediate?
I can think of only a handful of instances over the last couple of years where he would had called me directly. Again, maybe 5 times over the course of the 7 years I've been out. So in those interactions, when I saw him, that wasn't just one-on-one. Yeah, Melissa would be there, or some other staff would be there, but it was very infrequent. I didn't go to Albany that much. I didn't hang out in the office.
In the 5 or so times when the governor called you directly, what was the reason?
One was during the campaign in 2018. He was getting knocked around for something and asked some advice about it. Sort of odd. He called me about a story once when I was at McAndrews. I don't remember what it was. Very episodic and brief. And also like times when I would see him, he came to a fundraiser for him. So I saw him from at a distance from there. I saw him at the Tappan Zee Bridge opening. That kind of stuff.
What were you doing there?
They invited all the former staff who had worked on the bridge. It was a big ceremony.
Did you ever speak with Linda Laisel one-on-one about the issues that the governor was facing since December 2020?
One-on-one. Sometimes, she and Steve would call me afterwards and we'd have a debrief quickly. But no, not really. And Linda and I don't have that kind of relationship. We don't, very little one-on-one.
What would you, Steve Cohen and Linda Laisel, debrief about?
Oh, I don't remember. I just remember once or twice I happened to be on the phone with them afterwards, but I don't remember the specific context of the discussions.
You know Karen Hinton, right?
Yeah.
How do you know her?
She's Howard Glazer's wife.
And what's the significance of that?
So Howard, her husband, and I worked together in the governor's office the first term, and are personal friends.
And do you have a direct relationship with Miss Hinton?
No. I remember, I guess I saw in the documents that were produced over, time she would ask me if I knew a reporter here or there. But that was years ago. I haven't spoken, so I haven't spoken to her since, though I keep in close touch with Howard. But no, I wouldn't say that I ever really had a direct friendship or relationship with Karen, other than sort of isolated moments. We went to their house once for a barbecue, me and, but that was in 2014, long time ago.
Do you know anything about Miss Hinton's allegations against the governor other than what's been publicly reported?
No.
Have you discussed Miss Hinton's allegations with anyone?
Yeah, Josh Dawsey and I spoke about them. Not of any substance, though. I don't have any. I was in high school when that kind of stuff, when they were working together. And so I never opined on whether it was true or not. I had no idea.
Do you know any of the other women who have made complaints relating to the governor's conduct?
No, Lindsay and Karen. And I suppose I overlapped with Anna Liss when she was there, but I don't remember meeting her or working with her. But she apparently worked for Howard when we were there at the same time. So it's safe to say I've met her, probably, but I don't recall any interaction.
Let's go back to your interactions with the governor. Has the governor ever spoken harshly to you?
Yes.
On what occasions?
On several occasions over the years. I mean, I think it's important to understand the relationship that I had with him when I was when I was working in the governor's office. I traveled with him a lot. We developed a very close relationship, to the point where, you know, he trusted me, I trusted him, and so he could say things to me or be me and Joe Percoco, and he knew we wouldn't repeat them, or if he was letting off steam or venting, it wouldn't be problematic. And so, you know, oftentimes he would vent frustration that he had, you know, with a particular moment or circumstance or whatever on me and Joe, and me and Joe just understood he was doing that with us because he didn't want to do it in front of anybody else. So I give that context, if only that, yes, there were many times when he would raise his voice and yell, and with me and Joe in particular.
Did the governor ever use curse words toward you?
Yes.
Which ones?
Repeating curse words. So I don't want to, you know. He referred to me in a group, two other staffers, as incompetent assholes, for example.
Anything else?
The occasional, this is fucking terrible. That, you know, nothing of any sort of directness. I mean, and nothing that, yeah, I don't want to defend it or anything. It's just, that's factual.
Did the governor ever insult you? Other than what you described?
No, I mean, no, insult, no. Nothing personal. You know, nothing, no. Depends how you define being called an incompetent asshole, but, you know, it was it was in one of those moments of, he was really frustrated by something that was going on, and he just had to let off a little steam. So it was just, you know.
Did the governor ever threaten you?
No. Not define, sort of give a context for a threat. Like if you don't do, you know.
What's your colloquial understanding of a threat?
If you don't do this, I'm going to do that. No, we didn't have that kind of rapport.
What about without the condition, just I'm going to do this?
No.
Did the governor ever throw anything at you?
Once.
What happened?
He was mad about something at the state of the state and was very upset, and he threw a computer speaker across the room that came near to my place. But again, there was no one else in the room. Maybe Stephanie Benton was there, maybe not. And it was late, and we had all had a long day, and it wasn't at me. It wasn't like he was mad at me, and he wasn't trying to hurt me. It was just a moment of frustration.
Have any of your other colleagues ever thrown anything at you?
No.
Did Senator Schumer ever throw anything at you?
No.
You gave examples when I asked about the governor speaking harshly to you of the governor calling you an incompetent asshole and saying something like, this is fucking terrible. What other examples can you provide?
None others stand out in my mind, right? It was a tough workplace. Sometimes tempers got hot, but nothing else sort of jumps out as a moment where, boy, he said this specific thing that bothered me or really crossed the line. You know, I would say that what we talked about earlier was when I reached my moment of frustration, was when he said the reason why I didn't want to go to a particular event was because I didn't want to work on weekends. And that, in my rubric, was what bothered me the most, right? Being thought of as someone who wasn't working hard enough when I was working incredibly hard was ultimately what crossed my red line in terms of our relationship.
So I got a sense of your standards and your rubric, setting aside your standards and your rubric. Are there examples of the governor speaking with you in a way that a reasonable person, maybe an outsider who is not familiar with the governor or the chamber, would consider harsh?
But I'm the only one who gets to decide what conduct that I engage in is inappropriate, right? So I'm if I decide something's inappropriate, like I just said, then I decide it's inappropriate. If he's mad about something and he needs to let off a little steam, I decided in that moment and afterwards that this was not something that I felt crossed the line because I knew what he was doing. So I don't certainly apply standards for myself based on somebody else's objective standard of whatever, to be sort of broad about. And I'm not being evasive, honestly. I get to decide what's inappropriate with regard to what's to me.
Did the governor ever call you any other names other than the ones you mentioned?
No, not that stand out in my head. No.
Do you think there's any sort of conduct that's objectively inappropriate?
Well, I would say that if the words and incidents that I had described were involving a subordinate or someone who worked for me or someone who didn't have the relationship and the dynamic with him that I did, then it would be inappropriate, right? That if he just did this to someone out of nowhere or a junior staffer, but that's not what happened. That's not what I saw. So I was applying standards for myself. If someone had come to me and said, hey, he just called me X or he just threw Y at me, that would be very different. My reaction would be very different.
You mentioned earlier the governor letting off steam. How would the governor let off steam with you?
Most of the time it was just sort of, this is no good. This is not, this is a problem. This person's not working out. Why can't we get this right? Long, lengthy conversations. We spent a lot of time together. I traveled, we're not a lot of us who traveled with him. And during that period of time, I traveled with him a lot. So we spent a lot of time together.
Did the governor ever touch you physically?
No. Other than handshakes and, normal social discourse.
Did the governor ever hug you?
I'm sure he did, but again, no abnormal, a greeting or something like that.
Did the governor ever kiss you?
No. Well, maybe on the cheek, like it's sort of standard Italian greeting. But I couldn't tell you either way, but now that you say it, probably.
Cheek to cheek or his lips to your cheek?
Cheek to cheek, casual.
Did the governor ever comment on your appearance? Did he ever comment on your clothes?
Yes.
What did he say?
I wore jeans to an event, my first event. I wore jeans to, and I didn't know what the event was. It was a formal event, so I was not dressed appropriately. And he made a comment essentially saying, what is this? But I was not dressed for the event appropriately. I was told it was a different event. So he was justified in saying that jeans was not appropriate for this particular, I think it was a presidential event. I think it was like Barack Obama was giving a speech or something, and I was woefully underdressed. But said with, a little tongue in cheek.
Did the governor ever comment on your clothes on any other occasion?
No.
Did the governor ever comment on your relationship status?
Yeah, I think I remember a text when I got engaged, or a pin when I got engaged, sort of a joke, like, hey man, you didn't tell me or something like that. But nothing beyond that.
Did you ever hear about the governor making comments of a sexual nature?
I never heard about him making comments of a sexual nature to other women, right? I never heard of him sort of engaging in those type of banters with people who were outside of his immediate circle, and nothing beyond sort of banter with us, the Joes and the me's and the Howards of the world, but never anything beyond that, and certainly not with any of the women or senior women in the office. At least as best I remember, and no.
So tell me about the banter between the U's and the Joes and the Howards and the governor.
Nothing specific really stands out. It really doesn't. I don't remember him ever commenting on a subordinate saying she looks like this, X, Y, and Z, or I can't isolate a specific comment. I really can't.
Do you remember the governor making a comment about any woman, regardless of whether she did or did not work in the chamber?
I just, it also wasn't the kind of relationship that I have with people. I don't talk like that. Maybe he just didn't talk about it with me and that kind of stuff. You know, and I don't remember any specific times where he would be making these comments about women. It just wasn't the kind of banter that I heard from him with me.
I thought you just distinguished between.
And that's the hard part, right? The hard part is.
Let me just finish.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I thought you just distinguished between any statements the governor may have made to senior women staff or others versus the banter that the governor engaged in with people like you and Joe Percoco and Howard Glazer. What kind of banter did the governor engage in with people like you, Joe Percoco and Howard Glazer?
And I am trying to think of specific comments that I remember. I don't remember he said X about Y. I don't have that front of mind in my memory. It was a long time ago.
And putting aside specific comments, do you remember the general subjects about which was discussed in these conversations?
And I'm reluctant to sorry, I didn't mean to rush. I'm reluctant to sort of generally categorize it because I don't want to misalign a substantive comment with something that actually happened. As we are having this conversation, going through my memory to think about a specific here and there, and I don't have one right now. I was in the office and he said X. I don't have one available for him. It was a long time ago. There was a lot going on, and these are not things that I've committed to my memory as significant moments. I can speak to the moments that I was involved in, as I just did, but these are not things that have been lodged in my memory for 7 years.
Was there a difference in the way the governor spoke with people like you, Joe Percoco, and Howard Glazer versus other people?
Yeah, I think his tone would be more relaxed, right? I think, during those periods of time, he was withdrawn from, we didn't do a lot of sort of glad handing events. We didn't do a lot of sort of in-person events. We were just sort of we would do a speech and we'd come back to the office. And so we all spent a lot of time together, both in New York City and in Albany. So, there are times when we'd be in the office when you have senior staff meeting, there'd be a lot of people around and it would be sort of tight and formal and so on. And then there'd be times we'd be in Joe's office or Howard's office or the Gov's office and we'd have our feet on the table and we would, talk about the day and, relax. So again, that's why I don't have in front of mind a specific conversation where he had it because it was just part of the day was the day. And also I would say, I worked really, really hard. I was under constant media pressure. I was getting a ton of media requests. I worked really hard. And so I tried to keep it business with him as much as possible.
Did you ever hear the governor make comments about young bulls and old bulls?
Bulls?
Yeah, BULLS, like the Chicago team?
Not really, no. I mean, I remember him talking about himself being old, a phrase like, if the young only knew and the old only could, is a phrase that I've quoted often. But so it doesn't sound like something, it does sound like something he would say, just in sort of the structure, but I don't remember that specific phrase.
What about a comment about a young bull running down the hill to have sex with just one bull, and an old bull taking his time and walking down the hill and having sex with all the bulls?
No.
Did you ever hear the governor make comments with sexual innuendos?
Yes.
What comments?
I remember, and this was again just to me, that I'd been running the Taste New York program about promoting New York food and wine. And he said that had sort of a pornographic edge to it. I didn't quite see it, but that's what he said. Ultimately, we didn't change the name.
Anything else?
That was it. That's the one that I remember in this moment.
Have you ever stayed overnight at the mansion?
Yes.
How often?
2 times.
When was the first time?
It was years ago. I don't remember the circumstances. Was it January? Because I remember it was very cold and the pipe froze. But I don't remember what the reason was why I was staying at the mansion. But I stayed up in a room in the top. But we were there. We had been working, and then we stayed up and had drinks to staff.
Were you in the executive chamber then?
I honestly don't recall. I think so, or it was just after I left. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Did any other staff stay over that night?
No, I remember Melissa was there, and Steph was there. I don't remember where they stayed. I only remember because I remember having drinks with them late into the evening. But I don't recall where they stayed. I only remember I stayed there because the next morning the pipe froze and I couldn't take a shower.
And you stayed on the third floor?
Yeah. Yeah, probably. It's the room, yeah. I wouldn't stay on the second floor.
And do you remember if the governor was in a relationship with Sandra Lee at this time?
I mean, I would imagine that was during the period of time that they were together. But I don't know what the status of their relationship was at the time.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't have stayed on the second floor?
That was the floor that he stayed on. But I don't, I remember the room I had a pointy top on it, so I guess that means I stayed on the third floor. But it was a long time ago, and it was one night.
What was the second time?
When I went up in July last year to review a drafted book.
And that was a Friday night that you stayed over?
That was a Friday night.
And when did you go home?
Saturday afternoon.
Was there any other staff staying at the mansion?
I believe, well, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know who ultimately stayed over. I went to bed. Steph and Melissa were still there. The Gov had gone to bed an hour or two before. We had stayed up in the pool house having a couple of drinks. And the Gov had gone to bed. I went up. Steph showed me to what room I was going to stay in, which was on the third floor. And then I don't ultimately know where they stayed. I imagine they stayed in the mansion, but I don't know for sure.
Were they living at the mansion at the time?
I don't know.
You didn't have any discussions about where they were staying?
No.
Were they
staying on the same floor as you?
I don't know if they were staying there. Steph showed me to my room, and I went to bed.
Was there a reason Steph Benson showed you to your room in the executive mansion?
Nothing other than I imagine that's what she did normally when people stay there. I don't know my way around the third floor of the executive mansion, so she showed me to my room. And it was late. Maybe the staff had gone home, the household staff.
Previous time you stayed in the mansion, who showed you to your room?
I don't remember.
Abba, can I ask you a question? How much more you got? Because I'm at 450 pages now. I'm getting tired.
Wrapping up, Bill.
Okay. Not to interrupt, but I mean, yeah.
How did the governor treat members of his staff?
It's a very broad question, so we gotta be a little more specific.
All right, let's get specific. Did you ever observe or hear about the governor yelling at any staff members?
Sure. Yes.
How often?
It depends, right? It sometimes depends on what was going on that particular day, week, and month. I would say though that he, in my experience there, was not a yeller of the general staff. That he tended to be more circumspect, reserved among people who were outside the inner circle when I was there. And that the real conversation, I would say, would happen after the particular meeting. And that he would come to us, or some combination of us, with what he really thought would have occurred in this meeting. So I would not say that he yelled at anyone outside of our circle, except when it was for political or policy purposes. So like, I remember him yelling at the head of LIPA, the Long Island Power Authority, during Sandy, because the lights hadn't been turned back on in the Rockaways, and he just took his head off. But that I would put in the category of, that wasn't a workplace conversation. You know, I remember conversations during labor negotiations where he would yell at the particular labor leader. So that, I think, is safe as a matter of this discussion to put outside of the conversation in the workplace, even though the head of LIPA was a state authority. So those are sort of two isolated incidents. But in terms of yelling at staff when I was there outside of our sort of immediate group, I think it was not more or less reserved.
And who was part of the immediate group or the circle that you referred to, who would be yelled at by the governor?
I wouldn't, so let me separate the two, right? I think it was the immediate group were the folks on the second floor in the executive chamber, you know, me and Rich, Larry, Howard, Joe, you know, that locus, Steph, you know, to the extent that she was part of it. So it was Linda, you know, at the time she was in the role of the chamber, you know, so the sort of closer inner circle was where the more tense and hot, you know, hot conversations occurred.
And did you ever observe or hear about the governor insulting any members of that immediate group that you just described?
I remember the instances that involved me. You know, he called Rich stupid once with me. You know, I remember that. You know, he was tough on, but they've known each other for 50 years, you know.
How was he tough on?
Yell at him about something or that he didn't like, you know, but I would also put that in the category of being a close friend and confidant, both of his father and for him personally. And he was someone that he could talk, you know, could let that kettle out of the steam, let the steam out of the kettle.
So you talked about Rich. What about Linda?
Yeah, same. You know, he would be frustrated and yell, you know, this is wrong, this is, get this fixed, this is fucked up, you know, in that category. But I would also, again, put Linda in that same category where she was part of his circle where she knew it wasn't personal and he was going to move on with the day. That wasn't to say we didn't get frustrated by it, but, you know, that was my sense of how where it manifested itself.
Anyone else?
None of them jump to mind other than the names that I mentioned in terms of the second floor when I was there.
Let's go to tab 86 in your binder, and we'll mark it as an exhibit. And this is a series of texts from you to the members of the WhatsApp group on March 12, 2021. You say, the odd part about these workplace stories, it's not even close to what it was really like to work there day to day. It was so much worse. And you were asked how so, and you said the abuse and mind games. But for me, it never really bothered me. It was part of the deal. How is it so much worse working in the chamber than what's been described in the articles, at least as of March 12, 2021?
Well, so again, I can only speak to my experience. I was not there the last 7 years. So the articles that are out there reference other people's experiences. But again, this interaction with my college friends on a WhatsApp, I think is reflective of exactly what I just said, which is not only was it never really bothered me, it was part of my relationship with him, A. B, you know, the mind games and the sort of, you know, mind games were what I talked about towards the end, where I was being told that I didn't want to work on weekends and that, you know, that my saying that we shouldn't do an event on Saturday in Dunkirk when there's going to be a giant storm on an event that didn't need to be done that day was because I didn't want to work. And so that to me is part of some messing with my head, given that I had not only been with him the 3 or 4 previous weekends, both at the DGA and, Washington, but then there was the train crash, Metro North, so that I would put in the category of sort of mind games. And that's what ultimately bothered me. That's ultimately what crossed my life. But I also think the counter to what I was talking about is in some of these stories, in my rubric, if he had been saying those things to me, they would not have crossed that threshold of, okay, this is part of what it is like to be around him, to work with him in a close relationship. And part of being in a close relationship with him over time is that he feels he can vent his frustrations to you. Everybody is entitled to react differently. Everyone's entitled to fit the standards that meet their standards. I had mine. The people in those articles had theirs.
And what was the abuse that you referred to?
Oh, I mean, again, it's sort of the generic stuff that I was talking about, the sort of yelling and things that I would encounter with him on a daily basis. That didn't trip the wire for me, but seemed much less in terms of the level of heat, trip the wire for other people. And so maybe I was being glib with my friends in terms of how I was viewing those other people, but in terms of my standard for how he treated me, it was not inconsistent.
And how was it part of the deal? What was this deal that you referred to?
I wouldn't say it's a deal. All right, again, that was being sort of glib. It was essentially what I was just describing, which is part of the things that I enjoyed so much about my job was the time I got to spend with the governor, was the time we got to be really mixing it up and working on these hugely consequential issues. And he was doing so well, and we were doing so well, and I had a front row seat for all of it. And so do you occasionally get hot? Yeah, but that was what it meant to be part of the inner circle there. And at 31 years old, I was proud of it. I was happy to be part of that office.
Did you ever see or hear about the governor threatening any staff member?
No, I don't. That was not. I mean, if you could give me a specific sort of scenario or hypothetical, maybe, but that was not the style, at least that I saw with him. No.
Did you ever see or hear about the governor throwing anything at a staff member?
No, not other than my incident, no. And again, nobody saw my incident, it was just me.
And Miss Benton.
I'm sorry. Oh, you said, and Miss Benton, you said?
Yeah, you're being corrected. I guess Steph was sitting.
Did you ever observe or hear about the governor flirt with a staff member?
No. No one ever came to me and said, he was flirting with this person or he crossed the line with this person. No.
Did you ever see the governor do anything that was flirty with a staff member?
No, I don't remember these moments. I don't have them in my memory as anything that I would say, oh yeah, he was really flirting with her. He was flirty with her. He was trying to date. That was not his style. I mean, if you really want to pull the rubric back, in those days, we're still at home. So every other week he was going home for 3.5 out of the days of the week. So, we were shut down then. He was with his family. I suppose Sandra, there was this a different period of time. And also it sounds sort of naive and vague, but we were also working really, really hard. So I didn't focus on these sort of minor moments here and there. I didn't commit to memory any sort of specific isolated moment or conversation. So, I don't quite know how else to describe it.
Are there any minor moments that you observed or heard about?
No.
Did you hear about any changes in the executive chamber since you left? Because you've been talking about how things were in your time.
Well, I think in terms of rumors and culture shifts, right? certainly the behavior described in these accusations is very different from what I saw. Certainly the sort of culture of reporting in terms of how the senior staff treated the junior staff in some of these articles is different from what I saw. And certainly no one has written those stories about me or Rich or, you know, my colleagues at the time. So I can't say for certain what goes on there day to day. What I can say in terms of my perspective is that this was not something that was being written about us when I was there or him.
Other than what you've seen reported in the articles, have you heard about any shifts in the culture of the executive chamber since you were there?
No, I mean, I think that some of the stuff I hear was that there was more socializing at the mansion. You know, some of the rumors that had been going on during the reporters was like pool parties and stuff like that. You know, we would occasionally have sort of a holiday party or, you know, come over for drinks, but they were not sort of parties. They were actually we used to joke that they were quite stiff. I think that it became a little bit more sociable up there among the staff. So, you know, there was sort of those little isolated things that I would hear, but I wasn't there. So I couldn't tell you what a pool party was actually like. I didn't go to a pool party.
What rumors did you hear?
That they would have, that there was a pool party, that there was like, you know, that they had sort of a late night pool party and people were swimming, and I never saw anybody in that pool when I was there, you know, so.
Did you ever hear any rumors about any staff member jumping in the pool at the mansion?
I had heard that that a reporter had heard that had jumped in the pool, who was a friend, told somebody on one of these calls that didn't happen. So, you know, I don't have any reason to believe it did or didn't. I know maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But to the previous point, you know, that was the kind of rumor that was incongruous with the experience that I had when I was there. And so you asked about changes. That is something that I would not see happening when I was there.
How did you hear this rumor about?
I either heard it in one of these conversations, one of the calls where we were analyzing a media inquiry, or Josh Dawsey had asked me about it. I don't remember which came first.
Did you ever observe or hear about the governor touching a staff member?
No. When I was there, no.
How about after, or from what you've seen in public?
Only what I've heard and seen. I mean, I define touching. Let's be more specific.
Did you ever observe or hear about the governor hugging a staff member?
It's a tough question, right? Because it is, of course, he hugged people. Did I ever hear someone say to me, he hugged me inappropriately, or he's been hugging a lot of people recently? No. So to say I heard specifically that there was increased hugging, I did not hear that. No. But I also didn't hear the opposite, which was that he stopped hugging people.
Did you ever observe or hear about the governor hugging someone in a way that made her or him uncomfortable?
Not beyond the allegations that have been delineated.
Did you ever observe or hear about the governor kissing a staff member on the lips?
No, not outside Lindsey Boylan. I believe she made that specific claim. So not outside any of the claims that have been public.
Have you ever seen or heard about a staff member sitting on the governor's lap?
They said at the pool party, I think someone had said at some point that sat on his lap, or somebody had seen her sitting on his lap at the pool party. But that was sort of it.
How did you hear that?
In the same sort of conversation about the pool party. The same sort of conversations, not that there was a specific one about the pool party, but just that same sort of series of circumstances.
And did you hear response to that?
I don't remember talking to him specifically. I remember either Danny Lever or Melissa, who knows her and is friends with her, had spoken to her that she was, in fact, talking to Josh Dawsey directly and denying the whole incident. Whether or not she did, I don't know. But
Did you ever go to any Super Bowl parties after you left the chamber?
I went to, after I left the chamber? No. I don't think so. I went to, there was one or two when I was there, but they were public they were at venues. One was at Bill's Barn Burger. I don't think I ever went to the Super Bowl parties after I left.
Did you ever see or hear about the governor commenting on staff members' appearance? Did you ever see or hear about the governor commenting on staff members' relationship status?
I mean, he made the comment to me about when we got engaged. It was a pin, there wasn't anything. I don't remember anything specifically. It doesn't sound out of the ordinary though. If he would ask someone if who they were going out with or something. I mean, I remember reading that and thinking, oh yeah, that sounds right, but I don't remember him saying it about someone specifically.
Have you ever emailed with the governor?
Have I ever emailed with the governor? Yeah, yes. I emailed, he had an email when he was the Attorney General. I don't believe I ever really emailed him. I can't think off the top of my head any specific time I emailed him when he became governor. I think I got done with that, but I can't say for certain.
When the governor was Attorney General, he had an email account, right?
There was an email that was linked to his BlackBerry that I remember we used occasionally.
And after Mr. Cuomo became governor, did he stop using email?
As best I can remember, yeah. I don't remember exactly sort of how it came and went, but the primary, we used pins and we used pins.
And what was the reason for switching over to pins exclusively?
I don't know. I mean, by the time I sort of started communicating with him directly, it was using the BlackBerry pins. Pins are more secure. I guess they're not housed on a server or something, but that's not to say he didn't email with people, and I know he texts with people. I was not a regular texter with him, but I know he does text with people.
And do you know if Mr. Cuomo used pins before he became governor?
Yeah, I think we had pins on the campaign. That sounds about right.
And when you worked on the campaign, what method of communication did you use when you were not speaking face to face?
So I did not communicate with him that much directly during the campaign. I traveled with him occasionally, but we would talk and he would call me. But in terms of, I didn't have that sort of one-to-one dynamic with him yet. It came more after the election.
Did you ever communicate on emails, including the governor's email, when you were working on the campaign?
Yeah, I think that sounds right. I don't remember specifically, but that sounds right. I mean, this was the 2010 campaign. Like, this was many, many years ago.
Was there ever any discussion that you either were part of or heard about concerning the governor's use of emails?
No, there was discussion and press attention on the governor's lack of use of emails, right? And there was reporting about the pins and, whether or not they were foilable or so on. I've never heard a discussion about his concerning use of email. So if someone has concerns about him using email, I don't know that there are concerns. I didn't know that he was using email.
When I said concerning, I meant as a synonymous with regarding.
Yes, regarding, yes. So there was press attention about the lack of use of emails, but I've never heard about the use of emails.
And was there any discussion in the chamber about the governor's lack of use of email?
I mean, mostly in my view at the time, if I remember, I mean, I don't remember. It was one of 4 million press requests we were getting that day. Was that I didn't seem to think it was a big story or a big deal. And, I would use whatever devices they told me to use.
Were pins used to communicate with the governor because they were more confidential?
Again, I use what devices they gave me. From my knowledge, pins are not saved on a server, and so they disappear when you delete them or whatever. But I'm not a technological guy, so we just use whatever they had.
And how did you become aware that pins are not saved on a server and so they disappear?
I don't know. Either somebody told me that, or I read about them, or just general knowledge.
Did anyone in the chamber talk about email retention practices when you worked in the chamber?
I mean, yeah, we had lengthy discussions over the years about the retention policy and who was saving what and so on. We always had FOIL requests that were coming in. So yeah, that was sort of I wouldn't say it was his use that was the ever-present issue. It was the general use of regular email, personal email, pins across all the staff, and what was retained, what was foilable. It was a constant issue with the press.
Were there particular members of senior staff who were responsible for that issue?
So Linda primarily, that type of stuff fell to her. What was the retention policy? What were the agencies retaining? What were we retaining? How were we working? Whether or not she did anything about it or whatever, I don't know. It was so long ago. But yes, that was generally in her portfolio.
Did you observe or hear about any differences in the way the governor treated men versus women on the staff?
So when I was there, no. I mean, I found him, to be, polite and respectful and, cordial. I don't recall ever thinking this is a dynamic that is going the wrong way, mostly because no one ever came to me, right? If someone had called me or came to me and said, I had a weird conversation with him, or, I really feel that this is inappropriate, I would have done something about it and I would have reacted to it. But I can't recall a specific conversation.
Have you ever heard the governor use language that would commonly be considered sexist?
No.
Have you ever heard the governor use the word bitch?
Maybe, but maybe just with me, right? Sort of casually, like, oh yeah, she's a bitch, or but not in a room with people. No.
You were an employee of the governor at the time, correct?
At the time of what?
That he may have said the word bitch.
I suppose. But again, okay, let's keep going.
And do you think he could have been considered to be signaling anything to a male subordinate by freely using that sort of language?
Not to me.
Okay.
No,
Have you ever heard the governor use the word cunt?
Never.
Okay.
I mean, well, let me say, no, I don't recall him ever using that word. I mean, it might not stick out in my head, but that is a word that I never heard him say that.
And setting aside whether anyone came to you to complain about the governor's conduct, did you observe or hear about differences in how the governor treated men versus women on the staff?
Again, I would sort of define the staff. He was with Linda, with Stephanie, he was tough with us as a group collectively. So I didn't see any differentiation between the way he treated men and women in our circle. To say that he would treat subordinate or outside women, meaning either commissioners or staff or junior staff, I saw a difference in how he treated me relative to them, right? But I didn't sort of see at those moments him either I always just, as I said, I didn't see a sort of demeaning or sexualizing that at least was front of mind to me or noticeable to me when I was there. It's a long time ago, though.
Was the governor nicer to women subordinates than men subordinates?
I would say he was cordial, cordial and polite to subordinates. I think that, I would say probably it's safe to say that he was polite with women from the out, were on the outside of the inside, and cordial.
And did that differ from the way he treated men who were on the outside?
Not in any way, in my view, that is different than sort of the normal social mores of how we treat each other as people. So I'll give you an example. Every time Maria Bartiromo came up to the mansion, to Albany, to host the Regional Economic Development Awards, she would host this sort of ceremony at the Capitol. He would give her flowers at the end. In front of everybody, he was on the stage. He would not have given a man flowers who, if, came and hosted, he wouldn't give him a bouquet of flowers. So then that is that's the difference a little bit. You could say, well, should he have given Maria Bartiromo flowers? And I would probably put it in the not column, right? That's probably not something that is what you want to be doing with a reporter and with a prominent woman in front of the staff. But that was a difference between how he would have treated a man and a woman.
Did you ever observe or hear about any differences in how the governor treated Melissa DeRosa?
Not while I was there. We overlapped, I would suppose, for a year. Over time, certainly I would hear rumors and reports that, they've gotten very close relationship. They were running the government together, that she was in charge of everything. And, so yes, that was certainly a change in the dynamic in terms of the power structure. She got promoted several times since I had left. Yeah.
Did you observe any of that yourself?
No, I wasn't interacting with them, right? She was in charge. She was the secretary of the governor. So, I can't think of an instance where, beyond sort of being in a discussion that she was running, where there was a dynamic, obviously. Okay, let's keep going. So no, the answer is, in the workplace, I didn't see it because I was not in the workplace.
Outside the workplace?
To ask the full question, let's be specific. So a change in the dynamic from when?
Did you observe or hear about any? Did you observe any differences in how the governor treated Melissa DeRosa?
Well, I just described them, relevant to the workplace. I don't think this difference necessarily in terms of how he treated her from one minute to the next. I'm not trying to be evasive. I'm just trying to answer the question. Like, I didn't see him in these even in these calls, sort of interact with her and her level of advice and sort of their dynamic and demeanor on these calls, to the extent that I was listening, be much different than 2016. And there was a large gap of time, 2 years where I wasn't speaking to the governor when I was speaking to the governor's office. So, there was lots of gaps in my interactions with the two of them.
Did you observe differences in how the governor interacted with Melissa DeRosa as opposed to other staff members?
Certainly, he was very deferential to her and listened to her. And, she carried an enormous amount of weight when she said something, he agreed. But again, I didn't interact with the two of them that much at all. Again, I probably only spoke to him, a dozen or two times in any context. I talked to her often, but I didn't see them interact that much, even over the course of the 7 years in the outside.
Do you know if the governor ever had a sexual or romantic relationship with any staff members?
I don't know that he did, no.
Have you ever heard rumors about this?
Yes.
What have you heard?
I mean, I am very reluctant. These are private citizens. These are grown-ups and adults. So I'm very reluctant to comment on rumors that I heard that are unsubstantiated. I don't have any evidence to back them up. They've never been publicly reported. And I'm very reluctant to engage in spreading of rumors about people's personal lives. I don't feel comfortable with that.
Earlier, you told us about a rumor about. Was that rumor substantiated?
I wouldn't say that it was substantiated. I heard it from senior people within the administration as well as people who had interacted with her. So I suppose that's a fair point. You know, I had heard those rumors from credible people that I respect. So I suppose these are different because those credible people that I deal with deny these rumors and they've never been reported or substantiated. So I do suppose there's a difference. I do take your point. Again, I am reluctant to mention, you know, anything that is unsubstantiated that I've heard from a reporter or an Albany gossip.
So are those the sources of rumors you've heard about the governor having sexual or romantic relationships with any staff members, reporters, or Albany gossip?
Yeah, or just general Albany gossip, yeah. I mean, okay, keep going.
You mean what?
So there was a conversation where she told me at one point that she had, I didn't ask her to define that. I didn't get into the details, but that is something she told me. She subsequently denied that to me after she had told me that. It has never been reported. I have no evidence backwards, but that at one point she did tell me that.
And you heard, let's back up. When did you have this conversation with her in which she told you she hadn't?
Which they ultimately did. And she feared that in those stories that there would be, as I said, sort of a writing of those rumors, right? That they would either insinuate on its face or sort of allude to the idea that they were having some sort of relationship. And so she obviously was concerned about that and called me to give her advice on how to handle the story. And ultimately, that's when she told me that it was. I didn't press on what that meant, but that's what prompted her to tell me.
When was this conversation?
During these couple of months, whatever the next day or that day.
What did you say to me during this conversation?
I said, okay. I said, what do you want to say? You know, what do you want to say about this? She said, you know, I don't want this public. I just don't want to even go near it. And I said, okay, let's figure out a way to go through it.
So what did you advise her to do?
We worked through a statement that she would give, or that the governor would give, if he was asked at the upcoming briefing. I never really thought they would be asked about it, and we sort of played with the language a little bit. Ultimately, did not print those rumors and printed the story, but didn't post anything related to those rumors, and no one ever asked.
Did you exchange any texts about this?
Not that I heard.
Did you exchange any emails?
I don't think so. I'd have to look back. I mean, I'm sure we would have produced them if we did.
We'll ask you to double check.
Yeah, I mean, we could. I don't. We discussed the statement. I doubt I wrote it down or anything like that. I don't recall doing that, but I would have to double check.
Was anyone else involved in this discussion?
Chris Cuomo was on the phone.
Did you have any other discussions with about her relationship with the governor?
No, as I said, after that, it came and went. No one asked about it and sort of moved on. And then, as I said, so a couple of days later, she said to me, and just so you know, we don't have a relationship. And I said, okay, you know, I didn't want to pry. It's not my business.
What did you understand by reference to it?
As I said, I didn't press. It's not my business. I think it was her telling me that there had been some sort of, and I didn't care to understand more. It's not my business. And you know, her posture was going to be that she would deny it publicly, and that's something that, you know, I wasn't pushing back on. I wanted to help. She's a friend, and this involves her personally, and I wanted to be helpful.
Have you had a discussion with anyone else who is currently or was previously in the executive chamber about the nature of the relationship with the governor?
No, I mean, I would say that some people ask me about the rumors, you know, or repeat rumors about the two of them, but I don't disclose that nature of that conversation. I just say it's rumors or, you know, gossip.
Given what I told you about her, what's the reason for characterizing what you've heard about and the governor as rumors or just gossip?
Well, I'm telling you, I'm characterizing that to outside people who ask me. So I'm not in the business of talking about her personal life with people other than this particular room. So.
And when we were talking in this room and I asked you whether you...
Yes. So you want to go through what you asked me and I can explain? I mean,
Explain.
You know, you asked me about inappropriate touching and hugging and physical contact and so on. I don't know what the nature of their relationship was. She described it as and I don't know what that means. I didn't press to define it. I'm not being evasive. I'm just being precise.
I also asked you if you know if the governor ever had a sexual or romantic relationship with any staff members, and you said no.
I don't know that they had a sexual relationship, and I don't know what that means. I don't know that they had sex. She at one point said to me, "We have not had sex." Okay, that's what she told me. I don't know if that's true or not.
When did they tell you?
In that conversation.
What else did they say in that conversation?
I mean, I'm giving you what is responsive to what you're asking, and I'm, you know, this is what she told me in the course of this sort of very tense moment, but I didn't push to define it. I didn't ask questions. I didn't care to pry into her personal life. She told me this stuff, and that was what she told me.
How long was the conversation?
15 minutes.
And how did that conversation start?
She called me and told me what the.
And what did she say?
She said she was pretty upset about it. And then she said, "Can we get Chris Cuomo on the phone?" We got Chris Cuomo on the phone.
Who called Chris Cuomo?
I don't remember if I patched him in or she patched him in.
What did Chris Cuomo say?
He didn't say much. It was sort of along the lines of what we just said, which is that, you know, reacting to her saying this something along those lines. I didn't find that relevant. And, then we sort of went into, okay, what would this sort of statement look like if she was asked? If he was asked or she was asked.
And to be clear, Chris Cuomo asked whether intended to.
Yeah.
Did you understand me saying that she was presently in this at the time of your call?
Yes.
And then can we take a break, please?
Okay.
Without going off the record, the time is 7:38.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Without going back on, the time is 7:44.
Bill, can you read back the last thing on the transcript?
No. You understand? He's saying that she presumably oh God. Something, I can't read back. I gotta listen to the audio, sorry.
No worries. Okay. So I think earlier you had said Chris Cuomo asked if
Yes.
and what was the response?
She said she didn't know, right? And that, she thought maybe not, but wasn't more specific than that.
Did you understand whether Ms. Chris Cuomo had previously been aware of what?
Based on that conversation and a subsequent conversation I had with him right after that call, he was at least projecting to me that he did not know. Whether or not that's true or not, I don't know.
And what else did Mr. Chris Cuomo say on that call?
On the initial call or the follow-up call?
The initial call.
Just essentially that it is probably, we both thought it was probably that there was, sort of so much else going on. And his view and mine was that if
And that was your advice, even though.
Yeah.
How did the topic of sex come up during that call?
can we discuss this offline? This is makes me very uncomfortable.
You can take a break.
Without going off the record, the time is 7:48.
Recording stopped.
Hold on.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
We're now going back on the time of 7:52.
Did say this in the context of the call with you and Mr. Chris Cuomo? Did he say anything else on this call?
No, I mean, then it sort of not of it then sort of moved to a discussion about what a statement and the response to any questions would be. So, and again, I'm sort of jogging my memory here. I don't recall anything that sort of stood out.
Did you or Chris Cuomo ask?
We didn't ask. Again, she brought it up in terms of the. I didn't ask, and Chris didn't ask.
So you mentioned a call that you and Chris had. When was that?
So after we wrapped the sort of conversation with, and I should say the governor did join that discussion towards the end, where he did not participate much, and it was after she told us about it. He then chimed in and started talking about the response to the statement.
When did the governor join this call?
Frankly, it was probably my impression at the time that he had been listening to the call, that I had been on the speakerphone, or we had been on the speakerphone, and then at one point that he was taken off mute or something like that. But it was only in the context, and then so it was talking about sort of here's what we would say and so on.
What's the reason you had the impression that the governor had been on the call the whole time?
Because she never didn't say, hey, let me go patch the governor in, or let me go get him. He just sort of was off.
Was anyone else on this call?
Not then. After we had another sort of roundabout in terms of the statement where Jeff Pollack and were brought on, but did not discuss the nature of their relationship. It was purely the statement. So they do not have the information, at least they were not told the information that I just told you in my presence. It was just a context of, I was going to suggest there's a relationship, what should we say?
And who was part of that call?
Jeff, the governor, was on that call.
Chris Cuomo?
I don't remember if Chris was on with that group. I don't remember. He may have been, but I seem to remember him not.
Were there any other calls about relationship with the governor?
Not that I was on. So over the course of the day, they were dealing with and so the governor, I think, had done the briefing. So there would have been no reason to ask. So then he never had to give that statement. And then again, I might be getting this sort of timeline wrong, but it doesn't matter. And it was a non-event. So no one ever, there were no, that I'm aware of, there were no follow-up questions or anything like that. So the statement that we had talked about was never needed and never discussed again until, as I said, in a one-off comment a couple of days, if not weeks later, said, And by the way, we never had a relationship.
Did you believe her when she said that?
I didn't. I know this is going to sound thin, but I didn't. I don't know what to believe.
Now, you mentioned a conversation you had with Chris Cuomo. When was that conversation?
So that was after the initial conversation with the governor.
Same day?
Yes, it was just minutes after.
For how long?
Probably about 10 or 15 minutes. It was just sort of a quick debrief, on what we had just heard.
What did you discuss?
Sort of what we had just heard, and if the various sort of permutations about where the story could go. I seemed to him saying a comment like, I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know the nature of their relationship. Again, he's his brother. These are human beings, so he might have just been trying to protect it. So I didn't put much focus on that particular conversation.
Have you told anyone about? Have you observed or heard about the governor making any staff member uncomfortable? Ever?
So obviously we've been well warned on the public incidents and so on. I can't remember a specific incident where I heard from someone or saw and said, boy, that was a sexualized, that was something that made them or she feel uncomfortable. I only know the things that I've read about and sort of heard about in passing. But I can't think of a specific incident off the top of my head.
Have you ever observed or heard about members of the circle, the group that you referenced earlier, including people like Linda Lacewell, Joe Prococo, yelling at any staff members in the executive chamber?
Joe. Occasionally, but I don't remember. I don't have a specific moment in my head of yelling or a dressing down of a junior staffer. I don't. We had 4 million meetings over the course of these years.
Did you ever yell at a staff member in the executive chamber?
Me? Not that I can recall, no.
Have you ever seen or heard about a staff member in the executive chamber being upset by any treatment they received from members of the inner circle?
When I was there, I'm trying to go through back. I mean, certainly not on my team, right? Not in the press office. I'm trying to think, it's so illogical to say I don't remember a specific incident because it was such a difficult environment and we were frustrated, constantly. I think, got yelled at a lot, but I guess he was in the inner circle. Was the scheduler. He would get a couple of, yellings, but I can't remember this sort of specific. I just remember during that period of time, the Gov, was tough on him. But I don't, again, I don't have a specific recollection of a moment. So it's all in that sort of category of, yes, he was tough on, we were tough on staff, but I don't have these sort of specific isolated stories to recount.
Is there anything you would like to add or any answers you wish to clarify before we finish?
No.
Is there anything else that you can think of that's relevant to our investigation?
No.
If you would like to make any brief sworn statement, you may do so now.
I would want to add one piece we didn't talk about, and it relates to the Gareth period of time. You know, Steph, you know, we went over those texts where Gareth, where I gave Gareth the sort of advice, don't talk to them, don't call her, or whatever I said. There was a conversation I had with Stephanie Benton. Stephanie called me. She said to me, you know, what are you hearing from Gareth? You know, what do you know? You know, what do you think? I said, I'm not hearing much. You know, I said, I'm not going to really talk about it. She said, well, why don't you call him, see what he's saying, tell him he's okay, tell him, you know, can he tell you what he's hearing about what Anna's going to say? You know, can you see if he'll call her? You know, sort of pushing me to get some information about what Anna. And I said, well, of course, Steph, I will call him, but I am absolutely not going to push him to call Anna. I'm not going to do that at all. And so I called Gareth and I told him exactly that. I said, under no circumstances should you call her. You know, do not get involved at this at all. She needs to do what she needs to do. I didn't relay that back to Steph, but I wanted to make that clear that there was that ask to call Gareth, to call Anna. And we didn't end up executing against it.
Thanks for clarifying that. Do you have any information about the nature of Ms. Benton's relationship with the governor?
No.
Have you heard rumors?
Again, I don't want to talk about specific unsubstantiated rumors. However, I've never had a conversation with her or him or anybody about their relationship.
We are now going to conclude this examination. Thank you for speaking with us today, Mr. Vlasto. I will take this opportunity to remind you that you have continuing obligations under our subpoena for documents. If you have additional documents that are responsive to our subpoena, you have a continuing obligation to produce them to us. You also have continuing obligations under our subpoena for testimony. If we need you to come back to answer additional questions, we will contact you through your attorney.
Thanks.
We can go off the record.
This concludes today's deposition. The time is 8:04. We're now off the record.
Can I leave the meeting?
Recording stopped.
Thanks very much, Bill and Rocco.
Thank you very much.
Can you